Generally, you said feminism is
neutral. Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
the deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Yeah,
you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main thing in politics, right? This is my ideology.
So, 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool, Robert. Oh, that? With a crowbar, you said.
Let's go.
I'm saying it doesn't.
Hot diggity dog. I really like that new intro. A couple more tweaks on it, and I will be super, super excited for it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, bringing to you another Moderator Monday on a Sunday evening. This evening, I have Wi-Fi Gospel and Mark Reid debating the question, secular humanism versus Christian ethics, which is better for society? I love this topic. We really get into the deep dives of moralities and ethics and all those things, and it gets me all excited. Alex, would you like to start with your opening statement, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Mark, for being here. So we only have 8 minutes for an opening statement. I just want to try to accomplish two things with my opening. First thing I want to do tonight is to show exactly why secular humanist ethics, specifically as described in the Humanist Manifesto 3, is not only inferior to Christian ethics, but it really can't even get on the court to play ball. No one can definitively tell me exactly what secular humanist ethics are. The Humanist Manifesto provides no actual ethical prescriptions. It reads more like a TED Talk than a moral framework. The authors openly state, quote, values and ideals are subject to change as our knowledge and understanding advances. Also, the life stance of humanism is guided by reason, inspired by compassion, and informed by experience. That means that the manifesto does not define right and wrong. It just affirms that people will decide right and wrong over time, and that those decisions will change. So what are we left with? A set of feel-good aspirations without any binding moral oughts. This means you can have two secular humanists, both appealing to the same document, come to opposite conclusions. One says euthanasia is compassionate and therefore ethical. The other says it's cruel and devalues life. Both are inspired by compassion, both appeal to human experience, and there's nothing in the manifesto to say who's right. You can justify almost anything with compassion and experience: abortion, prostitution, even eugenics, depending on how you frame the outcomes. Good night, buddy. I love you. Christian ethics.
It's okay.
I only had a bet doing Jeff in your whole entire life.
Thank you. You too, buddy. Love you.
Maybe stop the time for this. I don't think this is part of the argument.
It's okay, Alex. Don't worry.
Sorry, one sec.
It's okay. I've been there. Don't worry.
All right, I'm ready. Thank you for stopping the time.
I love the interruption. Don't worry. Go ahead.
Cool. Thanks. You can justify almost anything with compassion and Christian ethics doesn't give us a vague cloud of values. It gives us commandments grounded in the unchanging nature of a holy God. That's moral clarity. The Humanist Manifesto gives you a compass with no north. And you may be tempted to say, well, what about when two Christians have different interpretations of Christian ethics? In this case, we need a normative authority to interpret the scripture. However, it's a completely different issue than the one secular humanism has. In this case of the Christian, there is a prescription, and there is a correct and incorrect interpretation of that prescription. In the case of secular humanism, there is no prescription. And so what is compassionate to one is cruel to another. Christian ethics tells us exactly what it means to be compassionate or to love your neighbor. The Humanist Manifesto doesn't tell you what to do. It tells you to figure it out and then change your mind later. The first question for my opponent tonight is this. Can you use the Humanist Manifesto to denounce the following prescriptions that are based off the manifesto itself? Here's one. In every society, there exist demographic groups, whether defined by class, geography, or cognitive ability, that statistically contribute more to societal costs, crime, healthcare burdens, economic dependency, than they contribute in productivity or innovation to society. If data showed that sterilizing or even eliminating such populations would lead to a net increase in prosperity, happiness, and health for the rest of society, what principle in secular humanism, as articulated in the manifesto, would forbid such an action? If ethics are fluid and human welfare is the guiding measure, then isn't the logic of such utilitarian math inescapable? Wouldn't eliminating burdensome groups for the greater good be not only permissible, but morally commendable under a consequentialist humanist ethic? What in the Humanist Manifesto ultimately prevents such atrocities when they appear to work? Secondly, if hypothetically, Donald Trump and his political allies were to enact policies that essentially enslaved everyone except themselves, but raised the standard of living for every American, making households wealthier, healthier, and happier, and if these outcomes were verifiably positive by the standards of societal well-being and self-reported happiness, then on what basis, under Humanist Manifesto 3, could one objectively say it would be wrong for him to enact those policies? If societal values evolved such that benevolent authoritarianism, or even slavery, was viewed as beneficial for human flourishing, happiness, and health. Good night, buddy.
Good night, Dad.
Good night. All right, I'm live, okay, guys?
Okay.
Good night. Thank you. All right, good night. I love you. Buddy. All right, I promise that's the last one. I got 3 of them.
Okay. That's okay. That's okay. Don't sweat it. They're always the priority. No worries.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. All right. If societal values evolved such that benevolent authoritarianism or even slavery was viewed as beneficial for human flourishing, happiness, and health, what could secular humanism appeal to in order to say it's wrong? In other words, if the results are maximally positive and the values guiding ethics are changeable and pragmatic, then why couldn't mass enslavement be justified so long as it works? A worldview that says morality changes with consensus or outcomes cannot meaningfully condemn tyranny. It cannot meaningfully condemn tyranny, only inefficiency. Now let's get into the positive case for Christian ethics. When we look at the data across key areas, morality, family, charity, mental health, civic life, and political stability, Christianity consistently produces better results than secularism. Christianity gives society a stable, transcendent foundation for human duties and ethics, rooted in the nature of a just and loving God. Secular morality, by contrast, shifts with culture, public opinion, or government authority. If society defines right and wrong by consensus, then things like eugenics or grape are only wrong if enough people say so. Christianity says they're wrong always because morality comes from God, not man. A society that can't replace itself will collapse. Secular countries like Japan, South Korea, Germany, and Canada have fertility rates well below 1.5, well under the 2.1 replacement level. By contrast, church-going Christians average 2.4 to 2.6 children per woman, even in Western nations. Religious populations grow, secular ones shrink. And there's a study by the Pew Research that shows that religious people and secular people, when they're in more religious countries, they actually have more children. Christians consistently give more and help more. A meta-analysis of 77 studies found religious people were significantly more likely to donate time and money, even to secular causes. In the US, weekly churchgoers give 3.5 times more to charity than the non-religious. They're also more likely to volunteer, even for non-religious organizations. Christianity commands love of neighbor, care for the poor, and self-sacrifice, not just empathy, but action. Religious belief, especially Christianity, protects mental health. A Swiss study of 3.7 million people found those with no religion were more than twice as likely to unalive themselves than Christians. Multiple meta-analysis confirm that religious people experience lower depression, less anxiety, and greater life satisfaction. Across every category, moral grounding, family sustainability, generosity, mental health, and peace, Christianity outperforms secularism. The data is clear. Christianity makes societies thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And Mark, I believe you wanted to share screen, so feel free to pop it up on backstage when you need to.
I did, yes. Just 1 second. Sorry, I probably should have done that while Alex was talking. Just one
That's
second.
okay.
There we go.
Oops. There we go.
Okay, just tell me when you've got everything up and I will begin.
Yep, you're up and running. All set.
Fantastic. Hello, my name's Mark Reid, and I'll be taking the secular humanist side of the debate today. I want to thank Sarah for moderating. I want to thank Alex for being here and you for giving me your time and listening to my side of the debate on opposition to the Christian side. Now, I guess the first thing is secular humanism has been vastly misunderstood and perhaps vastly misrepresented by a lot of people in the debate community. I want to clear that up and make sure they understand what secular humanism is and why it will not persecute or destroy religions and why so many institutions around the world are in support of it. So secular humanism, are my slides going? I hope so.
I only see just the main, it looks like the title page.
Sorry, give me 1 second. I just have to figure out why this isn't working. That one? Yeah, that's better. Yep. Okay, so secular humanism has been called a religion. I think this is inaccurate. It's a philosophy and a moral system, but there's no real identifiable focus of worship or veneration, so it would not be correct to call it a religion. Now, it is true that there is theistic humanism as well, with the goal of secular human and theistic humanism, or believing in a god and humanism, are quite similar, only they're motivated by different reasons. So it's important to note that the main attribute of secular humanism is the humanism part, not the secular part. So what's humanism all about? It's about human well-being. That's basically it. Now, human well-being can cover a lot. There's physical well-being, psychological well-being, societal well-being. Now, it is important to a secular humanist to understand the balance between all of them. You can't have well people in an unwell society, and you can't have a well society without well people in it. I'll go more into this balance, but for now, just understand that there is one thing central pillar of this debate. If you are not talking about human well-being, then you are not talking about secular humanism. And I really want to underscore this. So if you're talking about harming people or hurting people, if you're talking about things that would cause suffering, then you are not talking about something that would be endorsed by secular humanism. Okay? With that said, secular humanism uses utilitarianism, with the utility being human well-being. This is a complex consequentialist system which seeks to evaluate whether any act could reasonably lead to human well-being or lead to human suffering. This provides a framework to evaluate actions in the virtue of how it serves the well-being of people and the society. Do note that one of the goals of secular humanism is the well-being of society. What gets to a healthy, content society without causing suffering in people. A lot of this is based upon the pro-social guides provided by our natural emotions of empathy and reciprocity. Empathy tells us how others feel. Reciprocity gives us an idea of when actions will cause antisocial behaviors. So what do secular humanists want? Secular humanists believe people should have the freedom to be able to seek development and contentment in life. If that does not harm or oppress others in doing so, we seek to abolish religion or destroy religious belief if that religion is helping people instead of harming them. Sorry, we do not seek to abolish religion if that religion is helping people rather than harming them. No religion should have authority in society that will lead to religious wars, strife, and fighting, causing harm to societies and members of that society. All religions are given equal rights, just as all humans retain equal rights. We believe anyone's religious belief does not give them the authority to oppress anyone else, just as someone else's religious belief give them the authority to oppress yours. So how do we tell if something is doing harm? Well, this is where science steps in. Science for the last 100 years has been the best methodology for discovering what is fact and what is fiction. We know science is capable of this as it produced the most accurate representation of the world around us that we can use to do everything from make planes fly to allow people on the other side of the earth to communicate. Now, you may think that a God created science and we cannot agree on that. However, everyone uses the products of science in their lives daily. So I hope we can agree on its effectiveness and consistency. Now, science doesn't tell us how to use it or which is the right or wrong way to use it, and that's where we need morality like what secular humanism provides. So we're essentially using this to show the necessity for psychological needs addressed and met, and we have more room for the psychological and physical needs. A person with no food or water will not be concerned with psychological needs. They need to take care of that first. So we have sort of an overlapping hierarchy of what's important to people. Now, the ones down in the physiology are going to be your rights, your right to bodily autonomy, your right to safety and security, things like this. And we can determine these rights from what people need to be well, as opposed to what adds to their well-being. So we can generate rights from needs versus wants in society, and psychologists do this all the time. We can also evaluate well-being with sociology, making statistical analysis and given a large enough sample size, accurately model happiness on a country or even global scale. Do note that greatest happiness in the greatest happiness principle, where we try to maximize this, doesn't mean that fleeting joy that comes by. It just means satisfaction, life satisfaction. So this is sort of why secular humanism is so much better than things like Christianity, because it actually will use these metrics to measure it instead of just asserting you have to be happy under its regime. Okay, so Christianity, first off, it has the authority problem. It basically claims ultimate authority without demonstration or consideration. In secular humanism, the authority lies in humans, people, in the formation of a social contract, mutual respect. Christianity does not do that. It always seeks to impose itself through assertions of authority. Of course, not all Christian denominations are like this. However, generally, religion will lead to intolerance, persecutions, oppression, and violence. And there is a lot of evidence to support this. We have the Crusades. Some of the Crusades were defensive, but not all of them. There was a doctrine, bellum sacrum, or holy war, that gave them leeway to attack anybody that was not Christian. They also ended up destroying a large number of Jewish communities along the Rhine in doing this. They were put to the sword or had their impurities literally burnt away. Nice stuff, real moral. The Inquisitions, no one ever expects the Spanish Inquisition. They didn't just perpetrate this against other religions, they also did it against Christians that seemed to be a threat to the social order. Torture, killing, brutalization. They thought they were doing the work of the Lord under this assertion of authority. The Spanish conquest. So this is due to the doctrine of discovery. It was a doctrine perpetrated by the Roman Catholic Church that basically told people that if somebody wasn't Christian in a land, nobody occupied that land and they had a right to go in and seize it by force. Lovely Christian morals right there. There's a denomination problem. That's the second one. Though Christians cannot agree on which denomination is right, and if they're left to their own devices, they will inevitably end up fighting among themselves. This is why secular humanism is needed, because when Christians are given authority over others, the other denominations will not accept it, and the Christian denomination that has all the power will persecute all of the other ones. The only solution is to make the denominations equal and give them the same rights and benefits as all the other denominations. In this way, there is no problem of differing divine authority in the question of who is the true Christian or who is the right Christian. And we have some examples of that. The Chalcedonian Schism. This was when the papal attacked the Eastern church and basically led to an incredible amount of persecution. The Albigensian Crusade, that was a crusade against the Cathars, who were actually a non-Trinitarian Catholic group. The Roman Catholic Church slaughtered all of the Cathars. It's basically one of the first genocides of the second millennium, and it was carried out by Christians in the service of God who were, destroying the heretics. The Great Schism, that was, of course, the Catholic Church against the Protestants. It led to, that's the Eastern Orthodox schism. So all of these are not just Christians persecuting other religions, but Christians persecuting Christians. So I really want to talk about why humans have to cooperate and exercise pro-social behavior. The more we learn about where we are, the more obvious it seems that we're in a precarious position. Now, you may or may not agree, but secular humanists do not believe that any supernatural being is coming to save us. No God is going to take us to anything better. Secular humanists believe it's up to humans and humans alone to ensure our survival on this planet, or to stupidly cause our species to go extinct. We do not know what it will take to nurture humanity on this incredibly important journey, but it is possible we may very well need every single one of us working together for the benefit of all in order to survive. The simple fact is that secular humanism seeks to have a flourishing, happy societies where all people are treated well, while Christianity wants to force society to its benefit, to its particular dogma, while marginalizing, persecuting, and even exterminating those that do not believe. That should tell you everything you need to know about which is better for society in general. Thank you.
Perfect. Lovely. Thank you so much, Mark. And for all of the viewers, don't forget, we're going to get through this debate with the open dialogue. Then we will do closing statements. We will read and respond to your kind super chats that come in. And then, of course, per usual, we will go into open panel dumpster fire. So if you do have something to add to this conversation, hang tight. And towards the end, we will drop the link and you're welcome to come on stage and bite back, I guess. Gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
Awesome. I have a couple.
Sure.
Thank you. So basically, I asked a question about prescriptions. Do you deny the Humanist Manifesto, or do you agree with it?
No, I agree with it. Sure.
Cool. So I just have a couple questions then, based on the scenarios I gave, the two scenarios. The first one, yeah. So I'm sure we both agree that society should be safer, healthier, and more prosperous, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we use data. Okay.
Well, you brought up like what would stop humanists, like what in the Humanist Manifesto would stop this. In the Humanist Manifesto, it talks a lot about the dignity of people and freedom, basically liberty in order to enjoy our lives. So I don't know like what you understand about the Humanist Manifesto, but I don't see how you could enslave people or do any of the things that you're talking about and still have dignity and freedom to live your life.
Well, basically, you said it's based on utilitarianism. So if
yes.
So if the util was that society was thriving, that everybody was thriving, then their freedoms, we could stomp on a little bit of freedom for that, right?
What's the utility?
So let's see here. If we could imagine that data showed that a certain group, based on region, income, or intelligence,
I asked a question.
Oh wait, I thought you were saying
Do you
what
know
the
what the
utility
utility is? Yeah.
in utilitarianism.
Well, utilitarianism doesn't tell you what utility they're using. It's just that they
Right.
prioritize a utility. So I'm asking if you know what utility secular humanists are prioritizing.
The overall well-being of human society.
No,
What would it be then?
it would be human well-being. So yeah, you could chain up people and basically, do all of this stuff to make the society flourish, but people would not be well. And as I put it in my introduction, there's got to be a balance between people being having their well-being seen to, and people, the society having its well-being. So basically what I put across was that we have a hierarchy, and this was all in my introduction, of these certain rights we can give people based upon what people need to be well, right? So you've got a hierarchy of things like physiological needs, like food, water, shelter, things like that, physical needs. You've got psychological needs, which are things like love, belonging, and this is all understood very well in psychology and sort of neurology. It's not unknown. You have higher things such as at the very top you've got sort of development, right? Like being able to be fulfilled, like having some kind of goal and being the best person you can be. Self-actualization is what it's called. So we can sort of say, hey, these are the basic rights that we need to be well because we know what they are. And then we can say, hey, as long as you're doing no harm, then you can go for other things. But this whole thing about, well, if you enslave people, you will have well humans. I don't think that's the case.
Okay, but
I think they'll be very unwell.
If all of those metrics are met, and the only thing is that you're enslaved, such as I have an example here. That you can't pick your job, you can't pick where you live, stuff like that, where your freedoms are highly limited. But all of those other metrics are met. You have high life satisfaction, you're wealthy, you're prosperous, everybody's happy, you get 4 days off a week. Like, all of this stuff is great, except you have very limited freedom in what you can do with your hobbies and your work. Wouldn't that be under secular humanism?
No.
Why not?
Because we need, when you take into account self-actualization, it isn't necessarily you're trying to equate what we call happiness, or the maximal happiness, with pleasure, and that's not the same thing. It's not your temporary joy. It's not your in the future, like you just getting some kind of enjoyment from something. What we're talking about with the greatest happiness principle is your overall life satisfaction, right? And that doesn't necessarily mean days off, as you put it. Like that's incidental. Each person can choose for themselves what they think is their self-fulfillment. As long as they're not harming others, then that is the way that we go. That is the way that we maximize happiness.
So
and by happiness, I don't mean temporary short-term enjoyment of something. I mean life satisfaction by that.
Right. And how do you measure life satisfaction?
With science, as I put it in my thing, we can measure that using a variety of tools to say, hey, we can measure sort of. It's interesting because one of the things you sort of said was that Christians give more to charity and things like that, and that's an interesting study, which I think is a bit misleading because Christians give a lot more to their churches as well, and that sort of skews the study. But it is true that they give more. But another study says that Christians only give more to other Christians. It's in fact atheists who will give charity and do things for people without knowing or caring whether they're Christian, Muslim, Hindi. They will give more to what's called their out group more than Christians.
So I just want to get back to the life satisfaction thing, so that's a different point.
Sure.
So if I tell you that I'm satisfied with my life, you wouldn't believe me?
What do you mean?
So everything, my job, whatever I pursue in my life satisfies me.
Why wouldn't I believe you?
All right. So it's a self-report. So if everybody self-reports that they are highly satisfied with their life in this scenario that I gave to you, why would that go against secular humanism?
If everybody reports that they're satisfied with their life, would they be satisfied with their life?
Seems like it.
So if you couldn't go and see your friends, if you were restricted in what you worked, if you were restricted in such way, you would be satisfied with that?
In this scenario, it's a hypothetical.
In this scenario. So in this scenario where you've changed the entire idea of what human nature is and how humans behave, you basically are saying, well, if you're satisfied, why couldn't it be that way under secular humanism?
In this hypothetical, if these people are satisfied without having the freedom to do certain things that we have the freedom to today, but report life satisfaction, then would it be against secular humanism?
Yeah.
How?
Because we understand what makes life satisfaction. And you could say, hey, I'm satisfied under that. But somebody would go, well, would you be more satisfied if you also had these freedoms to go wherever you want and do whatever you want to do? And they probably would be, wouldn't they?
Well, if the data showed, again, this is a hypothetical. So if the data shows that people have more life satisfaction under this benevolent authoritarianism regime, then that would be the more secular humanist regime, right?
So you're basically saying that if you make data up, because we know that people are not more satisfied under... No. You're saying if they were, right? The thing is that we know from studying dictatorships that people are not more satisfied under them. So you're basically saying if reality somehow changes, that people become more satisfied being oppressed, I mean, in this magical world somewhere, that reality changes and people are suddenly happy at being oppressed and have violence used against them and you know, all of this stuff, then yeah, maybe that would be acceptable, but we don't live in that reality, Alex. So, you know, well, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. If your God commands you, or you believe that your God commands you, that those people should be oppressed and in that situation and enslaved, isn't that the moral thing to do?
In a world where God would be that way, yes.
What wouldn't that be this world?
No.
Well, what's the rules for slavery in the Bible then? Exodus 21.
So we can definitely go down that, right? So what does it say?
Okay, well, let's go down that route.
What's the verse say?
Look, if you're talking about the manifesto not having, you know, sort of clear rules that you're not allowed to enslave people, let's talk about the Bible having clear rules.
Well, it's just a two quote, but I'm willing to go down.
Let me finish. Having clear rules about literally how much you're supposed to beat your slave. If they don't die in a couple of days, then you're not punished at all for beating your slave. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong.
Well, in the same way that if a prisoner in our prison systems, I'm not exactly sure how that works in Australia. I'm guessing it's similar to the US. If they disobey the prison guards, they get beat into submission, correct?
It doesn't say anything about disobeying.
Why would they get beat then?
Well, because if the master beats their slave and he doesn't die in a couple of days, then they are not to be punished for beating their slave.
Well, there are other prescriptions as well, such as if you harm them, like if you damage their eye, for example, they get to go free. There's also other prescriptions that say if your master is not treating you well, you can flee, and the Hebrew next to you has to take you in because of your master beating you.
No,
we can go to those verses. Yeah, that's literally in there. We can go to them.
Well, what amazes me with
let me finish. Let me finish now.
Okay.
You're saying that in the Bible we have this: you can beat your slave, you can own slaves and beat them. So that's the same exact thing you can do under secular humanism. There's nothing in the manifesto that says that you can't do that.
Well, yeah, it says to respect the dignity and the freedom of people. So I don't see
unless they're a prisoner.
Excuse me, do you not understand that, like, when the manifesto says, hey, we uphold the dignity of humanity and the freedom of people to live free, that is in direct contradiction to slavery, while at the same time you're saying, well, it's got rules for beating your slave, but feasibly that could happen under secular humanism. when secular humanism's pronouncements are just in opposite to what you're saying.
So is secular humanism completely opposed to prisons?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So what do we do with criminals then, Mark?
Rehabilitative.
And how do we rehabilitate them?
Do you mean prisons as in the style you're talking about, where people are beaten all the time?
No, American prisons.
American prison. What? So
Yeah.
you think that a privately run prison that makes money from sheltering people and working them on, almost criminally low wages is a moral thing to do?
So now here's the thing. In a prison system,
No. Answer the question.
I am answering the question. In that specific prison system, I'm not saying everything that's done there is moral, but you said working them at extremely low wages. How do you think a prison system can afford to open? They either have to take money from other people via taxes, or they have to have the criminals work. Now, I don't know about you, but if you commit a crime and are duly processed and you're a negative effect on society, I want you to work in a prison system, till your own land, get your own food, make your own clothes. Yes, I don't want to pay for that after you have a negative onset of society. Now, is it always a perfect way? Can we always do that? No, that's why we pay taxes, to have these systems in place.
Oh, how very moral of you. Okay, so the way I basically see it,
you don't think criminals should work for their own food?
Excuse me, I'm actually in the middle of talking.
Well,
Alex.
you've
had your say. You've had your say. Stop.
Yeah, but you just
stop.
You
Alex.
How moral of you. I needed
Alex. Let's get through the. Let's let Mark get through the point, and then Alex, you can most certainly get back to where you left off after that, if you want.
So under secular humanism, opposed to this Christian doctrine of authoritarianism, basically we would just say, hey, what we're after is human well-being. And we know through studies and science and the examples of other countries that rehabilitative prisons that are run in order to stop and give people a chance not to be criminals anymore are way more effective than the punitive idea, the punishment systems of the US that also use private prisons. So they have no compulsion to rehabilitate people because they make money from people going back into the system. What secular humanists do is they look at what provides the well-being for humans, including criminals, not let's make them, suffer, because that leads to reoffending and the recidivism rates that we see in the US, which are absolutely out of control. So that's the difference. It's not about punishing them in prison. It's about rehabilitating them into society and providing them with another option. Not, we understand this through psychology. So, here is a classic example of why Christian sort of ethics is really bad, because you're still working under eye for an eye. Punish these people, make them suffer. It doesn't actually help if your goal is to have less crime. What does help? Rehabilitation.
See, this is a problem, because when you talk for long periods of time, you throw out like 5 different points. So I'm going to try to remember all of them and address them now. 1, you said how moral of you. Don't answer yet, because I want to get through all of this. Do you believe that criminals shouldn't work for their food? I think that's pretty obvious. 2, you said that if you have a punitive system, then that doesn't mean less crime because of recidivism. I would ask you a second question. Remember these, because I have to get through all the points. We can't just go back and forth here. That you would have to say that having high punishments for crime doesn't deter criminals. So, like, for example, the death penalty, if you have the death penalty for certain crimes, that's going to deter people from committing that crime, regardless of recidivism. And then there was a third point you said, rehabilitative prisons. These systems do not operate apart from slavery. The state owns these people. They tell them when they can go to bed, what time they can eat, what they can eat. They tell them what's appropriate behavior and what's inappropriate behavior. And if in a rehabilitative prison, somebody acts out of line and they get physical, or they start swearing and yelling and going crazy, they will get pinned to the ground, handcuffed, and thrown in a cell. So you don't escape this problem, Mark. Go ahead.
Okay, so first off, the working for your food, I'm all in favor of sort of prisoners being given opportunity to do work programs in order to build up something to reintegrate with society. I'm all in favor of that. But working for your food and working for the profit of a company are two totally separate things. And you're already supporting this. It does not mean less crime. Yes, the statistics show that if like countries like Denmark, like Finland, like Sweden, Norway, these rehabilitative systems do produce less crime because people are given more of an opportunity to be a productive member of society. Death penalty does not help. It does not help in the slightest. We can tell from the death penalty that A, it's more expensive. B, it doesn't actually work in preventing crime. You would think it does, but it doesn't. State owns people. No, they don't. They never own them. They are guardians for them while they are incarcerated. It's not a matter of ownership. No one is ever owned by the state. And that's a really important point that you've completely missed. And it sort of shows just how under this idea of Christianity you are, that you think that the state owns people. It does not. Those prisoners still have the same rights as everybody else. So they can't be, as the Bible says, beaten into an inch of your life without, it being absolutely necessary in order for them to stop doing harm to others. That's incorrect.
All right. So working for the profit of a company, you realize that even a rehabilitative prison system, it needs prison guards, especially rehabilitative. I mean, they have much more drain on resources than a punitive system. They need a lot more therapists and nurses, all of these things, right? And I'm not saying all of that's bad, right? There's a happy middle ground, I'm sure, where you wouldn't say everything that these rehabilitative prisons do is good. I wouldn't say everything that these punitive systems do is good either. But when they're working, like, these people have to be paid. These prison guards, administration, all of these people have to be paid. So they are working for the profit of an organization. It just could happen to be a government organization. Just because it's not a private company making profit doesn't escape the economic benefit. I would like to see the statistics that say the death penalty doesn't stop criminals. There was a phenomenal debate on Sarah's channel about a week ago, I think. Rachel Wilson was a part of it, and Mateus, I think, against two other people. I suggest everybody go watch that and make up their mind about the death penalty. The states own people. What would make it so that if I had somebody in my house, they could not leave, they could not have a family, they could not see their existing family unless I made it okay. I had to tell them when to go to bed, how much time they could be outside. Would you say that I owned this person?
No, you'd certainly be detaining them, though.
So would I have possession of this person?
No. Could you sell them?
What if I did? What if I found a black market and I sold them on it?
Can
Would I
prisons
then
sell people?
They do, yeah.
They sell people. You think
all the
prisons
time
sell people?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yes. When there's a prisoner, right, a gang leader.
Where can I buy a prisoner from?
Yeah, you just have to have the proper license.
Oh, so I can go online and I can buy somebody right now, can I?
You have to set up a private prison system, and then you have to get certain licenses. You have to get approved. Then you have to get the funds, probably some investors. And then what you do when you're starting out a private prison, in order to get people in, you go to the prisons that have the hardest criminals, and you go and you see them and you say, hey, I will take these people off of your hand. You just have to sell them to me. I need $100,000 for that prisoner. I'll take care of him.
And this is the prison system that you're claiming is moral.
I never said it was 100% moral. I'm just saying the state owns these people.
Well,
there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
No, they don't own people. They still have rights under
no,
law.
They don't have all the same rights, by the way. They
well,
lose
they
almost
do.
all of their rights.
Well, no, they do. Some of the rights are they're
left?
not allowed to be confined under due process of law. Like, so you can't just, it's illegal to just, I don't know, send somebody to a South American country on a whim. That's against the law. Okay. So they do still have rights, even though they are prisoners. Can I just point out that this all came from basically me protesting at all of this sort of slavery in the Bible, and you pointing out that the prison system is basically this moral system like the Bible. And so you're now defending. Well, are you defending the prison system, or are you saying, hey,
I'm showing
Right.
you that whether it's a punitive system or a rehabilitative system of prison, which you believe more in, either way, it's slavery. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You can't get around
Yeah,
it.
no.
So you're condemning me for something you approve of. You're just inconsistent with your worldview.
Well, again, that's a tu quo quo fallacy, and
No,
you
you
also
started the tu quo quo.
No. I pointed out the Bible, and you said, "Hey, well, prisons." It
No,
does. You brought.
I
up
asked
the
you a
prisons.
question. You said, wait, let's talk about the Bible.
Sure.
That's how this all started. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not debating prisons at the moment. We're debating secular humanism versus Christianity, which is the most moral. So in the Bible, you can own people as property. Nowhere under secular humanism would that be acceptable at all.
Except I know you want to get off
horrendous. I know you want to get off the horrendous immorality in the Bible.
You just said let's get off of this topic.
To your Christianity claim.
No, you just said let's get off this topic, and I agreed with you.
No,
if you want to stay, we can stay here the whole debate because it looks great for me.
That Alex is now sort of, defending a prison system that nobody in secular humanism would approve of. It in every country. In this country, I'm not sure how it's viewed in the US. I don't think he's even right about prisons in the US, that the prison owns that person and can sell them to other prisons. I don't even think that's true.
You also don't have to have the right to sell something in order to own it.
Like what?
So museums do this all of the time. Somebody gifts them something. The museum retains ownership of it without the right to sell it.
Yeah, that's a very, very specific example. And if something's on
but it's possible.
License. Well, no, the museum.
It's possible to own something without the right to sell it.
Well, they don't own it if they're just displaying it on behalf of somebody else.
No, they own it. It's a lease agreement. They're leasing it to this person. When you lease a car, do you own the car? Of course you do. You just there's a financial company that has interest in your property and can put a lien on it, but they don't own it. You do. You're responsible for it.
If you lease a car, you don't own it. It's not your property. You're leasing it from some. I'm not sure if these terms mean something different in the US. It's weird.
Yeah, but leasing is not owner. It'd be like renting an apartment and trying to say own it. Like, you still have accountability and responsibility to take care of it while it's in your care or, on your person or whatever. But outside of that, you don't have ownership.
Okay, so if you finance the vehicle, you own it.
Well, yeah, but then you've gone into debt for it. You actually have paid for it and you own it.
So when you have, but there's also somebody who, like, you can't sell that vehicle. You can give it back to the. No, you can't. You can give it back to the lien holder. So that's not selling it.
The lien. When did we get into liens?
When somebody,
I think you are so confused, Alex.
Hold on. I think you are too, Alex. So if I own a vehicle and let's say I have a loan out on it, I can sell that car all I want and still owe on that debt, right? So I could still. It actually can vary state to state, but yes, I can.
In most cases, you have to have the permission of the lien holder to do that.
No, it's not a lien. Okay, Alex, stop talking about law.
Finance I'm trying to make a point about ownership.
No, Alex. A lien is a legal obligation that's been settled in court that you owe somebody money. That's a lien.
No,
right,
dude. When you buy a house, the mortgage company puts a lien on your property. That's how it works.
The lien comes from going into like default. That's saying like
the lien on your house. There's a financial interest.
There's a financial interest, but
you cannot sell the house without the permission of the lien holder.
I've
on
never,
the title company. There's a lien from the title company.
Maybe this works differently in your country than in mine, but in my country, if you take out a loan and you get a house and you can sell the house, if you get the money from the house, you don't have to do it on the loan, but it's probably a good idea. Like, I've known people who have bought a property, it hasn't worked out for them.
Banks would not loan money that way. No bank.
Can I finish? They have sold the property because it's no longer feasible to develop upon it, and they have paid off the loan with the money that they've recouped plus some of their own to cover the expenses. This is how property basically works in loans. But, maybe it works differently over there. I don't know.
They had to pay it off. They wouldn't just pocket the money. Like if you sell a house for $500K and you owe $400,000 on it, you have to pay that 400 grand. You can't just pocket it.
Yes, but even if like I don't know if I really want you to go down the semantics. I don't know if you like comprehend all of how it operates, but yeah, you still owe. I could still like it. Essentially, if I'm selling my house, I'm probably buying another. Therefore, I'm going through the mortgage company, and I like in order to get that other big mortgage, I'd have to be able to pay. And there's like all of these different roundabout ways of doing things, but
It goes through a
it's
title company. And the title
Well,
company
we're kind
has
of
to
really off
fulfill the
base now.
obligations. Well, you're talking about ownership,
Mm.
and I'm making examples of
I
ownership, and
know,
you're
but I
denying.
don't think this type of ownership necessarily follows through on the argument, and I don't think it's really the direction you'd want to go in that because this started with the idea of selling humans, right?
Yes.
And I think that I think that you're kind of off the mark going down the path of leasing vehicles and selling homes.
All right, I shouldn't have said lease, but if you finance the car is the point that I was making.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
but
let's put it aside because I'm not great with finance, but I think you're worse, Alex. I don't think you're right.
I mean,
So
everybody can fact check this and see I was
Yeah.
exactly right, but I'm okay with that.
Okay, for sure. So you sort of pointed out that values and ideals change in secular humanism, and you're correct. I do see this as a strength as we learn more about the world around us, as we learn more about what makes people well and not well. Why wouldn't updating our information, like if we find out, say, lead is harmful, for instance, why wouldn't we then update what we ought to do via what we found out about these things?
Right. So I would agree that in that situation, like we paint houses with lead, we see lead is harmful, we stop painting houses with lead. We actually make laws against it so that people who own their properties can't use what they want on their properties for the safety of others, right? But
Right.
it's not an issue of a moral change. The morality behind it is don't use harmful chemicals to paint your house. We don't know
Okay.
that lead is a harmful chemical. We find out it is, and it goes into that same moral category. So it's not a
Okay,
change in
so
morality.
where in the Bible does it say? Well, it is a change in morality. It's
No, it's
basically
not.
what we ought to do. Well, yes, and what we ought to do and what ought not we do.
What's
Where in the
the
Bible does
morality
it say
change?
to change what you do based upon the well-being of others, or any kind of change?
Well, for example, there's the general equity of the law. There's a law that states that you need to build a fence around the top of your house. This was because people hung out at the tops of their houses and they wanted to protect people from falling off of the house, right? Because there was all sorts of liability issues. Obviously, people get hurt, they would die, it
Well, I
would
asked
ruin.
where in the Bible.
Then I'm telling you an answer if you don't want to
Okay.
interrupt me. Yeah. And so in this situation, we don't have rooftops that we hang out on. So where does this apply? Well, now we have something that they didn't have back then. Maybe they did, but pools, right? So now the law applies in a different way, just like you said. We have this new technology, or we find out this new information about lead paint. We change our law based on it, but it's not a morality change. The morality was already there. Don't use harmful chemicals to paint your house. Now, in the same way, don't make it dangerous for people who are hanging out in your house on the rooftop, or, for example, near a pool. Put up a fence around your pool.
Yeah, but none of that tells me where you got this morality from Christianity.
What do you
I
mean?
mean, I can
I just
say,
said that.
hey, well, it's always a moral question of whether we ought to do something or whether we ought not to do something. That's always a moral question. But what is your definition of morals, Alex? What is your definition of morality?
Well, in this sense, like I can give you my Christian definition of Christian ethics. Christian ethics is the study and practice of right living based on the character, commands, and redemptive work of the triune God revealed in Scripture and applied by the church.
Yeah, so I guess the point I'm making, and that you didn't reference the Bible
It's
there,
not always a moral.
is that,
by the
well,
way,
Alex,
or
please. So what the
you
point
made
that
a
I
statement
am
that was false.
making, well, I don't care. You can disagree with it, but let me
Okay.
speak, because you're just interrupting me now, which is kind of rude and obnoxious. So the idea of ethics, right living based upon the commandments of the Bible kind of thing, what I'm pointing out to you is there's certain things that we would say, hey, right living is something extra, right? That we shouldn't say, turn our music up loud or do all the stuff that's not in the Bible because circumstances have changed over time. And while I'm saying, hey, it's good that secular humanism changes over time because there's things that were not addressed in the past, you're sort of saying, hey, yours doesn't change. But I'm pointing out that you must have got this from somewhere, and it certainly wasn't the Bible. So where does it come from?
Got what? What specifically you're talking about?
Okay, it's like pools, for instance. Like you shouldn't fence in a pool. You didn't get that from the Bible, I can guarantee.
I told you exactly where I just got it from. It's the general equity of the law. And this is where the normative authority of the church comes in with church councils and canons. And they go through these things. And if something is a big enough moral issue, they will, during a council, have canons on how to address this. A random one was that a priest should not be riding a horse. Well, that was at a time where a horse was a luxury item. And they didn't want priests to be flaunting luxury around the common people because it was like boasting, right? So in this day, you could say, well, priests shouldn't be driving around Lamborghinis, right? It's the same moral law. It's just there's different technology and there's different resources that we have to be aware of.
Well, I would ask what church is a normative authority, because there's certainly preachers
That's a completely different
around. Excuse me, Alex, seriously, stop interrupting, man. It does not make you look good. There's a lot of pastors driving around.
He only just started, Alex.
It was
he
2
literally
seconds.
Said, he did. He only said like 3 words and you interrupted him.
Are you high? What the hell? Look, there's pastors driving around a lot of private planes who say that's perfectly fine and dandy. So which is the normative authority, and according to who?
This is a completely separate debate. We've gotten so far off the topic.
No, it's about Christian ethics. You've said there's
a normative authority, what church is the normative authority?
Which evaluates what the actual morality of a situation is. You said there's a normative authority, which is the church, and I'm asking you, which church is it?
I mean, if you really want to go down here, we can. The Orthodox Church is the normative authority.
Okay.
You want to debate? You want to get into a debate about papism and the filioque too while we're at it?
No, Catholics disagree with that.
Okay, but they still fall under the purview of Christian ethics. And there's very much agreement on these issues. This is so far off the topic of the debate.
But if you say to a Catholic, well, the Orthodox Church or the patriarchs are the normative authority on all of these moral questions, they will say, no, the papacy is.
Well, they would say to a degree.
The pontiff is. To a degree? What do you mean by to a degree?
Again, because this is so far off of the topic of the debate. Rome sees Eastern Orthodox as in communion with them. So they grant them certain authority, such as administering sacraments.
Oh, so the papacy grants them authority. So they're the normative authority.
You have, this is so far away from not only the topic of the debate, but what you're able to debate. So I do not want to go down there. Let's go back to the act, because one, I'm not even
I didn't start down this track.
Yes.
I asked you.
I
asked you what happens if they change over time, and you said that the church was the normative authority. And I asked which church, because there are many, many churches out there.
And now you're debating which church it is.
You said it's Eastern Orthodox, and I'm saying, hey, there's the majority of Christians would disagree with you. So how is it normative?
And who's the normative authority in secular humanism, Mark?
Scientific consensus.
Oh, and scientific consensus changes, right? So which scientific consensus is the right one? Is the scientific consensus that the jab was good? Is that the one that we should go with? Or is it the one that says the jab was bad? And who decides that?
The
Mark?
Consensus of scientists. What do you mean, Mark? Me?
Well, there is no consensus.
No, it's a consensus of the experts in the field, and that's how science works.
The experts that you like.
Well, no. I mean, I don't choose who the experts are.
So there aren't experts that are against the jab?
Which are experts in their field that will advise on the best way, like what actual reality is. And I covered this in my introduction. If you want to put religion up against science for figuring out things about the world, real things about the world, I am happy to take that fight. I would like to maybe ask you, what discoveries about our world has your religion made in the last 2,000 years?
Almost all of them, but anyway. I mean, I don't exactly know the specific, but literally 90% of the scientific discoveries were done by Christians over the last 2,000 years.
They're by science.
All right, so secular humanism has a grip on science. You can only do science if you're a secular. Oh, okay.
I didn't say that. No, I'm saying that
then it's
science
neutral.
is the most, excuse me, I'd like to answer. Science is the most effective way to find out about our reality. Whether or not you think it was Christians only doing it, which is just silly, but whatever, doesn't make it false in any way. What I'm telling you is we're looking to science to say, hey, what is the actual reality of this? And then saying what is the best for the well-being of people. You're saying that, hey, that doesn't matter. I'm going to go back to my authority of the church. And what I'm trying to get to is what kind of authority in our society do these priests actually have?
Does science give you prescriptions?
No. That's why you need something else.
Perfect. So you don't go to science to give you morality. Thank you.
Of course not. I go to secular humanism. Science just tells us about the world, right? It just describes the world. So, you know, we might discover and come up with a way to split an atom. Now, science doesn't tell us where, that's hilarious. Look, I got to point that out. That's actually hilarious. It doesn't tell us whether to make a nuclear power plant or a nuclear bomb. Okay, this is where we need more morality. And this is what I'm saying, that we can look to science and say, hey, it describes the world. We can use that for the benefit of human well-being. So if you just say, hey, I'm going to do whatever science discovers, that's probably a really bad idea. But if you say, hey, I want to develop this science and implement it in a way that provides for human well-being, then that is a moral system.
Yeah, but in what sense does a Christian ethics system not apply science?
Well, if it contradicts the science, you guys, you know, if it contradicts
secular
science,
humanism
would you
contradicts
believe
science
the
all the time.
patriarchs, or would it if you patriarchs say, hey, that is something we don't want to do? And there's a long history of this throughout the Christian church.
It's a
For
category
instance,
error.
No. For
Yes,
instance,
I can
the
explain
papacy
why.
basically taking,
You're not gonna let me?
telling people in Africa that there's witches, and then that caused a lot of people to be, you know, burnt at the stake, basically. They also told people in Africa that the condoms help spread the AIDS virus. That was a bit of a problem as well. So if the science does conflict with their preconceived religious belief, yeah, they'll drop the science. I've got a vast history of
And
that.
same with you. The science says that life begins at conception, but you're okay with abortion, right, Mark?
Yeah.
Okay, so you go against the science too when it's convenient for you.
No, because that's a matter of personal autonomy, bodily autonomy. So even though somebody
is
breaking
bodily
into
autonomy
my
a
house,
scientific
can I talk, or is you just talk over me?
Alex,
these
no,
outright claims that are
Alex,
just nonsense.
Alex, you asked him a question and you have to let him answer it.
Yeah. I know you don't like the answers, but you've got to at least allow me the time to answer. If you've got somebody breaking into your house, that's certainly a life. And if they think that they're going to kill me, I can kill them for sure. They've entered my property. They basically infringed on my rights. That is something I'm allowed to do if I feel like my life is in danger. Now, the same is true of somebody that has somebody that's using their body for a purpose that they don't want it used for. That is bodily autonomy. It doesn't matter whether it's a life or not. It matters whether or not they have the right to preserve their bodily autonomy. So there is nothing unscientific about that. It's a matter of morality.
Right. And this is secular humanism. You see your children as parasites.
What do you mean?
That infringing on your personal bodily autonomy because you decided to have sex with somebody.
Is
so you
somebody
see them as
breaking
parasites.
into my house? Is someone breaking into my house a parasite?
And no, and neither is a child,
Okay,
by the way.
Well, yeah, then I don't think they're a parasite.
You just said it. You said they were infringing on your bodily autonomy, right?
Yes, they
living
are,
inside your body. Yeah.
Well, unless you consent, sure. That's the whole point. If you consent to it, it's not a problem.
Yeah, as long as you want the child. If you don't want them, fuck them. Anyway,
I didn't say that.
I would like to get back to my second.
Well, it's interesting because you bring up abortion, and I do.
So
have
you
a
can
point
interrupt
to make
me,
about
but I can't
abortion.
interrupt you. That's fine.
Okay. Well, I do want to make a point about this, but go on, Alex.
You can make a point about this because I want to move on to my second hypothetical that I had in my opening.
Okay, well, I'll make a point quickly. It'd be nice if the Christians, instead of, I don't know, lobbying the government to take away women's bodily autonomy, and they're, causing them to die out on tables because they can't get, entropic pregnancies taken away. It'd be really nice if they spent all that money like developing, a womb or something, an artificial womb or something like that, but they don't. So why not?
Well, Christians literally foster the most children. They donate the most money to all of these places. But that's a different issue, I guess.
Well, it
If
doesn't answer my
well,
question.
what do you mean? You didn't even ask a question.
I
You
did.
just
I
went on a
said,
monologue
well, no,
and talked
I
about how
asked,
you don't like Christians because they want mothers to stop unaliving their own children.
Is that what I said?
It's pretty much what you said. Yeah, they instead of lobbying against
no.
women's rights to
Hang
unalive
on.
their own children.
Take it down a notch, Alex, 'cause I don't think you're listening to me. Like, that summation of what just happened is so far askew from what just actually happened. I don't
Did you
like
or
what I
did you not
said.
say? Go ahead.
What I said was that Christians spend all this money trying to lobby and stop people from having their bodily autonomy,
Yeah,
but they
go on.
put absolutely nothing into developing like an artificial womb that would address the problem. Why not? Why don't they put all of that money into developing something that would address the problem?
One, I don't know the specifics of which research teams and companies think that a artificial womb is even viable because we can't even make a baby live outside the womb after 20 something weeks. So I don't even know if that's on the table. But secondly, I don't know how I misrepresented what you said. You think it's mother's autonomy. I think it's unaliving their own children. That's why I phrased it that way. So I got that part right. The second part I got right was you said that why don't Christians focus on efforts to help these children? You said it in a different way of an artificial womb. I just said as they do. Most of the places that help these children and these mothers receive funds from Christians. Christians are the people donating to these places. Now, I would like to get to this second hypothetical, if you don't mind.
Okay, sure.
All right. So, all right. So if I don't know why I use Trump so much. All right, no, I didn't use it. All right, so if there was, we went over the slavery one. This has to do with eugenics. If the data shows that a certain group based on region, income, or intelligence consistently draws more from public resources than it gives back, and the same group shows higher rates of crime, poverty, and long-term social dependence, and efforts to reverse these trends have failed, if researchers find that forced sterilization dramatically reduces these burdens, less suffering, less poverty, fewer crimes, society flourishes. What in the Humanist Manifesto says that this is immoral?
Autonomy.
Okay, so if it violates anybody's autonomy, even for the sake of human flourishing, we can't do it.
That's correct.
Okay. So even one person. So,
well, I'm just sort of going over like if you basically have the dignity of humans and their freedom being upheld or their autonomy being upheld, you need consent in order to do anything to them. Take their blood, for instance, you need consent to do that. Like it's kind of wild at the moment that you're saying, hey, what would prevent that? And it's like, well, what would prevent it if your God told you to do it?
well, hold on. Before you start asking me questions, I want to finish this line of reasoning.
Okay.
If this is perfect, Mark, you said if you're infringing on somebody's autonomy, then no matter what, even if it's beneficial to society, you can't do it, right?
Well, it depends on the circumstances. If somebody breaks into my house and I infringe on their autonomy, then yeah, that's totally fine.
Why? Because it promotes your flourishing?
Because they're violating my rights, yes.
Okay, so what if these people are violating the rights of society by not allowing them to flourish in the way that they could?
What are the rights of society?
Well, to flourish as a society.
Is
Everybody
that a
has the right to pursue happiness, the right to flourish. So
I'm not familiar with this. It feels like now that you're making a straw man.
If you want to go down this route, we definitely can. You said that secular humanism has nothing to do with supernatural.
Down this route.
You just went down here with rights. If you want to say that secular humanism is without supernaturalism, explain human rights. Where are they in nature, and where can I find them?
Yeah, so this is explained a lot in The Social Contract by John Rawls. We basically have the power inherently laying in the hands of the people. Essentially, that is where power lays, and there is nothing a dictator can do if all of the people are against him. So essentially, what we do is we transfer authority to a government and do not transfer all of our rights. So it is what the people decide that the rights are, and we don't transfer that to the government. So essentially, it is a function of power that we have rights, because if the government violates it, they break the social contract. If they break the social contract, then that government will not. They have to enforce consent, either by force or by consent of the people, like getting the people's assent to that happening.
Okay. And so rights are a social contract.
Yeah, essentially,
Okay.
yeah.
Which scientific experiment gives us these social contracts?
I'm sorry, what?
Which scientific experiment gives us these social contracts?
Are you talking about sociology, like the things that they've done in sociology?
I'm talking about a empirical scientific experiment
Yeah,
that gives
okay,
us
Alex,
these social
you know
contracts.
that social constructs like money, it's like saying, well, which experiment gives us the value of money? It's a category error, because you're
Right. So it's
basically saying, hey, what empirical testing can we do on something that we've socially constructed by agreement between people? So money, for instance, is worth nothing, but we all agree that it's worth something. It's as stupid as asking, what's the scientific experiment on the value of money?
So it's
I'm
supernatural.
really sorry. Is money supernatural?
Is it outside the realms of scientific experiment?
Well, yeah, it's imaginary.
Oh, so are imaginary things natural, Mark?
Are imaginary things natural?
Like
I
human
don't think.
rights? Okay, so human rights are not found within the realm of nature. So what does that have to do with secular humanism, Mark?
I don't understand what you're trying to ask.
You said that secular humanism has nothing to do with the supernatural, and yet human rights are supernatural.
What? What's your definition of supernatural?
Attributed to some force beyond scientific understanding or the laws of nature.
The imagination is not beyond scientific understanding, and we understand what the imagination is. Is
Okay, so where do
Mario?
human rights?
Hang on. Is Super Mario Brothers supernatural?
Well, no, it literally exists on a computer.
But it's not natural, is it?
Yes, it is. It literally
is
exists.
Natural.
I mean, whether or not it's natural doesn't take apart from the fact that human rights are not natural, that they're supernatural, and that they have nothing to do with secular humanism. You can't claim to be a secular humanist.
I think you're sort of mucking up like supernatural and abstractions, because abstractions we understand because they come from our own minds. You're sort of messing that up completely. It's like if I think of a snuffleupagus right now, then that's supernatural. I don't know how you get to that.
Well, so human rights only exist in our thoughts?
Well, because you can't do a scientific experiment on the snuffleupagus in my head, then it must be supernatural, Alex.
Does the
snuffleupagus
exist in reality?
Does
I guess the question is like, at what point, when it's materialized outside of thought, is that where you're getting to, Alex?
Well,
when
yeah,
like
because
Super Mario Brothers is materialized, right? It's a video game. You can play it, you can touch it. It's got fiber optics and little lights, so it is a thing.
Yeah.
So I guess we're going from the thought process of when it's a thought to when it's materialized, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And I guess like social constructs, they're the same. They're materialized in some way. We codified and we've written down the value of money. We have a currency that we put into place. All of this it doesn't make it supernatural. But I really want to go back to, if your God told you to do all of these things, right? What makes it immoral?
Well, morality is based on God's law and his commands. So yes, if God were to tell me these things, of course we would do them. but that would go against his very nature, as prescribed, as he has revealed himself.
Oh, sorry. So where does morality come from in your view? Is morality what God says it is, or is morality found somewhere else and God's relaying it to us?
No, this is the Euthyphro dilemma, which is a false dilemma,
Mhm.
and you should know this by now, Mark.
Okay, so what's the third option?
That it's within God's nature.
Okay, so it comes from somewhere else. So you're saying that God that morality follows God's nature. That's where you get your moral command, like preachments from. That's what you
So
do.
good has an ontology. God is good. Now, evil does not have an ontology. It's a privation of good.
Okay, that's not what I asked. Does your
what I-
morality follow God's nature?
So the moral laws are based upon God's nature. Now,
Right.
I don't follow the moral laws exactly. I don't know what you're asking.
And does God do things in his nature?
What do you mean, does God do things in his nature?
Well, as far as I know, everything acts according to its nature, right?
I'm not exactly sure what you're saying.
Well,
Like, yes,
I act according
every
to my
one of
nature.
God's acts is in line with his nature. Sure.
Yeah. So when he slaughtered the Amalekites and the Midianites and, ordered genocide committed on them, that must be a moral act because it is in his nature. If he does things in accordance with his nature, I'll just explain this for the audience. If he does things in accordance to his nature and slaughtering Midianites is in accordance to his nature, what makes slaughtering of somebody, if you think God commanded you to do it, what makes that immoral?
So first off, it would be moral, and look, there's justification for these things. Do you think that there is no way in which there could be a justification for the slaughter of a people?
Oh, no, give us the justification of genocide. Go for it, Alex.
Okay, let's say
Enjoy.
there was a group of men graping all of your family members. Do you think the slaughter of them would be justified?
Of my family members? No.
Yeah. Oh, you don't. So you would just let them do it. That's awesome.
My family members. Because don't
Yeah.
forget, the justification for the Midianites and Ebonites and all of the other tribes that were slaughtered is that they were doing unclean practices and sacrificing their children. But don't forget, they killed everybody, including the people
That's
that
not
they were,
true.
that come along. Are you serious?
This is hyperbolic language, and later in the chapters, we see that these people were not all killed. They survived. They were still there.
They kept in one of the slaughters, they were told by Moses to go back in because he was angry they hadn't slaughtered everybody. And he said, kill everybody, including the animals. I don't know how they could be evil, but apparently so. And another one, they were told to slaughter everybody except for the young girls who had never known a man, and those would be taken back to the tribe of Israel for pretty obvious reasons.
No, not pretty obvious reasons. Why don't you explain to us, Mark, while you butcher the Bible? Go ahead. Give us your interpretation of this. What are the obvious reasons they were taken back for? Why don't you explain to us in the audience?
Well, they were shared out between the tribes.
And where does that
given to the church?
As what?
As what? As slaves.
Slaves for what? What did they do?
What do you mean?
Like, what are you implying here? Flesh it out.
Well, I think that the implication there is because they had never known a man, that was the deciding factor whether a young woman would be killed or not be killed. And so they took all of the women that had not known a man back to their tribe. And I think that the obvious conclusion
it's not obvious.
is they were used as slaves in the household of those that were given them, livestock, essentially.
So what does that imply? All right. So what I'm getting at is a lot of people like to take these verses and imply that they were taken back and used as sex dolls. Is that what you're implying?
I don't think that's necessarily the case in the culture at the time, but certainly they would be married to somebody if possible, and they would not have control over where they lived or who they married, just like because that was the time that they lived in. That was seen as the usual way of doing things.
I'll give you some points because a lot of times when I get into these conversations, when they say that it's obvious what happened to them, I know you watch these debates, you're involved in this. They imply that they're going to be like sex slaves or something, right? But I wouldn't say that they didn't have a choice.
It's hard. What choice did they have?
You don't think that they could have not married somebody?
It literally says they were taken as plunder. They were
Yeah.
literally plunder.
And so they were sold into slavery, but that doesn't mean they had to marry somebody.
I'm not sure if you're aware of what being a female slave in that time was like. For instance, there's a passage in the Bible saying that when a man sells his daughter, that he should, if she is not pleasing to the person she's sold to,
Yeah.
he should be able to redeem her with,
Right.
kind of thing. So there's all these passages in there about literally a guy selling his daughter. So that daughter did not get a choice over who she was sold to and who she was married to.
But what does it mean that she was not pleasing to the master?
I don't know. Just that the master.
It means that
was
she wouldn't
not,
marry him.
and this is the moral system.
So first off, a lot of this stuff is due to a lack of technology, right? They don't have debt systems. You can't go get a credit card and get yourself out of debt. So you could die on the side of the road and hope somebody would help you, or you could do things that were awful that no man would ever want to do. Just as if I started doing drugs and ended up on the street, there's no way, nothing in me would want to give my kids up, even if that was the right thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that moral relativism is a thing, that in certain situations we have to prioritize certain things, and I would agree with that. However, God knew that there was credit cards, and God obviously would have a better system, but didn't. But it really doesn't get to my point of what would prevent a Christian that thought massacring a people and taking their daughters, their unknown to men daughters as plunder would be immoral if you think God tells you to do that, because you said, and you said it quite clearly, that everything in God's nature is moral. So how would that be immoral? It wouldn't be, right?
I want to get this straight. You said God's evil because he didn't give the Israelites credit cards?
I'd never said that.
Well, you said God knew what credit cards were. So instead of having this slavery system, he could have just gave them credit cards, right?
Well, could he have given them a better system?
He was working with the technology they had at the time. If your argument is God is evil because he didn't upgrade people's technology, that's a bad argument. But I mean, this is, I guess
there
it's
was
on
better
topic a little
systems
bit,
around
but
at the time. In the Levant, there were better systems. There were worse systems, but there were better systems.
Like what?
Like, for instance, Romans, women had a lot more rights. He could have taken the women's rights from that. He could have taken from the Greeks certain things about, say,
what time is this?
democracy. Well, why should it matter for God what time it is?
Because we're talking about the technology, and you said at the time
Isn't God
there was better
isn't
technology.
God timeless?
Oh my God. So because God didn't drop
we're not
cyber
talking
trucks
about
into the desert for the Israelites,
No,
he's
we're
evil.
not talking. We're not
Hold
talking
on,
about
hold
better technology. We're talking about better systems, better ways of thinking.
Is a system technology?
No, not necessarily. No.
What?
Like,
Come
so
on, Mark.
do you think a system of government is technology?
By definition, yes.
So totalitarianism, as opposed to democracy, is
Different
technology.
technologies.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. Different technology.
Can you define technology for me?
Technology is it's basically the mechanical and scientific endeavors of a community. It is things like having slate tablets to pen and paper to aeroplanes. It's not like
So knowledge
a
is
better
not
idea.
a system of knowledge is not considered technology.
A system of knowledge is not considered technology. No.
Technology is not the application of conceptual knowledge.
No.
Okay. I mean, you just need a dictionary, but that's fine.
Engineering is, well, that gives usages, not definitions.
Okay.
But I still haven't heard my question answered. The question was,
go ahead. What was the question?
Would make this immoral if you think that slaughtering a whole bunch of people commanded by God, what makes it immoral?
Well, we just agreed that there are, well, actually, you said you wouldn't slaughter somebody if they raped your family. That's, I mean, if you can't agree then I guess there is no justification
I
for
didn't
slaughtering
say that.
people.
I said I wouldn't slaughter my family if someone raped my family.
That's not the question I asked you. I asked you, would you slaughter people if they were raping your family?
No.
Okay, so then we agree. According to you, there is no justification to slaughter people, even if they were horrifically raping your family. So, all right, in your system, I guess you're holier than all of us.
Hang on. We've got to like give context here. If you're talking about there being
know, it looks really
currently
bad.
attacked, then yeah. Well,
okay.
I mean, it doesn't. If
All
you're
right,
talking
so-
about capital punishment, then no. But it's just a dodge around the question because in this story,
No,
they killed the people that they claimed were being sort of, having horrible things happening to them. So we've
Well,
got
just
to
because-
get a clear analog, a clear analogy between your graping family and that situation that happened in the Bible.
Yeah.
And it still doesn't answer the question of whether it is
Can a
moral. It
victimizer-
sounds like you're trying to say, yes, it would be moral. So you
it's
have just said
hard.
it would be moral to genocide people.
It's hard to have conversations when you throw out 6 different points, right? Like you have to go step
This
by
is
step
all the
here.
one point.
Well, you had multiple points here that I'm not going to be able to address all because you just throw them out and see
No,
what sticks
there's
to the wall.
two. There's two. It wasn't a decent analogy, and you didn't answer the question. That's 2 points. That's all.
All right, go back through step by step here because you threw out more than 2 and it's hard to follow.
So your analogy is people raping your family, and I said the family would be killed in that case because that's what they did to the Midianites and the Ebionites and the Amalekites and all of those other people. So that would be the analogy. Hang on, let me finish.
I said step by step.
No,
That's the first
stop.
Point. Let me address it.
You wanted a explanation. Stop. Like seriously, you asked for an
You're going
explanation.
to throw out
and you cut
another
me
point
off.
right now. But that's because I said let's go point by point,
and
you're about
point. It's the
right,
same
go ahead,
point,
let's see.
Alex. Jesus. The analogy is that, hey, I would just kill the person raping my family, but the correct analogy is I would kill everybody except for maybe my younger sister because they haven't known the touch of a man. That would be the correct analogy. The second point was it still doesn't answer.
Come on, dude. I said point by point, and you're about to just
okay. That's the first point, and I know you're trying to ignore whether or not to say it's moral. You're trying to get around
and let me
that.
answer you now. Thank you. No, it wasn't an analogy comparing the situations. I was throwing a hypothetical out there to show you that in some certain circumstances, it is justifiable to slaughter a people. Now, if you want a one-on-one analogy, can a victim be a victimizer?
Okay, can we just all pause for a second and
no,
realize
answer my question.
Sometimes
no,
it is
answer my
moral
question.
to slaughter an entire people. This
Go
is
ahead.
Christian
Appeal to the
immorality.
audience and Gish Gallop.
I just want to touch
You
on
want to
that
answer
for
my
1
question?
second. We just got it
You
is
agree
moral
that there
to
is a
slaughter people.
You agree?
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
You literally agree.
Oh, I did not agree. It was moral
so you
to
wouldn't slaughter people graping your family. Are we going to go back over this another time?
No, I wouldn't slaughter people.
Yeah, exactly.
If I defend
because
them,
you
I
would,
defend
you're
them.
a cuck, and you would let people grape your family, is what you're telling everybody.
Wow,
that's not what he said. That's literally not what he said.
I
He
think
said,
that's
let me offer some clarity here because he specifically said if it was in the moment, yeah, he would take care of it if he could. Right. But he's saying if it's after the fact, right? The harm is already done to his family. We here in America, as you well know, Alex, have a justice system that serves and does on our behalf to take care of those things. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, I believe he is adhering to allowing the justice system to do its purpose and job instead of 10 days later randomly going and tracking that person down and killing them. Right.
I understand that.
I don't. Well, just as an aside, sorry, Sarah. I don't support capital punishment either. It doesn't work. It's not helpful. So I don't support that either. Okay. So no, I wouldn't after the fact. Okay, go for it.
No, so I wasn't giving an analogy to compare the situations. I was giving a hypothetical. Huh?
Then why bring it up?
Because I'm telling you why. If you listen, you always complain about people interrupting you and then you interrupt. It's hilarious. I don't mind it because it's a discussion. We can interrupt. That's fine. But the reason I brought it up, like I already explained, is it's a hypothetical to say that there is a situation, and you agreed to it, where under the right context and in certain circumstances, there is a justification for the slaughter of people.
Well, it depends what you mean by a people, because if you mean
Right.
an entire tribe, I
No,
don't
I
think
don't.
there's a justification for that.
But I did give you the hypothetical, and in that hypothetical, you would agree, correct?
I would try to stop them. Yeah.
Can you
I never
like
said I would
all right,
slaughter
so
them.
you would
Like
agree. Can you just
if I stopped them and tied them up. No, this is your hypothetical, so
No,
don't
yeah.
just run away from it like
Yeah, so you're
okay,
changing the hypothetical.
call me a cuck again. That
You're
adds to the
all right,
conversation. That
cuck.
shows your morality.
I
Like
think all
that
right,
is your
one's in the chat
morality.
if Mark is a cuck.
Yeah.
Anyway,
This is the
I don't
level
know
of
if
discourse
I
we get
yeah, I
from
don't know if your points, Alex, are driving home. And I think maybe did you have another talking point you wanted to go into, or maybe Mark, if you had another one you wanted to dive
Yeah.
into, because I
I
don't
just
know if
wanna
this one establishes the morality, because we're taking a pastime from the Bible of a situation where none of us were there, and we're also
Mhm.
applying that with our today's society and justification system.
Yes.
And I feel like maybe at this point it's moot because nobody's translating between the two between you guys.
all right,
So
yeah, that's fair.
That's called
Mark has another point.
presentism. Yeah, that's
yes,
presentism, where you're
yes.
basically applying morality to people in the past who had no idea about that moral system. The problem there is that presentism is moral relativism. It's saying under different circumstances, we would have a different moral code. So in order to use presentism, you have to appeal to moral relativism. That is just how it is. My point is that any of this behavior would be moral as
Are we
long
moving
as you
past this? I thought like
Oh, let
Yeah,
him
okay,
finish.
move past it.
Let him finish.
I mean, if he's
That's
gonna
fine,
finish
that's
and then I'm
fine.
gonna want to say something and we're gonna keep going.
Well,
we
I
can keep
mean,
going on it, but you seemed like you wanted to move past this, Sarah. That's all I'm saying.
Alex thinks it's moral to slaughter people. I mean,
And
yeah.
Mark is a cuck who would let people grape his family and do nothing about it. So there we are.
Christian
Do you,
morality.
you have another
Christian
point, Mark, that
morality,
you want to get
ladies
to
and
now?
gentlemen. Christian morality. This is what it leads to:
All right,
persecution.
You said you had
name
another
calling.
point.
No, it's fine. I think I'm good with your,
Cool.
incredibly moral name calling there.
Well, if you could have answered a question straight instead of gish galloping, we would have been in a different position.
I wasn't the one desperately trying to avoid whether it be moral to
Okay.
slaughter people, and it's horrifying that you
No,
think it'd be moral
I
to
said
slaughter
yes,
people.
and I was showing you that exactly why you would also, in certain circumstances, agree, but you wouldn't answer a hypothetical straight. So that's why we ended up in this position, Mark.
Well,
Just
it's not
wanted
a
you to know that.
straightforward hypothetical.
Well, you literally can't answer hypothetical. Mark, how would you feel this morning if you didn't eat breakfast?
Hungry.
Okay, perfect. You could have just did that, man, but you didn't want to.
Well, I think I still
What?
think your hypothetical wasn't really par for the course in this aspect, because it just I don't
If
know.
you'd
I
like,
think
I could finish my thought on it to wrap it all together because I couldn't get to it.
Go
My
ahead.
whole thought, because it wasn't
Wrap
an
it up.
analogy. I agree. It's not a one-to-one analogy, and I wasn't making it that way. It was a hypothetical to show that in certain contexts, it's justified to slaughter a group of people. And I would say if you can imagine a situation where there's justification, the all-knowing, all-powerful God who created everything could have a moral justification for the things he does that we could not grasp. That's very easy to get to, in my opinion.
And I just want to make a point to that it doesn't have to be that God ordered you to do this. All that has to be is that Alex thinks God orders him to do it, and he would do it, and he thinks that's moral.
Completely false and a misrepresentation of my worldview.
Oh, that's what you said.
It's not, but okay.
Yeah, so anything can, this is where I point back to, anything can be justified if you think that a God is commanding you to do it. Anything. It's literally, he's saying, well, you can do all of these things under secular humanism when it specifically opposes it. But the most awful things, but don't forget, Alex gets his morality from God's nature. That is within God's nature. Therefore, it is moral.
And Mark gets his morality from his imagination that's completely natural and within scientific explanation.
Is scientific explanation in my imagination?
No, your imaginary thoughts are just determined by the physical processes in your brain, but we already went over that in a different debate.
Do you think your thoughts are real? Do you think your thoughts are real?
Do I think they exist in a realm that contains a mind? Yes. You don't think you have a mind, apparently.
Why would I not think that?
Because you just said everything's natural. So unless your mind is natural, Oof, that's a tough worldview to
When did
swallow.
I say everything's natural?
You said your thoughts were natural, which would imply your mind is natural.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so this is what you do, Mark. Like, when did I say that? I didn't agree to that. Well, yeah.
You said everything's natural, not my mind is natural. Okay. Do you not hear what you say?
There are supernatural things?
I don't know. I don't think so. How can I tell what's supernatural? Can you give me an example of something supernatural?
I don't believe everything is natural. Well, I don't know. I mean,
well, I don't think
it's wild.
Is.
Why do you do that?
Do what?
You play on the fence of like, I didn't say that, but then when pressed on it, you're like, well, yeah, that's pretty much what I think.
Yeah, it's because you're straw manning. You're basically saying that I said that everything is natural, and I never actually said that. I said that my thoughts, my brain, my mind is natural. So you're actually misrepresenting me while then trying to claim that I've said something else, which is what you've done a lot throughout this debate, actually.
You're quibbling over
the fact
words.
that well, I mean, I think I've only ever seen
everything you could ever think of.
Please show me something. Can you please?
It's not what he said, Alex. I would agree with. Mark has been very concise with his points, and I think you are kind of feathering them out a little to make them work with what you want to push in your arguments. And I can agree with Mark on that. That you're doing that, Alex. So I think the whole concept of naturalism is he was comparing the idea of a thought process, right? Just because I think of something doesn't make it necessary, so on and so forth. And that's why I offered the translation of when something materializes, going from is it natural to something that's actually materialized, like a thought, a creativity, imagination, whatever, into materializing it.
I mean, it seems a little dishonest to me when someone says, I didn't say everything is natural, but when I ask them if they think anything is supernatural, they say, no, I can't think of anything. I mean, it's pretty dishonest.
Could you show me something supernatural? What's your example of something
That's not the point. The point is you think everything that you could, like literally anything you could imagine, you think is natural. But when I ask you if everything is natural, you're like, well, I don't know. Could you tell me if something?
Well, everything I'm aware of is natural. I've never seen anything.
So that's the dishonesty and quibbling over words I'm talking
about.
No.
It's just being very precise in my language because while I don't think there is anything supernatural, I've never seen it. My position on that is provisional. As soon as I'm showed something supernatural or someone makes me aware of something supernatural, I'll believe that there's something is supernatural, but not a moment beforehand. So me asking you then, like, what is it supernatural? Okay. You're just refusing to answer.
Is all water wet, Mark?
What do you mean?
Is all water wet?
I don't know. Probably, yeah.
Okay,
well,
so
wetness isn't a thing. It's
can you show me water that doesn't get you wet? It could be possible. So don't say all water is wet, Mark. If you don't want like those words, can all water get you wet?
I don't understand what the hell you're talking about.
Right, because when I say is everything natural, and you're like, well, there could be something that I'm completely unaware of that is supernatural, and I don't know.
Yes.
Then you would also have to say that if I say, can all water get you wet? You would have to say no. Why? Well, because all water that I can think of can get you wet, but there could be some imagination of water that I don't know about that could not get you wet. That's the dishonesty I'm talking about.
So wetness isn't an actual thing. So you can wear hydrophobic material and then it won't get you wet. I don't understand. Are you okay?
Wild.
Because
no,
I'm saying
amazing.
I'm saying that I don't know of anything supernatural. You're saying you do. When I ask about that, you go into this, is water wet?
Because I'm showing the dishonesty and I think everybody can see that.
What do you mean? I mean, like, what you want me to say? I know for
Mark
a fact there's nothing supernatural in the entire universe. That's what you want me to say. But I don't never.
Here's what's going on. You're trying to get him by you saying he's being dishonest. You're implying that he's being bad faith and not answering. He's answering with leaving room for error, right? That would actually make him be more honest. Like, just for instance, like, do you believe in aliens or whatever? And it's like, well, I mean, I've never seen one, but not to say they're not there. right? He's
Sure.
leaving room for error. That's all he's doing, and that's what is keeping him honest and in good faith in the conversation by admitting there may be a situation that he just hasn't come across or something that he doesn't know, right? I think that that's all he's trying to imply. He's not trying to be an asshole.
I understand. I don't see it that way, but
Awkward silence. Okay, here's
Yeah,
what we'll do.
I don't know what the hell water has got to do with any of this. It's so weird.
I see what he's saying. I understand where Alex is trying to go with it. I just don't think that it works in this instance because you're not trying to like scapegoat away from the question or anything like that. You're answering very honestly and leaving room for error. He's implying that you're not leaving room for error, right? Like that's what he's
Okay.
trying.
Okay. Well, I do have a question for Alex that'll maybe start us off again. Would you acknowledge that Christianity has made some horrible, grievous errors in the way that has implemented its morality in the past?
of course.
Okay. Why should we now believe that the normative interpretations by the same institutions would provide a better answer?
Well, just based on the studies I provided, I mean, we didn't get into the studies, and I don't think we have time to do that now. But I did. I mean, not that I don't think you didn't provide pushback because you don't have any, but we didn't get into any pushback. So I'm just assuming that maybe you don't have any on the studies. But we do see a lot of these studies in the way that modern Christianity has played out in our societies has made our societies a lot better than any other ideology.
I certainly say that Christianity has contributed to the way society has turned out. I would sort of say the Enlightenment is really where the turn took, and that was a lot of deists and atheists as well, Voltaire and people like great thinkers as well that were not Christians. So I don't see Christianity, with the horrendous thing that it's done in any way counterbalanced by good things that they've done. Just because, like, for instance, all the universities, there was only Christians around at the time because you were kind of, killed for not being a Christian.
So you can't think of anything good that Christians have done for society, or did I mishear that?
You
I
definitely
might have
that.
misheard that. I'm not trying to be bad faith here. I literally that sounds like you said you
must
can't
have
think,
misheard that.
bro. You said you can't think of anything that would outweigh the bad that Christianity has done.
I don't know what you're hearing. I said I am certainly not dismissing the good that Christianity
Okay.
has done for society.
All right, I misheard. I'm sorry.
Absolutely, like all the universities, all of the studies, but that has to be taken into account with all of the horrors that it has committed. And at the time, only Christians were around. So because only Christians were around and you were, subject to the Inquisition if you weren't a Christian, they were responsible for all the good and the bad because there was just Christians around.
Well, with the universities in America, that's not true at all. The Inquisitions weren't happening then.
It still was
in America.
Well, yeah. I mean, you still had the Puritans versus the Quakers, for instance. They were being persecuted there. You had, as an atheist in that time, you still had the Salem witch trials later on. I mean,
Thomas Jefferson was literally taking books out of the Bible, and he wasn't persecuted for it. So,
well, sure, but he wasn't, your average sort of person out there, was he?
I mean, we have writings of the people who we know more of, obviously, who were higher in society, but
sure. And I do acknowledge that a lot of the founding fathers were Christian, sure, but a lot of them were deist, which means that they don't have a moral system from Christianity. They took it as a secular moral system, and some of them were atheist.
So, I mean, genuinely asking, if you could wake up tomorrow, snap your fingers, and you could be in your country, I don't know exactly where you live, I can guess, but I don't even need to do any of that. In your country, if you could snap your fingers tomorrow and wake up and 99% of the population was atheist or 99% of the population was Christian, what would you choose? Or secular humanist for the debate?
I would like to live in a secular humanist society, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
Yeah,
Because I'm sure you
absolutely.
are aware of a lot of atheists who would answer the opposite, right?
What do you mean?
Like they would say they would actually rather live in a Christian society.
Yeah, I think sort of when they say that they're usually given the choice, Christian as opposed to Islam or some other theocratical society. And if you gave me that choice, I would say Christian, but that
Mhm.
doesn't
That's a
mean I think
different,
that
yeah.
Christianity is better than secular humanism.
Yeah, I get
Um,
that.
I, I I think there's a lot of organizations that we would call secular humanists, like Médecins Sans Frontières, for instance, Doctors Without Borders, like things like that, where they don't have religion and they don't recognize any kind of human distinction. They are just simply out to serve humans. So, as the first priority, I would consider myself as a member of the human species and not as an Australian, for instance, is the country you're looking for there.
Cool. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't. Sometimes some people aren't open with where they're from, so I didn't want to say that if you weren't.
No,
Um,
no, no, I'm fine. I'm
yeah.
fine.
No, so I guess like what I was pointing to was like when Dawkins had that interview. Remember that where he was like, "I'm a cultural Christian. I like Christmas carols."
Yeah, he kind of is just saying that our culture has been shaped by Christianity just simply because it's gone through this sort of long line of Christianity only going back to Middle Ages and things like that. That isn't necessarily a good thing. It still has some sort of hangovers from that time, as I pointed out. Colonialism, for instance, the doctrine of discovery, where they only considered Christian people to be people. A lot of it has those problems still hanging around. So I think that culturally Christian, sure, I get what he's saying. That doesn't mean he's a
Yeah.
Christian, doesn't mean he believes
No,
in a
no, of
God. He
course.
just thinks he's cultural and, Christmas, Easter, that kind of thing.
Now, here's a kind of different question that popped in my head along the same lines. If the statistics that I gave were true, and I could go over them for you if you forgot them, it's been like 2 hours since I said them. But if the statistics were true, um, even if Christianity was false, wouldn't it be better for people to believe in it?
No. In the short term, it may be helpful for individuals, but over the long term, it would not be. We have a problem with Christianity. Well, there's a couple of problems. Number one is that because the study you're talking about is better mental health outcomes for Christians, the problem there is, and I've seen it a lot, is Christians do not frame their mental health problems as mental health. They frame them as spiritual problems, and they don't actually seek any kind of treatment or any kind of help for them. They go to their pastor and say, "Hey, I'm having a spiritual issue," when in fact it's a mental health issue. So I think that can be skewed, and the expectation that people in religions are expected to be happier. And a lot of people pretend to be happy because that is what's expected of them. And I've got some stuff on that if you do want it. Um, the other problem is that there are certain problems that we're facing in the world, like climate change. We're facing, asteroid almost came close to hitting us in 2019. It was called OK 2019. We have these problems, and from our point of view, we don't have some kind of magical guide to save us from any of that. So on the short term, yeah, maybe we'd be happier thinking that we're going to be saved by some god, but I don't think in the long term that's necessarily good for the continuing sort of health of society or the earth at all.
Okay. So just to press the question harder, I think the
Yeah.
study was about unalivement rates. So I think that would probably be different. But
Sure.
as far as the question, so like even if so like let's say you said there might be some problems, and some of those sounded interesting. I would like to hear more. You could send me those studies or those things you said.
Sure.
If there were no problems with the studies and it showed that believing in Christianity, even if it wasn't true, made people happier, made people more successful, made societies thrive more, would you still say, even in that situation, that it would still not be good for people to believe in it?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any studies that particularly specify, because it's not just sort of Christianity against atheism here, it's Christianity versus secular humanism. And you can be atheist and be a nihilist, for instance. you can be an atheist and be a secular humanist. Those are two very different worldviews, or views on how the world operates. So I'm not certain of any sort of benefit Christianity has over secular humanism in that regard. If it made people more comfortable, well, yeah, certain things will make us feel more comfortable. Like, for instance, if I think I'm going to win the lotto tomorrow, I might be a lot happier. Right. But in the long run, right, as I sort of spend my winnings that I'm going to get tomorrow, in the long run, it's detrimental. So it's not just, well, we've got to look at the short-term stuff. We've got to look at the entire outcomes that we're going to. And I don't see telling people a lie and getting them to believe something that is not true as being, on the long term, good for society. It usually never is.
So, and I totally appreciate the answer. And it's not that I'm not hearing you. I understand the question. Understand your answer. Purely hypothetical, right? Definitive studies, Christianity makes societies thrive, secular humanism does not. Or even, just that, purely hypothetical. Would you still then say Christianity's false, don't believe in it?
Well, it depends what you mean by Christianity's false, don't believe in it. I mean, if it makes, like, as a hypothetical, if you're saying, hey, somehow reality changed and lying to people made them better off, I don't see how that could be possible. But when you say Christianity is true, even if Christianity was good for people, then I mean, I wouldn't believe in a God. Whether it's beneficial or whether there's a God are two totally separate things.
What I'm trying to get at is, in this pure hypothetical, it doesn't have to be possible within what you would see as reality being. But what I'm trying to get is, if there were a group of people who believed these things, would you sway them away from this belief if it did in fact show that they were going to live in the short term and long term much more fulfilled lives and their societies were going to thrive much more than if they followed secular humanism? Again, completely purely hypothetical. You still wouldn't?
Probably not. But that wouldn't stop me from talking about my own beliefs. That is important to my self-actualization. Being the best person I can be is to talk about what I believe and why I believe it. So in this sort of hypothetical that you're giving, it's very strange, because you're sort of saying, hey, when it becomes a good thing to lie horribly to people and make them believe in something that doesn't exist, and it's like, well, in what universe would that be the case, that having an inaccurate representation of reality would actually be a good thing?
Well, I would say human rights fall under that category. It's something we make up. It's something we make up that we give people in order to help society flourish.
Well, it's based upon something very real, however. It's based upon that if you are some sort of ruler or a governor or somebody that governs people, without the consent either forced or gained from those people, you don't rule. That is a fact.
So, and that's kind of what I'm getting at with the hypothetical. You're saying in this situation, because of these, not constraints, but because of these variables, better word, that human rights are believing in these human rights that aren't real, that we do make up. We can make them whatever we want them to be. We just make them a certain way because we believe this is the way that society thrives
They're
best.
agreed upon, yes, and that social contract is made with the government, yes.
I'm saying that's kind of the same thing as my pure hypothetical of, we make up this religion, we have this God, he has these rules, we follow them because it makes society flourish. It seems to me, I don't want to be bad faith here, it seems to me that there's a strong anti-Christian attitude that's preventing you from agreeing with the pure hypothetical.
No, I don't disagree with the pure hypothetical, and I answered it. It's just the hypothetical. I mean, you're really expecting things to change so much, that lying to people about the nature of reality, that, I mean, how are you giving dignity to people by lying to them and making them seem, telling them outright lies to make them conform to your ideas? That isn't upholding the dignity of people. That is basically manipulating them.
Yeah, I guess I would just say I could say the same thing about human rights. And I know we disagree on that, but
You think that sort of, people being the ultimate holders of power within society is a lie that we tell them, that they can't change the government. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
the lie is that they have these things that are called human rights. They're only enforced by violence through the government.
Well, no, because the people can always, like, yeah, it's consent of the people, and that consent can be forced with violence, sure, but at the end of the day, you have to have that in order to rule people, in
Right,
order to
because if
have a country in the first place, a society in the first place.
I agree, the consent makes things a lot easier, because if there wasn't the consent and the people, rioted, they would use violence to take the power back. It's all
Yeah.
administered by violence.
And I mean, well, not necessarily. I mean, Gandhi managed to overthrow the most powerful empire in the world, and he didn't fire a single shot doing it.
And that's because the other people let him without violence.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if they chose to use
Well, I
violence,
mean, there
then
was a lot of violence. There was a lot of
okay.
violence. It's just
So
he
then it
didn't
was
stop.
administered through violence.
Well, Well, no, because he just refused to work, right? So they provided most of the food for the British Empire. They provided a ton of food for the soldiers. If they don't work and they don't work in the salt mines, you can force the government to do something that they don't want to do. And this is the most powerful empire in the entire world at the time. Vastly technological superiority. But if the people will not conform, there's almost nothing they can do about it. If the people are willing to die rather than to submit to totalitarianism, there is nothing they can do.
So they had to appeal to the people who had the ability of violence.
What do you mean?
Like, the people in power were still the ones capable of violence, and they had to appeal to them in order to get the power structure back.
Well, it's this, that the way that they were going would not get them what they wanted, and it was a higher cost to keep cracking down and, making the Indian people conform than it was to let them have certain rights that they demanded.
Right. So instead of using their violence, they just gave them some form of power back.
Sure, that's the whole idea of the social
I gotcha.
contract. We're basically
The
saying, hey, we allow ourselves to be ruled. On the flip side, we do not allow the government to do these things. And those things become our rights. Now, in secular humanism, it is based upon the very, like I went through in my introduction, the things that we need to be well. So we need to be happy and healthy, like our physiological needs, our food, water, shelter, all of these physiological needs. Our safety and security is another one, psychological need. And, ideally, with freedom and autonomy come self-actualization, the ability to be the best person that we can be. So we can withhold these rights. We can gain other rights. It's a matter of the people deciding what rights they have and what contract they have with the government. And that is why the government never owns anybody at any time.
Even in America, when slavery was legal, nobody was owned.
Well, yeah, but if you're claiming that's moral, I don't know what to
No,
tell you.
but I was just saying you said nobody was ever owned.
Right, by the government. Did the government enslave people?
I mean, they had particular camps that were government run, yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know the history of that, but yeah, I can say that's incredibly immoral. And I think that sort of that violates every principle of liberalism. I would, I think that's horrendously immoral. Do you think slavery is immoral?
I think that not all slavery is immoral, and I think we would all
Really?
agree. Yeah. And I don't want to rehash this. I mean, we're probably going to open panel soon.
Well, I'm
Maybe
just
on the open panel we could
interested.
talk about it more.
What slavery isn't immoral?
Rehabilitative prison systems.
I mean,
It's a
that's
form of
not
slavery. Yes, it is.
Well, no.
I would say it
No.
has all of the requirements of being slavery. You're restricted in your movement. You're restricted in your freedom. You can't have a family in prison. Like, you literally, that freedom is taken from you. You can't be the man of your house in a prison.
Yeah.
You're told when to eat, when to sleep, when to wake up.
Yeah,
And
circumstances don't equal slavery. The definition of slavery is when you are owned as property, right? That you are somebody else's asset that they can do with you as they want, even if that has rules around it. It still is that they own you as an asset, and I never consider that to be a moral thing because someone,
because
Yeah,
at the
I
end
think
there,
I'm gonna bump in on this one. I think that is a bigger conversation because I know there are arguments in both directions for that. And I would definitely not mind throwing that in on open panel if you guys want to, if you're okay with holding that thought, because we are at the 2-hour mark. And yeah, I know we could definitely have a bigger conversation because I know there's a lot of we had a whole conversation about prison systems. We had a debate about it, and I know it could go a lot of different directions, and I'd love to save that. So if you want, gentlemen, we can go ahead and go into closing statements, and then we'll read and respond to super chats, and then we'll get the panel opened up for you.
Cool.
Mark, would you like to kick us off?
Yeah. So I think what I've seen here, and maybe this is just my opinion, but what I've seen is a lot of acceding to a lot of really immoral stuff, just under certain circumstances. And I don't see the circumstances as moral. I don't see sort of taking this vengeance on people as being moral. I don't see a system owning people as moral. Like, that is deeply immoral. We all have a right to be free and not owned by another person. And so this is the Christian morality. It basically changes depending on which Christian you talk to, and not all Christians will agree with Alex, but I think what we've heard here is sort of the places that you can get to when your focus and your aim is to glorify a God rather than the actual well-being of people and society. Because if owning people as property is not good for society, and we know it's not good for society, either the slaves or the slaveholders. It's vastly immoral under my system, but apparently it's moral under Alex's. Slaughtering, an entire group of people based upon the ethnicity is immoral for me under any circumstance. Apparently it's moral for Alex if he thinks God allows him to do it. All of the horrible stuff that we've heard here, it's completely permissible when you're going into God's nature, because God in the Bible, his nature is all over the place from the Old Testament to the New. And that doesn't mean that all Christians are completely immoral. Most of them, I'm not looking for people being a secular humanist. What I'm looking for is moral compatibility. If you think God wants you to have a flourishing society and that people should be well, they should be happy and fulfilled in life, then we agree on almost everything. However, if you're basically going to say this is moral because my imaginary friend says so, then I don't even know how to discuss with you how to get to a better society. So I think in this, one person is focused on what is a better society, and one of them is focused on whatever is in God's nature that they can pull out, which suspiciously always aligns with what they personally believe. I cede my time.
Thank you, Mark. Alex, to you.
Yeah, so I think we had mostly a good conversation. I know it went off the rails there, mostly on my end a little bit. Sorry about that, Mark. Sarah's channel brings out the cage match in me, I swear. I think, you know what it is? It's the 2 hours of open dialogue. There's no other place where that happens. So it's a different format of
oh,
things,
mate, look, the chat is brutal. If I had hair, I'd be pulling it out right now. Like, seriously.
But I do think that Mark was unable to provide a reason why my hypotheticals were not in line with secular humanism. The answers he gave were, well, it affects the freedom of certain individuals. But he's willing to go against the freedom of certain individuals, such as criminals, when it benefits society. But when I gave him these hypotheticals, he would say, well, if it goes against even one person, you can go back and check. He said, even if it goes against one person's autonomy, then you shouldn't do it, even if it's a net positive to society. And I would say, well, what are we doing with our criminals then? We got into this whole discussion about rehabilitation and all that. But even under a model of rehabilitation, it's still slavery. It meets all the requirements. You can't tell me that if I did that to somebody and took them into my home and treated them that way, you wouldn't say that I had enslaved them. I do think that, yeah, I understand being on the end of a hypothetical you don't want to answer. I get that. But I do think that it's more powerful to just answer the hypothetical. I answered very many questions that are hard to answer straight up. I think just in debate alone, optically, biting the bullet goes a lot further than you would think. I also think that Mark doesn't necessarily understand all the entailments of his worldview. I'm sure he would say the same thing of me. I do appreciate the conversation. Always appreciate being on the Raging Tomato. Sub up, get those memberships in, super chat Sarah to the moon. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's this was actually very interesting. What I kind of pulled from this is, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that secular humanism is like starts with the individual and works its way out, whereas I believe Alex, in your perspective, Christianity starts externally and works its way into the individual. Like there's a higher calling for everyone, working externally. And it's an interesting take to see that like really spelled out in this debate, because I haven't necessarily always heard it in that perspective between debaters. So I appreciate kind of a new, fresh take, or at least a way in which I understood it the way I did. So thank you to both of you. This was a really good conversation. Alex, I need to put you in your place sometimes because you are very big on interrupting, and I know you're working on it. I know you are, because you tend to do better each round, but we gotta nip that one in the bud.
That's why I need you, Sarah.
Thank you. Every time you get out of line, I'll just throw my shoe at you. Sarcastic Warlock, and ladies and gentlemen, the link is dropped in the chat if you want to start hopping backstage. I know it's already filling up back there, so it's good to see all of that. Sarcastic Warlock with a big 5. Morality is the say it for me.
Idiosyncrasy.
Thank you. Of decadence. Oh my God! Actuated by a desire to avenge themselves with success upon life. Any thoughts, gentlemen?
I think we would
Yeah,
both.
Nietzsche. Yeah, Nietzsche was a nihilist, so he didn't believe in any morals at all. Which, I mean, you can be a moral nihilist and sort of place priorities on things, but Nietzsche was very depressing and sort of very anti any kind of utility. So yeah, I wouldn't agree with him.
Yeah, I think if you truly live out nihilism, I don't think anybody really can besides some really dark people.
Fair enough. Sarcastic also follows up saying, honor is simply the morality of superior men. H.R. Mencken. Christianity enshrined itself and declared itself needed. Now honor is gone. Christianity is failing, and we're worse off than ever. You're welcome to respond if you want.
Okay. I don't know. That's an interesting thing to think about.
Well, I think that sort of honor is that self-actualization, being the best person that you can be, like talking with integrity, talking things, being able to keep your promises, being able to speak truthfully. That is all helpful in developing who you are as a person, and it helps society. It's very, very useful for society. Now, I don't think we're worse off than ever. I'm not sure why we would think that. I do note that some of the secular countries in Scandinavia, like Finland, has the best education system in the world. Is a secular country. The Sweden has amazing systems going. Secular country, like all of these secular countries. I mean, Japan, for all of its idiosyncrasies and all of its problems, has done a really good job in building a beautiful city of Tokyo. They are secular, so I don't see how we're worse off. I wouldn't agree with that.
I do. It is really interesting, the quote, because I think hopefully we all have at least one man in our life, and hopefully more, where when you're around them, you just know they're morally superior men. Like, they stick to their word. If they say something, they do it, right? They're not cowards. Like, I could list off a bunch of qualities, and I like that definition of honor because those no other way to describe those men but honorable. And I think we all can at least point to one man in our lives like that. At least I hope we can.
Okay. Very nice. Oops, my cursor's not working. All right. And Speedy Lee with a big 5. Man does not strive for happiness. Only Englishman does that.
What's up with all
I
these
think
Nietzsche quotes?
Well, I think he's making a commentary on sort of the happiness that's just like short-term pleasure kind of thing. I think that sort of happiness these days, like when we talk about the greatest happiness principle, we're not talking about, Yahoo, I won a game, or this short-term, I enjoyed some time. It's really talking about that deep life satisfaction with I am, fulfilling a role in society. I am doing well. I am loved, accepted. All of these things gives life satisfaction, which really that's what we're talking about. And I don't think it's just Englishmen that do that. I think all of us look for that.
Interesting. Big Bad Mama with the big 5 says even the charitable parts of Christianity are often justified by appeals to selfishness. Be generous so that you can get into heaven. Comments? I think that one's at you, Alex.
The charitable parts of Christianity are often justified appeals to selfishness. Be generous so they can get into heaven. I think that this is misplaced. While I do think there are Christians who only do things to quote unquote get into heaven, I think the true Christian attitude is not what can I do to get from God, but what can I do because of what God has done for me. Again, I think there are people who abuse that, but I think that is the true Christian attitude.
Yeah, I would say that
yeah,
that's
go ahead.
not extreme Christian. Like I think that most of the people I've talked to, but I guess that the fear of going to hell is the flip side of that. Like people are afraid of going to hell, and I think we see a lot of problems in that sphere with sort of religious trauma syndrome and things like that. That they still have this latent fear of hell, even though they're a good person. They've been doing good for society. And it seems to the secular humanist to be really unfortunate and sad that people still have this really constricting fear over them. It is really sad to me.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have a wrong idea of what hell is. I think I even had a wrong idea of what it was for a long time, but I think our background, what's that famous book? Was it Dante's Inferno? I think that's the conception of hell most people have, and I just don't buy it. But I do think that that wrong conception of hell, I would agree, Mark, it does produce an unhealthy mental state.
That's fair. And Powder Dusty sounding off with the big 50 and says, which group is most generous? Here's 50 on agnostics and atheists. Shots fired. Bait trap has been set.
Yeah, and that does actually support my point that it's found that atheists are more generous to whoever their out group, not just their in group. So that's something we've noticed.
Really? Huh. That's interesting. The bait was taken. Not my circus, says the Big 10 to say agnostic, but then Brandon sends 50 and says, tell Slow State virtue signaling is cringe as fuck, but I'd be willing to debate him if he ever wants to do a formal down the line. I'll make sure to buy a new mic before we do if he accepts. And I don't know if that's the same Brandon that's backstage or not, or if there's another one somewhere out there. So I don't know what that lore is, but shout out to both of you. Thank you so kindly.
Well, I'm not sure who that's for, because I'd just like to point out that I don't do virtue ethics. I do utilitarianism. So that's a weird comment to make.
He's talking to Flow State. They call him Slow State to make fun of him. Yeah, it was definitely shots fired back and forth to each other. So it's all good.
No, fair call. Sorry, I thought I was in the line of fire there.
Nope, you're well.
I'll jump on the bullet, Flow State. I'll throw myself in front of it. Yeah.
Sarcastic Saint put you in the line of fire, but sincere hypocrite with the Big 10. I find it funny how Mark says which denomination is true, but then presupposes the Western narrative of a papacy, deciding councils, as well as thinking the Bible is an IKEA manual for morality.
Well, yeah. So the problem isn't that, hey, I think that the papacy is true, or I think that Eastern Orthodox is true. What I'm pointing out, that in a society, when they start to put down these denominational ethics and moral systems, all of the others disagree with them. So it's a problem that is to do with the authority that you're giving to people who are the, as I said, normative interpretation of Christianity. What's normative to each to that different Christians is different. So if you start to put down moral designations to your flock, and other people, they just go somewhere else. But if you're actually implementing that in society, then the rest of society are not going to obey that pronouncement. All of the, if you put something down that's Christian, all the Muslims, all the atheists, all the Hindus, all of these people, they won't follow it. So it's not good for society.
That's fair. And then Airborne Animal says with a big 10, disappointed in what appears to be bias moderating by Tomato, allowing Mark to interrupt and drone on, but not allowing Alex to do the same. Shots fired. Number 2, real science does not require any consensus. You're both welcome to respond.
Yeah, I don't know where you got the first one from. Maybe if I'm asked a complex question, I'll be complicated in my answer, but I think there's nuance to things. There's not just yes and no. Things, if someone's just telling you yes or no with every question, you're not learning anything. Science doesn't require consensus, but it does require peer review from experts. That's part of the scientific method that we have. So I don't know what you're talking about.
I think it's because Sarah met me in person, so she sized me up already. She thinks she can take me, but she doesn't know about Mark. So
I can take both of you. Piss off.
I believe that. Yeah, absolutely.
And Airborne follows up with another 5. Thank you. I will absolutely share my thoughts, particularly when they are by people that I support, super chats, and that I know can do better. Well, do better. All of us, I guess. And then we already read Brandon's out. And Andy comes in with another 5. Presentism is not moral relativism. It's exactly the opposite. Presentism assumes that our current standards are correct and uses them as a standard. And that was when I kind of pointed out that the two things we were going back and forth on with the what would happen then versus what would happen now if somebody harmed your family.
Yeah, I'll just quickly address that, because basically in history, presentism is saying, hey, these people did these horrible things in the past. They may have had practices that culturally we would reject in current morality, but we don't try to judge them for doing it because they didn't have the understanding of the consequences of those actions on their society, on their, the people around them that we do today. So you're basically saying that, hey, something is morally acceptable in a different time, right? It's kind of like saying, hey, my grandfather said something horribly racist, but, he's a product of his time. That's exactly what it is. So any relative change from now to then, it is relativism. You would have to appeal to something else to make it non-relative, that, hey, it's based upon God's word or whatever. Okay, but just saying, hey, it was in the past, so it's okay, is presentism. I'm sorry, it just is.
And I do think that it's kind of weak for if Christians say, well, that was just back then, because kind of what they're saying is, oh, it's immoral, but God allowed it back then, so God allowed something immoral, which is why I think in order to be consistent, you have to understand that God commanded it. It is moral. But I think, and hopefully people got the point I was trying to make, the better approach is to show the person on the opposite side that the entailment of their worldview ends in some sort of thing that they're condemning on the other side.
Fair enough. And I think Andy, get your butt up here. I know you went on this panel. Dustin with a big 5 says, doesn't Mark support a science that uses animals as test subjects and experiments? You're welcome to respond, Mark.
Yeah, Dustin, it's secular humanism, not secular mammalism. So I prioritize humans, and I acknowledge that that is a subjective thing because I'm human. I'm not a test, a mouse or something. So I will prioritize humans just like I will prioritize my family over, the stranger in the street. I'm sorry, that's sort of how it works. Social interactions work. So I will prioritize a human over an animal. I'm sorry if I rescue your baby before Fluffy, your cat, but that's just what I prioritize.
And so you're not like a vegan or anything, right, Mark?
No, I think that so there's moral obligations and moral virtues, basically. So I think that it's a moral obligation not to harm anybody, not to assault anybody, all of these things. But it's a moral virtue if you give to charity. Like, it's not expected, but it does make you morally better. And I think veganism would be a moral virtue, but not a moral obligation. I've cut down on my meat a lot just because of what it does to the environment, and it seems to be better off, not doing it. But I still eat meat from time to time, sure.
And so you would say then that in the same way, like it's okay to own an animal. Like in the same way that it's okay to eat an animal.
Sure.
And I don't want to drag it back into this, but it is interesting. Do you think you could differentiate what it means to own an animal and a prisoner?
Yeah, one's an animal. I'm a humanist, not a mammalist.
Right, but like in the way that one owns an animal, isn't it similar to the way a prisoner is in a prison system?
No.
Could you tell me why?
Because if I have a gecko, I can sell it or kill it.
Is that the only differentiation? Oh, well, I mean, you couldn't I don't know about gecko. It gets into vagueness because there's some animals that you would be able to kill and some that you wouldn't.
I don't know. What's her name? Kirsty Gnomes took out a dog and a goat with no repercussions. So
really,
yeah,
I don't know.
I
Is
don't
that an
think-
Australian thing?
No, that's a US
it's America?
political
I
thing.
don't know.
Yeah. She shot her dog and shot a goat. But
Nice.
like, you wouldn't be able to walk into a prison that you own and shoot some prisoners just for the hell of it.
Gotcha.
Airborne says with another 20, the vast majority of unaliving of the unborn, 98+% were not by grape, and thus were created via consensual sex. So because the mother chose to do it, she does not have the right to unalive the unborn per the humanist's logic.
No, she does, because it's not that you don't have a right to unalive people. It's only in certain circumstances when, say, your bodily autonomy is being violated, you're under threat. Like, so you can defend yourself. That's perfectly fine under secular humanism. There's no problem with that. So if your bodily autonomy is being violated, now what we do is we basically give time for the woman to decide if she consents to having that child or not. And if she accepts responsibility for that child, then she accepts responsibility. But she's got to make that choice whether she does accept that responsibility or whether it is infringing upon her bodily autonomy. That's basically it.
I would actually push back on that. By the mere idea that you say whether she accepts responsibility or not implies there is a duty and a responsibility, right? Like, you're
What do
already
you mean?
implying that to say I accept, right, means that there's a reject, right? So I can either reject responsibility or accept responsibility, which implies there is a responsibility, also known as a duty, already attached to that action, right?
Well, it's about consent. It's about whether she consents to have her body used in that way, just like you would consent whether to have somebody, put it as succinctly as possible, penetrate your body, basically, which can be, I've heard some women speak favorably of. That is a matter of consent right there. So if she does not consent to it, then she hasn't taken on responsibility for that.
Consenting
that
to
child
sex, right? But this says that they're saying 98% plus of them were not unconsensual. That means the bulk of the women doing this, it was consensual sex that led to pregnancy, and then you said she can choose to accept responsibility or not, correct?
Correct.
From that point. Right. So that's what I'm saying.
Well,
What I'm saying is
okay.
she has the duty, right? You're by you simply saying she can accept or reject the responsibility automatically implies there is a duty already. There is a responsibility and an accountability. By rejecting responsibility, is that better for society or not? Like that's the question that rings in my head. If you say I reject responsibility, therefore I have an AB, right? You're rejecting responsibility of something that you did. You put yourself in that predicament and you are rejecting that responsibility. Therefore, if we all reject responsibility as a whole, let's apply that across the board, right? I accept responsibility or I reject it. If we apply that across the board throughout all society, then wouldn't that inevitably, like if we all just said, I don't feel like it, reject, then wouldn't that make us worse off if we just applying that logic? Well, it disrupts my bodily autonomy. Don't feel like doing it. Going to work and digging holes or going to work and building houses disrupts my bodily autonomy because I don't feel like doing it, right? It hurts my body. Like I reject responsibility. Making money because, I have to survive. I reject that responsibility because I
You
don't
can
feel
do
like
that.
doing it. Right. So what I'm saying is if you apply that logic across the board and to say I reject responsibility, well, that's like a shitstorm waiting to happen.
Well, I didn't realize I was doing 2 debates tonight, but sure.
Sorry, I just
No, that's okay. That's okay. So what we're talking about is rejecting the, there's no duty up front. You're basically like consenting to this or rejecting or basically rejecting your consent. You're basically withholding your consent. Now, people can choose to not go to work and live in poverty and do all of these things. It's not good for them. That their well-being will certainly suffer. Sure, but the question is, would it be a worse society if we forced people to go to work and forced people to dig ditches without their consent? And I would say that would be a horrible world. That would be an awful world where people were stuck doing this thing that they don't want to do.
Right.
So in that case, you have the choice of, well, I can quit my job, I can go on the road, I can, neglect what I see as my responsibilities. Okay, but it's going to be a worse life for you, sure. And it may be a better life for the woman if she does have the baby, but we don't force that upon her, just like we don't force people to dig ditches.
Well, I think right. We don't have to force people to do anything, right? I agree with you in that aspect, but I think there is some form of shaming, right? Like if you're the bum on the street and there's no shame in being the bum on the street, well then, like, why try to do anything if we can all just be bums? And I think the same would go for AB as well. Like if there's no shame in just going and getting an AB, right? If there's no shame in doing that, you know what? I don't feel like doing anything. Fuck it. Like I think that we kind of lost it's the concept of taking responsibility for your actions and we're allowing people to negate responsibility. So if there was no consequence to having sex, right? Premarital sex or even being married, right? If there's no consequence, and I don't mean consequence in a negative way, but like a responsibility that comes with that. For instance, the responsibility is, you're accountable for somebody else's body in that moment. If you have an STD, so on and so forth, yada, yada, yada. Or if you get somebody pregnant, if you get pregnant, like all of these things are things to be accountable for by engaging in that act. And we've negated the responsibility completely where people don't recognize it as a response. It's just a thing, right? It's just a thing you do for fun. They don't realize that other things can happen afterwards and you are now responsible for whatever happens after this action. Anyways, I just heard a magic word in there and it just
I think that what we're doing is we're really pushing out safe sex so people will not become pregnant or ideally will not become pregnant. But there still is a risk factor to carrying a baby. And what right do any of us have to say you will risk injury and death for something that you don't consent to when we have medical options available? I don't think I have that right to tell somebody they have to take that risk. And their autonomy, I don't see it as saying, hey, this person has a right to violate you because you know, that you just happen to have having sex, consent to sex is not consent to pregnancy. There's no way that that is the
Yes,
case.
it
But
is. You damn
oh,
well
it
know
absolutely is not.
all right. I will.
Absolutely not.
I'm gonna hold my thoughts, and that way we can let the
Well,
panel
I'll just
ponder.
add for the last thing I'll add, it's interesting that Christians push the contraceptive that we know is ineffective, rhythm method and all of that stuff, instead of really effective birth control methods, which is, I think it says it all right there.
Well, can I just ask one question for you of the panel? Is it your position that it's an unaliving of a human person, but it's justified?
Well, I would think that, I mean, I'd be really stretching definitions to say that, you know, the cluster of cells that they usually, you know, have an abortion with is a person. I'm not sure I would agree with that, but
Call it
it
20 weeks.
definitely is human cells, sure. It's a
'Cause, well
human fetus or a human, yeah, it is human, sure.
Well, I was just because you said person. I'm not holding you to that. It's just in
Well,
your
yeah,
example.
yeah.
I would say that that's consistent, the consistent position. I just think like even in the way that we're talking about, like this person doesn't have the right, like it is your child you're talking about there. I don't know. I would never speak of my child that way.
Well, I don't, you know, I think that I wouldn't try to tell you how you should feel about your child, Alex. Why should I do that?
I don't know. I just think society would be better off if we didn't hate our children.
Well, I don't think they hate their children. Like you're sort of playing this down as just either, you know, from Sarah, oh, they're just having fun. And I don't think anybody's, you know, ever gone to do something like that and said, oh, this is just a bunch of fun. I think there is consequences, even though they're not as serious as they could be. There's definitely consequences. And you mentioned yourself shame, which is never useful. But Alex, you sort of say, well, you know, it's just they hate their children. No, that's not necessarily the case. I don't think that follows.
If it is an actual person, and you can disagree with that, and that's a different debate. But if it is an actual person and it's just a justified unaliving of them, then I would say that that is hatred. But if you want to say it's just a clump of cells, then okay, cool. You don't hate this clump of cells. But
is capital punishment hatred
of your own children for no reason other than
no. In the prisons,
womb?
Capital punishment in America,
No.
is that?
Yeah, they deserve it.
Okay, well,
if you're saying your own
isn't
child,
that a
just because you
justification?
live, you deserve this. I don't know.
So
Before we get deep, gentlemen, let's hold that thought. Hold that thought, and Mark, I will let you come out of the gate swinging if you want.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's not even my second debate tonight is against Sarah and Alex
on abort on AB.
It's fine.
You hit a spot for me. It's good. I mean, I know it's definitely a great conversation to have, and I think people know where I stand on it very well. And like when I hear little words, I'm like, oh wait, hold on. But we'll get back to this. I promise. Let's go ahead and bring the panel on, and I will get back to more super chats. I'll start reading them throughout the panel. So bear with me. Thank you. We'll hold those. I'll get to them. Here we go. All right. For some reason, it was going slow on my end. Did it come through on everybody? Like the video play through well on everybody else?
It went through just fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes
It was,
StreamYard does that. It just
yeah,
shows,
like
you know,
starts delaying on. But I mean, I have like 10,000 tabs. So I see everybody's connecting into. So no problem there. And I do also still have backstage. I've got Brandon, Binks, Howdy. You still need to cam up for me, and Spicoli is waiting as well. So if you want them on here, you guys know what to do. You guys are all familiar with my territory and how we operate. Keep the interruptions to a minimum, keep the spurking to a minimum. I love the entertainment factor, but not if it's the whole freaking panel. Outside of that, I will leave the floor open. Mark, if you did want to continue your thought, I will give you priority if you want to.
I have two quick things, and then I'll shut up for a little while and just kind of observe. So the first thing I wanted to say, Alex, just so you know, because you didn't know who Kristi Noem was, she is the Secretary of Homeland Security. So just you should probably be aware of, especially if you're like a Trump supporter, which I suspect you might be. And she is
I'm
also
not very political.
That's fair enough.
I want to get more into it. I need to.
But I also wanted to push on Sarah a little bit, and again, I'm going to shut up after this. But I agree with Mark that consent to sex is not. I would say it is consent to getting pregnant, right? Like the possibility of getting pregnant, but it's not consent to carrying that pregnancy for 9 months, right? And I think the framing of it as just rejecting responsibility, like you're rejecting one responsibility, but like Mark said, like seeking an abortion itself is not like a fun, exciting experience. No one's it's not a joyous time. And it is itself a separate responsibility that people have to go through. And so I think that discernment is important. But I have secular.
What are you taking responsibility for if you have sex then?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you say that sex was taking responsibility to the possibility of getting pregnant?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so then what are you responsible for? I guess that is the responsibility for an abortion.
Yeah, I mean, you can choose. You're not consenting to staying pregnant for that full 9 months. You're consenting to that possibility, right, of getting pregnant. But we have like medical intervention. So
what does the possibility mean?
It means that you might get pregnant, and then you have to make a decision about whether or not you want to stay pregnant for 9 months.
That would carry moral weight. Wouldn't it carry moral weight?
If I speed on the highway, do I have a possibility of getting pulled over by a cop?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if he does pull me over, do I still have to pay that ticket and deal with whatever the consequences are because that possibility was just a possibility?
Yes, and those legal consequences can change based on like what the laws are of the area. The cop does not have to give you a ticket, right? They can let you off with a warning, or they can, they can say, hey, stop speeding. And if you're speeding all the time, maybe they might be more likely to give you a ticket or not. But again, it's relative to the laws. And what I'm saying is the laws aren't set in stone there. And we have medical
intervention. Drive a car, you might
get
into a wreck too. So do you consent to a car crash every time you get into a car?
No, you never consent to a car crash.
Right.
That's why you've got insurance.
But it's a possibility.
It's still a possibility.
Sure.
That's not true. I've tried to take people out on the road.
Oh God!
Christian morals, ladies and gentlemen. Christian morals, right there. Thanks,
that had nothing to do with Christianity. That had to do with.
They always say that, Dustin, and it always turns out otherwise.
Oh goodness!
I'm just giving Dustin a hard time. There's not a good, like, seriously. I'm just giving Dustin a hard time.
I think just one thing that Ryan said. If you take the position that it's the justified unaliving of your own child, then I can understand why you would say an AB. Sorry, I don't know if I can say these words. Is not a good experience, right? But if you don't take that position and you're just like, it's a clump of cells. Why is it like, all right, I get it. Like if I go to the dentist and get a tooth taken out, it's not a great experience, but it's not that bad.
Well, I guess I would say like the uncertainty, even if you're not sure, even if you're like are undecided on whether or not it's like you might refer to it partially as a clump of cells, you might partially like see it as your child. Like even that alone is going to be an emotional burden that you have to deal with. And I think we should be empathetic to people who are struggling with that choice.
I get that if you're back and forth on the positions and you're not sure. But if you're fully on like people, clump of cells,
the experience itself is not without
most people
risk.
Aren't like without. Most people don't want to have ever children ever, right? They just don't want to have them then. So they're dealing with those mixed emotions of, hey, I want this to happen, and this could be possibly a great thing, but I can't do it now, right? They're just exercising their judgment. Doesn't mean they're nihilistic monsters like that, like people portray them. Like these are genuinely difficult decisions, which is why it's like so horrible to like, call out and protest people who are going to get these things done. In fact, a lot of people who are having to have these procedures don't want to have them. at
Well,
all.
would you-
Like they're being forced to because of the
And a lot of
medical
them
situation
do.
they're in.
What would you say
And a
about
lot
the
of them brag
person-
about it.
Yeah, what would you say about the person who believes it's a
I-
child?
Oh, sure, I believe you. The worst possible case probably does exist.
Yeah,
I've
I
met
would
some
even
horrible
I
people.
would even say there was a girl that I was mildly acquainted with who had her fifth AB, I believe, and
What's her name?
not she's nowhere in this. Like
Yes,
I haven't
remember.
seen her. It's been probably like 10 years.
She's
but
coming on
Facebook?
Monday for a
five
debate.
of them had five.
Get her email.
Looks like
And
is she
I was
single?
just like, at what point do you stop utilizing that as your tool for prevention of having children, right? Like it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Well, we don't use that as the first tool of prevention. We want to have, sort of contraceptives as our first tool of prevention, certainly a last resort. But I really want to ask the question, what level of acceptable risk? Because don't forget, women still die in childbirth. So what level of acceptable risk is there that you want to force people to, Dustin, people to go through? Like what level of risk?
I'll lay my life down right now.
I'll be agreeable if there's a potential risk, right? Like she could die, have serious medical
There's always
issues.
a risk, Sarah.
I'm totally.
Hold on a second.
I totally acknowledge that if that's already upfront and very obvious to even what is it, ectopics pregnancies, like you have to technically have them removed because you could die from that.
Well, you can die even without that.
I'm agreeable at the idea that if there's some actual medical harm on its face value right there, yes, I think mitigating that scenario and doing that is beneficial, right? Because it's the life of the mother at that point. However, without that standing, and I put aside all of the exceptions, the medical risks, the if there's grape, things like that, I put those to the side. I think the exceptions are not the rule. The exceptions, yeah, if that it's not reasonable to expect somebody to carry for that. However,
doesn't abortion come with its own set of risks?
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah,
but they're
absolutely.
much less than carrying the child to term. So
And it doesn't matter because Christians get abortions too.
That's true too.
Well,
yeah,
they're going they're going against their religion by doing
Christians
so.
have different beliefs, kind of thing. So I'm not going to lump.
Not a single Christian that is actually a Christian would hold to.
Okay, that's a no abortion.
Okay, yeah, that's
not. No, it's not. No, it's not. I can literally give you
no
that.
real Christian.
It's not a new. It's not a new.
Would pretend to know who's the real Christian. Judgment is God's alone.
Hey, that's great. That's great. Except for God gave us an entire book and church history to look off of to say who is a Christian and who is not. Right?
And
the scriptures say you shall know them by their fruits.
Yeah, and Christians get.
Hold on. Does the Didache in chapter 2 verse 2 say you shouldn't have an AB?
I really want to go back to this subject without having it changed.
Oh, but you guys were all fine talking about this.
There's that part in the Old Testament where it gives you a prescription to make bitter water. So
except it isn't. Except you're interpreting it for yourself, and you think that you have the infallible authority to
bitter water is causes women to miscarry.
And you're not even a Christian, sir.
I'm not a Christian.
It never said miscarry. It never said miscarry. If you're reading the NIV, it's a mistranslation, and it's a modern translation.
You know who's a Christian? You know what the right translations are? You're an arrogant piece of shit, aren't you?
Hold on. If you're saying he can't have an opinion because he's not a Christian, that is a genetic fallacy.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said, Mark.
Now, I would like to go back to the original topic because I did want to say to Sarah that there's always a risk for women in pregnancy. It can look totally fine and there can be hemorrhaging when they actually go to birth the child. And sometimes the doctors cannot save them. So it's not a matter of, hey, these ones we don't allow through, but women still die because we don't see this coming. So I think you would have to consent to that risk in order to risk your life, even if it's a small risk. And when
Are they
with Alex
consenting
saying,
to the
well,
possibility by
well,
laying
hold on
down
a
in the
sec,
first place?
Hold on, Brandon. Seriously, calm down.
When Alex said, well, I would die to save them all, that's very noble and I appreciate that, Alex, but that is your consent, right? What we would ask is, do I have a right to risk your life when it's not me? That's the question.
No, I would
And
just
to
call
bring
you
it
a
just to bring it
coward.
to a real world stuff a little bit more, like one of the problems
can
with
use
current
Alex
abortion laws is that like this risk, while it's nice to say like, oh well, I support abortion in these cases, but in the real world right now, what we're struggling with is states where these like abortion bans are happening. Is that the ambiguity on whether or not the mother's life is like at risk enough is turning into doctors being unsure whether or not they're allowed to treat their patients, whether or not they're allowed to give abortions to women who probably need them, because they're not sure if they can prove it in a court of law that they absolutely needed them. And so women are this is why there's an increased maternal mortality rate because of these laws.
How many women give birth every year?
The deaths are usually around 30 per 100,000 live births. So it's very low, but there is the risk.
How many
30,
people die in car
wait.
crashes?
Wait, you said 30 out of how many
100,000, yeah.
that have the that die?
Die, yes.
Okay.
Last I read, it was like 30% have complications, but only 8% of that 30% have life-threatening complications.
Correct. Yeah. And a lot of it is they will have complications and it will be ongoing. It will be some sort of injury that affects them for their life, either, in some way. But, if we're talking about deaths, it's very, very small number. I will point out, though, that is exceptionally high for a first world nation in the US.
Again, though, we're talking about abortion as if Christian versus secular morality has anything really to do with it, because Christians get abortions and atheists like myself or agnostics, whatever, I don't agree with abortion. So this really isn't a one-to-one.
It's about what the ethics teach, Dusty.
Well, I think the concept would be if we stuck through like Christian ethics as a society as a whole, would that therefore be better holistically, and would even things like
Christian
abortion
ethics is a thing.
would abortion even be on the bill, if we were in a complete Christian society?
What are Christian ethics? Is it
right, Dusty? So I understand you just said you don't believe it's a thing, but if you don't believe it's a thing, why are you even up here debating it if it's not a thing?
No, because it's a good question we need to ask ourselves and be able to define terms. So when I'm talking
I don't think
about
you're a Christian.
When we compare
Christian
Christian versus secular,
Can the two of you, do you guys, you know what? Let's just give them a room. Everybody else, if you'd like to take a bathroom break now.
My bad.
What are Christian ethics?
Yeah. Christian ethics are the ethics taught by the normative authority of the church, as well as Scripture.
The Orthodox Church.
I'm not an Orthodox Christian, so I wouldn't be able to specifically vouch for the Orthodox Church.
There's over.
I have no blessing to teach Orthodox ethics, so I would just be going off a general Christian ethic. So I'd be going from Scripture and early church fathers.
You are an Orthodox. Are you an Orthodox?
No, I'm not. I'm not considered Orthodox until I'm baptized. I'm not even catechized.
Ethics.
General Christian ethics would come from Scripture as well as the early church teachings.
So no clothing of different fabrics. No.
Yeah, Dusty, this is like the lowest IQ reply you could possibly give.
Yeah, because you're not giving me anything to work with. You're not going to tell me.
Okay, you understand that the ceremonial and the civil law of the Old Testament was specifically given in like Leviticus and stuff like that, right? Like what you're quoting about different fabrics.
What you
We're
think
fulfilled. I'm telling you what ethics we hold to. We hold to the moral ethics of the Old and New Testament. We hold to the entirety of the New Testament, all the prescriptions given there. Now, the Old Testament, there are ceremonial and civil laws that no longer apply to us because the ceremonial laws were pointing to the new covenant that came and is already fulfilled. It will be fulfilled at the second coming.
So where does it say no?
You're boring me already. Shut up.
Yeah, because this motherfucker won't tell me what he thinks it is. He just keeps referring.
I just gave it to you. I just explained it word for word.
An easy example to point to is the Ten Commandments. You compare the Ten Commandments to the amendments of the American Constitution. So if God is so good, why the fuck didn't he give you First and Second Amendment in the commandments?
Yeah, I don't even think that the First and Second Amendment are absolute. I don't think that rights exist. So that's a great one, Teriak.
So as an American, your religion has successfully got you to disavow the First and Second Amendment, which is what
No, I didn't disavow it. I didn't disavow it. I just said it's not my ultimate arbiter for what is good.
Europeans are like getting taken out, like London's.
It's not my ultimate. Yeah, it's because you allow immigration.
And like Americans
with
literally laughing at us
with literally no restriction. That's why.
Like people getting locked up, like praying silently, praying in their heads outside.
Understood. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. And you know what else? And the Muslims are perfectly okay to blast their prayers on loudspeakers in Britain, right?
If they're not important to have, then why?
I didn't say they're not important to have. They're just not the ultimate arbiter.
Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. If you don't know how to have an actual conversation and speak and then stop and listen, then I'm just going to tell you to shut the fuck up because it's already getting on my nerves. Chaos Queen with a big 5 says, not going to lie, wine is sounding great. You earned it. Thank you so much, Chaos Queen. Please feel free to send more at this point. Sarcastic Warlock with a big 5 says, Nietzsche was not a nihilist and even wrote a book against it. If you think he's a nihilist, you are unread. Try again, both of you. What a joke. Anybody have a thought to add to that?
Back to the beginning.
I mean, I haven't read a bunch of Nietzsche. It's just everybody's opinion of him, whoever has read him. So maybe I should
call Nietzsche a nihilist when his main quote is "Life is hope."
Fair enough. Sarcastic also follows up with, I hope hell is real just so you two will go there for lying about Nietzsche. You unread garden hoses. All right, fair enough. And Airborne sends a big 10 to say women can reject responsibility for sex. Why cannot men, like the financial equivalent to unalive the unborn? How is this equitable, fair? Why are women held to a lower standard than men? That's a very good question.
Fairness is not a good question because men can't get pregnant, so there's no like already that standard doesn't apply, so it doesn't really make sense as a question. Like there's no obligation for men to grow a child in their belly.
Yeah, I agree with him.
I feel like, I mean, yeah, I know that, you know, physically it can be demanding on a woman's body, right? But it's not like the worst thing. It's not until like your, I don't know, 6th or 7th trimester when it actually starts really becoming problematic and you can't tie your own shoes or shave your legs, right? But it's, I mean,
trimester seemed to be when my ex got bitchy. Like she's getting big enough to like be uncomfortable, but
right. Yeah. Second trimesters. Well, I don't know. I felt like the second trimester, everything kind of like settled down hormonally, but I don't know. I don't think being the only female on this panel who has been pregnant and had 2 children, I feel like I can speak to the experience. I mean, I know we're not all the same, but I had 2 pregnancies and they both went perfectly fine. And it wasn't the worst thing in the world. Yeah, you're uncomfortable a little bit, but I mean, so is working out. Working out, you're very uncomfortable. Getting a herniated disc is uncomfortable. Like there's all sorts of things out there that are uncomfortable. It doesn't mean I have to take like a complete, like what would be the word I'm looking for? Like I don't have to go completely off the charts in order to, I don't know, satisfy.
You don't need to go after a fly with a bazooka.
Yes. Just because there's a little discomfort or like, oh, this is gonna hurt. You know, okay, it's 9 months. It's not the worst thing in the world, and
there are lots of people that are annoying that we can't kill because they're annoying.
Exactly.
I mean, you can, but you're
that we're not supposed to kill because they're annoying.
Well, I guess I abort duck from the panel every night.
Which trimester do you think he's in?
He's like
I don't know, Sarah. I, as your attorney, would advise you not to answer that question as it might incriminate you.
And Josh with the big 5 says, since you consent to the possibility of a car crash by driving, should you be denied medical intervention in the event of a crash?
Great question.
It's interesting because it is framed as a medical procedure, and it has this, like, you take the sting off of it, right? Now, if it's merely like removing a wart, then okay, call it a medical procedure. But if the medical procedure unalives a human person, then that's very different. It's not just merely a medical procedure. In that case, euthanasia is just another medical procedure.
Nice.
Well, we don't decide whether or not something's a medical procedure based on how ethical it is. We decide the ethics of the medical procedure.
The death penalty is a medical procedure then in that vein.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
just
it
taking
is.
away, like you're just framing it in a way that doesn't sound as bad to your benefit. Which, like, look, if you want to take the stance that it's a clump of cells, I understand where you're coming from. But if you're going to say there's any justification in unaliving your own child, I think our descendants are going to look back on that just absolutely horrified.
You know, like most people who get abortions are already mothers.
I've heard you say that before.
And I sent you a
And
source.
it surprised me last time. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that everybody I've ever, and I think I said this before, anecdotally, every woman I've ever talked to about this who's had one, which isn't a ton, but they all regret it. Maybe it's possible that that's why we're having the talk about it. But
well, wouldn't that then, because I think they're also mostly married too, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, so that kind of negates, because Ryan, I believe you made an argument earlier saying that they weren't ready for another child or for a child, whether it's financially this, that, and then they're kind of forcing them into that. And that to me actually would be worse for wear in terms of the argument if they're already married and already had another child. Like, you are fully aware of what stands behind that door. And if you're married and you already have it's really not that much more to have another kid.
Well, I didn't make that argument about like whether or not sorry, real quick, just because Sarah pointed at me there. I don't think I made that argument specifically. The argument I would make is that if someone does not consent to being pregnant for 9 months, we should not force them to. It's pretty simple.
If you grow up in the projects in Chicago, and from very early on you're acquainted with this lifestyle of literally going out and jumping people and shooting people and robbing stuff, it becomes very normalized to you. And you do it without understanding the implications of your actions until you get a 25-year life sentence and you're sitting in a cell thinking about it. I think it's the same way with, you say, you're like, oh, well, mothers do it. I think we're just so numb to it as a society because it's so easy to get done. And, oh, everybody does it. I mean, look, I'd probably say 75% of the women I know have had an abortion.
I think that framing is just really condescending to the women who go through this, because they know that they're doing something that's morally complex. They're not stupid. They understand that it's a difficult decision. They're going through it. They understand it far better than you do, it seems. So,
may I have a?
Because I don't have a womb. How do you know I don't have a womb?
Hold on. Dustin wants to leave, and we still have some more panelists backstage waiting, anyways. So, Dustin, if you want to give your final thoughts.
So the idea here is human secular ethics versus Christian ethics. The idea being that the substructure, i.e. humans, are ethical. I think that the idea of any principle being a made thing is only as ethical as the thing that makes it. So I don't believe humans being ethical is a reality, because we have examples of both sides breaching the ethical principles that are set in place by those who would judge others by breaking those principles. So when you ask these kinds of questions, it's kind of redundant. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye, Dustin. All right, and I've got Binks. Oops. And then I've got the real Brandon Mize, and Trippy Cast hanging backstage. Duck is still pending back there per usual. So if you want to see Brandon or Trippy Cast on, you know what to do. Andy, I want to turn the floor over to you, buddy.
I'm sad Mark left.
I know.
I had so many things to say about that.
Especially the present. I knew what you were saying. That's why.
He is wrong about presentism.
Follow that
100% wrong about that. He's just wrong about the definition. But I mean, I guess I don't know. All my points were for him. So.
I mean, well, I'm sure.
But in a way, it is a type of relativism, though, right? Because the present always becomes the past. So in a way, it is a type of relativism.
Well, the idea of presentism is that you're saying the present morals are the right ones. And he
Sure,
was
and then
using it.
that
He was
changes because you get to a new present, and then that present becomes the past.
But
and it
then
changes, therefore
those
being relative.
people in the present would say our morals are correct. That's presentism, right? So that's the fixed standard that you're applying to all past events. And so the Christian can use that argument because they say that there is a fixed standard. He's saying we couldn't use presentism, but we can use presentism. So his argument was just a bad one. That's all I was pointing out. But I mean, he was just wrong about the definition.
Yeah, moral relativism isn't an adjective you can place on presentism. They're just different ideas.
Any other thoughts?
Also, why does he say that natural emotions of reciprocity and empathy are the moral bedrock? Does anybody know? I wanted to ask him that.
Because it has lots of syllables. That sounds brilliant.
That's what he said in his opener. But empathy
because the bedrock of our emotions are the moral intuitions that we are born with. Morality comes from us,
even evolutionary,
not outside of us.
Even evolutionary psychology is going to admit that empathy can evaporate when you have like a lack of resources or you're fighting over. I mean, you're fighting over any resources, right? Emotions are going to be.
But it's pretty obvious that we gain the evolutionary advantage by our use of compassion and empathy.
Well, that's not my point. That's not my point. My point. I don't care that they exist. My point is, he is arguing for a moral system that is contingent on evolutionary psychological points. So if our resources disappear, it's totally morally okay to kill others for those resources because our empathy would disappear.
Not necessarily what he said, but that's
the logical consequence.
No different from a religious grounding either.
Well,
how
I
much
think it is different than a religious grounding.
On Sunday matter, is dependent on how hungry you are.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
How much I know because you were fucking talking. How much
you started talking over me, dude?
On Sunday matters is relevant to how hungry you are.
Why? I don't even understand your point.
What?
Well, he's saying that like your ability to be empathetic, for instance, if I was poor on the street and had no food to eat, I wouldn't necessarily feel bad about stealing bread from you, right? My level of care.
Yeah, but that's okay. I see what you're saying. But Christians aren't saying empathy is moral bedrock. That's the difference.
I don't think that he was either.
Yes, he did in his opening. He literally said that. Go back and watch it.
And speaking of watching, if you're watching over on the Raging Tomatoes side, the mods will continue dropping the link, but the gauntlet is now open, and I'm going to shut down the Raging Tomato, and we're going to raid over to the gauntlet. Same show, different channel. If you want to keep watching, just buckle up, sit down, shut up, and enjoy the raid over. Okay.
Popcorn.
And then Sarcastic Warlock says, Alex, it's established that you talk when you have no idea of what you're talking about, but just repeat what you've heard. How many times have you borne false witness tonight besides that?
Does anybody else on the panel did not know that Nietzsche wasn't a nihilist? And I'm not even going to admit to that.
I did know this, yes.
Yeah.
All right. But I just looked it up. And look, because I said, this is just what I've heard. But just because I was wrong on one thing doesn't mean I'm just bad faith on everything. That's funny. But I'm looking it up, and I'm getting the quote now. I don't know. Some dude just said he was a self-professed nihilist. So I don't have the quote yet. That's why
he calls himself an active nihilist. There's a difference between active and passive nihilism. So in The Will to Power, he calls himself the perfect nihilist of Europe because his whole point of his philosophy is to move away from the moral grounding of the Christian ethic. And that leaves you in nihilism, but he doesn't want to stay there, right? So that's his will to power, where he says, okay, now we have to create our own morality. We have to become gods ourselves. So that's his point.
Okay. Right. If nothing has intrinsic meaning, that doesn't mean you can't bring meaning into the world.
Yeah,
meaning is subjective.
It's not ultimate meaning.
Yeah, I haven't read Nietzsche. It's just every time I've heard him bring up, it's in the context of nihilism. So I was wrong about that.
I mean, he's a nihilist
probably in a Christian
particular
context.
way.
Yeah.
No, he is a nihilist in a particular way, yes. But he doesn't want to.
He's not a formal nihilist. He's not like he doesn't believe that
he's a self-admitted positive nihilist.
This is why philosophy is good, but too much philosophy is not good.
His whole philosophy is will to power, which is trying to present an alternative ethic to Christianity. So he still believed in ethics and morality. He just didn't have a traditional view on it. And he developed over time, he had different views as he got older. I wanted to ask Alex a question actually. I assume that you think chattel slavery is immoral, right?
How would you? Because I think that, like, if you were to kidnap people for no reason and enslave them, that would be wrong. But if people
What
were
would be a good
slaves,
reason?
Criminals, for example.
And enslave them?
Yeah, absolutely. We do it every day.
Well, I'm talking like chattel slavery, like they have no rights. I mean, even
Right,
those
that's a different.
have a certain degree of rights. Yeah.
Yeah. So
you
those
bring
are
up-
two different questions.
Yeah.
So when you say no rights, not even like, would you say the American slavery was chattel slavery?
Yeah.
So they didn't have no rights. The rights weren't enforced very often.
They were property. I mean, they had rights in terms of being property, but they didn't have like rights in terms of being a human.
Well,
Yeah,
like
it
they
means
had
you're
the
also
right to
owning
live.
children. That's what chattel slavery is. You even own their children.
Is the right to life a human right?
It wasn't under that system.
They have
Yeah,
the
it
right
wasn't
to live. You
recognized
couldn't
as
just off. You couldn't just off a slave.
I believe you could.
Nope.
And people did.
No, it
Only
was just,
insofar
it
as you're
wasn't
damaging someone
enforced.
else's property, right?
No,
If
your
you own
own
them, I'm pretty
slave.
sure.
You could not just off them, and it
What would
was
happen?
it just wasn't enforced, especially culturally. Like right, like especially like we're so quick because we have cameras and everything. Like crime is caught a lot more often, but before crime had to be reported. And so if you have a lot of people who are on your side and think it's okay to just off your slave, even though the law says you can't, then they're not going to report you. So a lot of these things went unreported and weren't enforced, but it doesn't mean the laws were on the books.
So to be clear, then you agree that practically it was allowed. It was like people, maybe there was laws against it, but in for all intents and purposes, people were capable of doing this without facing any punishment, right?
What would happen to a slave if he ran away? Like he would get shot.
Well, yeah. So there's capital punishment for running away. Sure, that's different than just offing your slave for no reason.
So are you cool with it?
Yeah,
I'm not cool with
No, he's
American
making
slavery.
descriptive statements.
Okay.
But
Where
you know the difference between a
it
descriptive and
depends what
prescriptive
you
statement?
define as chattel slavery. That's
chattel,
what
like the one I just described. Yeah, just no rights.
But then
piece
you
of
said no
property.
rights. But then you say American slavery is chattel slavery, but they had some rights, which is why I was trying to get down on the definition.
No human rights.
Okay, so then American slavery wasn't chattel slavery.
Yes,
This is semantic masturbation. Let's move on.
No,
Dusty, you don't even understand the difference
What does
between a
Kenneth Copeland have to say about this?
Brandon, I know you got a boner for me, but your neck beard is ridiculous.
Dusty, that's great. You can talk all the shit about my beard, but that you want, right? But make the difference between a descriptive and prescriptive statement before you fucking open your mouth, Dusty. How about that?
What's the difference between your bitchin' ass neck beard and not a neck
Would you
beard?
like a debate, Dusty?
No.
Oh, of course. Okay, runner. Okay.
Well, I'm not gonna give you the dignity of treating you like you're a real person or a real contender. You're not. You're just a Christian bro, ball washer.
Brandon, was this you earlier?
Yes, that was me. I had to go on a different account for some reason. I can't
You
send
know that you're
anything
still
through on this
behind,
account.
right? You know that you're
Yeah.
still behind. You still didn't even top the atheist agnostic category.
Oh yeah, I wasn't replying to everyone, just you, Dusty.
All right, you got
So,
5 in the back, Dusty.
Well, I guess I want to let whatever the person was talking thinks. Yeah, asking. But you were asking.
I mean,
about
my whole
slavery
point on that
stuff, right?
question. So, like, if you like, it just just the idea of like no, even if there was like no rights, like just the idea of slave having zero rights, piece of
No,
property.
I'm against that.
Okay, where do you get that basis from? Because the Bible and historically had no problem with that whatsoever. So to me, to even have that opinion for you, you'd have to have a modern kind of take on that, which would be a development outside of Christianity, right?
That's factually wrong. If you want to supply the scripture where you think that it's allowing for
there was slavery in both the Old and the New Testament
with no rights,
and it was
with,
never.
all right, show me.
I show you that there was
with
slavery?
no rights.
So are you denying that the Bible, specifically those
No,
parts of the Old
you guys
Testament, were
have-
used for years upon years upon years to justify this being done to people as it was being done?
That's not even a part of what Dinks is asking me, dude.
No, but I think it's true though. But I think to Alex's credit here, I think it's also true that a lot of abolitionists did use scripture as well.
Absolutely.
Sure,
but that was
that's
the
actually
modern
that's where
development.
I was going too. Yeah, and I just didn't think we were
first
getting there.
1,000 years of the church never had anything to say about slavery, and I think that's like something that Christians have to take seriously.
If your moral prognostications are so vague that they can both be used to justify and be against slavery, how can you possibly say that you have moral clarity coming from the Bible?
If two people have different opinions on a text, does that mean the text there's not a true interpretation of it?
Yeah, Plato wrote contradiction into his plays all the time.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand that.
So like
like
what I'm
terms.
saying is the FG, his argument goes against him as well, because like one of the great philosophers of all time has contradictions in his work. So just being able to point saying that a contradiction exists in the Bible, why the fuck would you even read it, is not an exact it's not a valid argument. Fallacious.
I mean, I wouldn't say that it was a contradiction, but what I'm saying, like, because we have these loaded terms of slavery, and everybody thinks they know what they mean by them, but it's usually just usually we just think of like American slavery. So when you just throw out these terms like, well, a slave has no rights and you can just do whatever you want to them. No, you just don't understand basic logic.
No,
when
I've
you just
heard
throw
this 1,000 times.
Can you shut up while I talk? Thanks. When you just throw out these terms and then say, well, yeah, slavery means you own them, they have no rights, and you can do whatever you want to them. That's not what the Bible talks about at all. And you can try to look it up, Binks, if you want. I don't know if you still are, but it's just not in there.
There's definitely slavery in the Bible. I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Again, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Chattel slavery in the Bible. Absolutely.
You said slavery without rights, right?
Chattel slavery. That's what I'm talking about.
That's not chattel slavery. We already went over this.
Slavery without rights is chattel slavery. There's
I don't understand why this isn't connecting.
There's
very simple.
because there's a very traditional idea of what slavery is. There's chattel slavery, and then there's indentured servitude.
Yeah,
Binks.
Do you see Django Unchained? Do you see Django Unchained, Binks?
Yes, and it's completely historically accurate.
Yeah. So is Quentin Tarantino racist?
I don't know.
Possibly.
Because Quentin Tarantino had like in that film there's slavery.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
So it's like just because. Yeah. So just because one could make the argument that just because Quentin Tarantino had slavery in his film, like, oh, he could be racist, but the fact that it's like, no, I'm just being, you said it there, like being historically
What does that have
accurate.
to do with what we're talking about?
Yeah, because like just because it's slavery in the Bible doesn't mean that like that's one of the principles of like or the truth of the story. You know what I mean?
Because
the Bible like
that people followed. Nobody's basing their entire life and the metaphysical worldview off of Django Unchained. As far as I know, maybe they're right.
I appreciate the attempt. It was a good attempt, but I do think that the prescriptions for slavery in the Bible came from God. So to just hand wave them away would be kind of a weak argument, and I think the atheists on the panel can appreciate that. Yeah, you just can't even show your face.
No, they mostly came from Babylon because that's where they were enslaved.
You know what? Watch this.
Joel comes in with a big 5 and says, I don't think the abortion issue is about Christian or atheist. I think normal humans see it as repugnant in essence. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think, but I think, essentially Christianity pushes, go forward and be fruitful and multiply and all that stuff. Like, even birth control is wrong in Catholicism, right? Any form of birth control. So I don't know. I think there are pieces in there that would. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, like, I feel like I could flip this on its head really easily, and the polling would probably support me. That I think the normal human position is that forced birth is a repugnant position in essence. So,
I feel like it's the way you're viewing it, right? Like forced birth, like it's.
You're forcing someone to give birth instead of having a procedure that could stop them from having to go through that.
Yeah, I mean, definitionally, if you do something that is against someone's consent, they are by definition forced, right? If I put you into a car without your consent, you're being forced, right? You're being kidnapped. Consent is what morality hinges upon.
Okay. If I put you
we
in
force them to take care of their children once they're born, right? So at some point, we do force them to do things.
Yeah.
You can put it up for adoption at that point.
Wait. Yeah,
if you put your 5-year-old up for adoption, you're a piece of shit, and I think everybody agrees to that.
Maybe you're still allowed to.
I would say if you have every means of taking care of them and you just want to be negligent, I would agree.
I'm just not buying that. Like, you're not consenting to pregnancy. Like, you consent to have sex and you know what the potential thing that could happen is.
Can you stop consent sex, Sarah?
Can you stop consent of sex? Yeah. If I'm in the middle of it and I'm like, you know what, I'm just not feeling it, and I can get up and walk away. Absolutely.
By the way.
So consent is a continuous thing. It's not just something you just give once.
Right. But the action, like the thing that happens after the fact, right? You've consented to
Consequences.
sex, right? It's the consequence of your action, and I don't view the consequence as a negative word in this instance, right? But if I can consent to touching the stove when it's hot, and I can put my hand on that stove, and oh
But
my
what if
God,
they
no,
do view
it
it as a
hold
negative
up,
consequence?
but oh my God, the stove was hot, so I'm gonna remove my consent and take my hand off the stove. That doesn't mean my hand's gonna still be burning and leave a mark later, and then I can't change anything after that point. It's
But you would
already
want the opportunity
done.
to
It's
treat
a
that burn,
consequence.
right?
I
You
can
want to choose whether or not you want
a
to treat the
burn,
burn.
but I cannot take it back.
Yeah, but I'm
Yeah,
like,
it's a
so this is why
consequence.
the discernment I made, like when I first came on, is that you're consenting to the possibility of getting pregnant. That's true. I agree with that. But you're not consenting to staying pregnant for 9 months, and that's the distinction we're making.
I think this is where people just negate the idea of responsibility. Like, if I do something that I know could have a specific outcome, and even though I'm like, you know what, the chances of that outcome happening are like 50-50. I'll take my chance and see what happens, right? And then, oops, it didn't work out in your favor and you got pregnant. Like, okay, well, you took that risk. That's what risk is.
Mm-hmm.
I think they would say, now, I kind of want to do a sanity check. I'm not pro-life by any means of the imagination. But I do want to do a sanity check, because I think that what they would say to you, Sarah, is when you say that they're shucking responsibility, is that that's just kind of begging the question against their view. They're going to reject that there's a responsibility there to take care of the children. So I think they're just going to reject that outright. But I do want to do a sanity check for the bodily autonomy people on the panel. Is there any point in the pregnancy where you think it would be wrong to unalive the fetus?
I'm of the opinion.
I have an interesting take.
I think it's an interesting question, but this is why I always bring it to the actual laws that are going on right now, because like I might think at a certain point that it's not good for someone to seek an abortion, but I don't want to block people from accessing it just because I don't have knowledge of the full spectrum of possibilities that someone could be going through at that 20-week mark. And I really just, I think that decision belongs between them and their doctor, and they can discern. They're the people most equipped to discern whether, like, when it's the appropriate time to do that. And otherwise, I think we're putting people's lives at risk, and I don't think that's necessary.
So, well, I mean, let's just say we live in like a perfect world, right? And somebody just wants to have an abortion out of convenience. And they don't just want like a non-lethal abortion at 30 weeks. They want like a lethal abortion at 30 weeks. Should they be allowed to do that?
I would rather that be allowed than block someone who needs an abortion.
Yeah, see, that's wild to me. What, like 39 weeks?
Well, no,
Again, I think this is such a minuscule
amazing.
thing. I don't think this is. I think there's not enough of this happening. But I think there's more people who would die from a lack of access to abortions because of laws that would try to prevent those people than there would be people actually using those laws just for a casual like.
What about in the 30th
No,
trimester?
I understand the practical concerns. I'm not disagreeing with the practical concerns. I just want to make sure, because when I talk to like bodily autonomy pro-choicers, they bite the craziest bullets, and that just sounds insane to me. 39 weeks, it'd be like fine just out of convenience. If they don't want a non-lethal, they want a lethal abortion. That sounds insane. That's going to
You understand
sound
that the
insane to
argument
most
I'm making is that like restricting that would be more likely to put people who aren't doing that, right, to put those people at risk.
Aren't there allowable situations though, right? Like even if it's you're going to labor early or something, or not even that, like something's happening to the baby and they need to get it out of you, like there we still have the NICU and all of these different scenarios. So I don't even know if I don't even know if you could abort at that stage, right? Like, because they're coming out and they are capable of survival.
That kid would be reading the newspaper and asking where his address is.
Yeah, the
Say
reason
that
I'm
again?
asking is really just to test like what their sort of, not necessarily where the legal line should be, but where their moral line should be. I think me and Ryan are kind of getting entangled the legality and the morality thing here. I'm talking about the morality, not necessarily the legality.
Oh, you're muted, Ryan.
Sorry, yeah,
And
I might say
before you
that.
respond, I want to just give a big shout out because this is big. Mike23 came in with not just 50 Powder Dusty memberships, but a full 70 altogether. Shout out to you.
Shout out to Mike.
And then, Alex, if you say a thing that you've only heard as thought, if you only heard as though it is a fact, you're bearing false witness. You lie. How many other times tonight? And if you want to respond, you're welcome to, but otherwise we can hand it back to Ryan.
Yeah, I think if you make a mistake in a debate once, you're a filthy piece of shit.
True, I agree.
I agree with that. Yeah.
But
ahead, Ryan.
yeah, I guess for like I might think it's like morally wrong for someone to get an abortion just out of convenience or whatever at 30 weeks. There's no they know 100%. They're like, there's no risk. I just hate babies and I want to end this baby's life. Like, I think it's a horrible thing, and I find that person like morally repugnant. But like I think the laws that we would need to force that person not to have access to that abortion would put people who do need it at risk, and that's I'm not willing to do that.
Yeah, that may be true. I'm not too well read on the empirical question there, so you may be right. I just wanted to do a quick sanity check to make sure you're not completely fucking insane, Ryan. Okay.
Well,
he's still insane.
I was going to say that's still
That's
subjective.
I have a hypothetical for the pro-choicers. Because I think the argument goes, if you have a child who is out of the womb, let's say a month old, because you can save their life and they're not physically attached to the mother, then it would be wrong to off them because there are other options. Am I right in saying that?
Can you say that again?
What was the question?
Like, so the most pro-choicers, I'd say like a very high majority, 99%, would not be okay with infanticide, right? Because they say there's other options, adoption, etc. Once the child is born, you can't kill them, right?
Correct.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So wouldn't it also be like, okay, if the baby's 30 weeks, now I know there's not people just out there, a bunch of people getting ABs at 30 weeks, right? Like, that's just very, very small, if any. I don't even know the statistics. But like, hypothetically, if we were like Mark would just say, get an artificial womb, that is like amazing. And from day one, most people find out they're pregnant, a week, 2-3 weeks into it, maybe even later. From that point on, and where most people find out, it's easy. It's not very invasive. It's like getting a tooth out. You just take the fetus, you put it into this artificial womb. It grows up fine. Everything's great. Would it then be immoral to abort?
To kill the baby if it's in an artificial womb?
Like, well, if there are artificial wombs readily available that you can, instead of aborting the baby, you just put the baby in there and it grows up and it's fine and it gets adopted one day.
I still think we're negating responsibility, right?
Like, the responsibility isn't the important part. I don't give a fuck if somebody's carries the burden of their responsibility. Like, it's not like I'm wanting to be punitive because somebody had sex. It's about, do you get to murder somebody because they're inconvenient to you? So if you could have if you could do that, then sure, in theory, I'd be fine. I don't think you can do that because for whatever reason, human touch is incredibly necessary, right? They did those studies where the babies died. They were in the incubators and they died anyways because they weren't touched. Yeah. But in theory, if you could do that and have it turn out okay, then I would think that would be a good alternative because, like I said, my position is not punitive.
Well, yeah, Ryan, as a pro-choicer, would you say then it would be, if that option was available, would it then be immoral to unalive the baby?
I guess potentially in that world, it's kind of hard to conceptualize because like, I can't imagine this not being an invasive. And I think the word abortion, and then this is again another problem that, like, with these laws, like, abortion is just about like ejecting the fetus, right? Whether it's alive or not. So yeah, I think there's a lot of like kind of I don't know if I have a good answer to that one.
Well, the point is whether it's alive or not.
Lethal abortion. Yeah, he's talking about lethal abortion specifically, Ryan.
Yeah, I don't want to think about it more. I don't know.
Like, if it's just a zygote, I don't know if I would. I don't think I would care about it still.
I have an interesting
even if in the artificial womb scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I would lean towards agnostic, but I have a feeling I still wouldn't care about like a single cell organism like that.
But there would be like your requirement would be lower, right? Because like say you're at 30 weeks right now, or 25 weeks is your limit. That would drastically drop in that artificial womb scenario, right?
Well, my moral stance I think would still be very similar. I generally care about things like sentience, so.
And just for the record, backstage, I still have Duck, animated effigy got booted, so he's still hanging back there. Joe Cool, Ditso, and the Shade Master. If you want to switch up the panel chat, you know what to do.
Shade Master's fire name.
Oh yeah, Sarah, I did send 5 on the gauntlet to kick Dusty just because he was a prick
And
about it
5 on
earlier.
your dick, bitch.
Yeah.
And I will say, I will spend all my gas
used
money.
I used your counter to bring you back up.
Oh, okay, yeah. Then the other person sent 10 to drop Dusty.
Yeah, but he said replace Dusty, but when Effigy got booted first, and so Dusty went back on.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it was kind of like and Nate, if you want to credit back or something and switch out someone, I'll give you that if you want. Nate, just tag me in the chat.
And Effigy will stay back there as long as I'm up here, just so you know. I will keep super chatting.
That's fair. I'm just gonna bring Effigy up then, just for you to boot him. I mean, don't tempt me with a good time.
I guess one final thing on that, just to put a pin in it. My frustration with a lot of abortion debates is that like we talk about all these different like weird hypotheticals about what world like we might allow X, Y, and Z, and very rarely in these conversations are people outside of the pro-choice people actually talking about the real practical implications of these laws and the problems with them and how women are dying because of them. And I find that very frustrating.
I will put my stake on it, and I will say I would rather have less women die than to have 1 million mothers unalive their own children every year in America.
Yeah, I think it's a risk, right? Like we already know that there is a risk in any pregnancy, but you also, the risk is just the same to, be in a car. The risk is just the same to step out into the world, right? I mean, it's all going to run the same way. Everything's a fucking risk. And I don't think we should kill millions just because some woman says, well, I don't know. And I still think those risk factors, if there is a true risk, and it can be, there's a metric for it, right? I think we should allow, if that's the instance, because sometimes you just, you're not. But some mothers are willing to die for purposes of saving the baby. I mean, like it's just I don't know.
And the pro-choice position would be that they're allowed to choose to do that, right? Like the pro-choice position would mean that they have the option whether or not they want to die for that child. And the problem with the laws is that they're not allowing women that choice.
Can I ask you a question to the panel really quick? So everybody, what do you think between these two options makes a better world? Women having children that they want, or women having children that they don't want? What makes a better world out of those two options?
What do you mean by better, buddy?
For the fetus, or further? Depends on who you're
better for the kids. Is it better to have a parent that wants you, or better to have a parent that doesn't want you?
I mean, I don't know if it's. See, we say that with the presumption that in that moment, right? Okay, number one, let's go through the concept of being pregnant is a very scary thing for any woman, right? You have the idea of I'm going to be a mother. I have to make sure this kid lives. It's a very heavy thought process to go through, especially when you first find out. But as you get through all of those mountains of emotional, hormonal, crazy thought. I mean, I remember thinking like, God, like, what if I fuck up? What if I do this? What if I do that? And just thinking, I'm going to fuck it up. I'm going to fuck it up. All of those thoughts will go through your head 1,000,001 times, even after you have the baby and you're like, oh my God, you're tiny and a little thing. And I might fuck this up. But guess what? Usually it works out just fine. And all of those fear factors that women go through when they're pregnant, it's all emotional, hormonal, crazy shit. And we are appealing to emotion to allow, I mean, I would be agreeable to say that, there's a logical factor here to say, yeah, you could fuck something up. Things can happen, but chances are you probably won't. You're
You've
gonna be
met
just
people
fine.
on this panel and you think it generally works out just fine?
Yeah, actually, yes, I do. I
Good
do.
on you, mate.
You know why? You know why? Because all of the people that come here, they come here at their own free will and choice to show up on a panel. They
Faith and
have the
sense.
ability.
Choice.
They no. The point is that they're here to have that ability to do so. It wasn't stripped away from them when they were a tiny little ball of cells.
And besides,
like,
all,
I'm in
despite how
I'm in
fucked up
Sarah's
we all are,
basement
none
right
of us
now.
have
I am
decided
forced to
not
be here.
to stay alive.
I would just like to say that all of that just completely skirted the answer to my question.
I think the debate's not about whether the mother wants the child. Wantedness isn't moral worth, right? That's what the pro-lifer would say, I think.
Yeah, I don't like the premise that we decide who has a baby based on, or what babies can be born based on their circumstances and whether they're how attentive their parents are. That's like it's a weird standard to have to me.
I think
I do.
Brandon, are you booting Flo? Is that a boot?
I booted Effigy, but he's still here.
Oh, I thought I put him backstage. What did I do? Oh, you know what? That's right, because he started talking and I wanted to let him finish his thought. Effigy, I'm going to put you back now. Sorry. My apologies. I'm going to take this. I think this is a boot, right? Pretty sure. I'll acknowledge it as a boot. And then who else?
It was just
do
a
I have?
fail on my end because I said bye and you left him there. I was like, damn.
Oh yeah, I apologize because usually, and I'll even do this with Ryan because usually somebody is in the middle of talking when they get booted, and I want to at least let them finish their thought. Unless they're a complete douchebag, I'll just throw them backstage. And say, "Fuck it." Sometimes it's fun to just kick people backstage for right in the middle of their sentence. So, anyways,
I don't know how long you guys want to stay on the abortion topic, but I am curious, Sarah, because it sounds like you care about the consent and shucking responsibility. Would you give the grape exception then?
yes. Yeah,
Okay,
I think there are 110% because like that nobody chooses that. And if for any reason that happens to a woman and she says, you know what, I want to keep the baby even though, damaging drama that's surrounding the situation and she wants to find the light in at the end of the tunnel for it, hey, more power to her. But I think in most circumstances most women don't want to remember that night, that moment, that anything. And I fully support, hey, if and you know what, I'll even go as far as saying, like, I know it's traumatizing to going through that, but we have the morning after pill. And I think that if we like, most women are afraid to step forward that day after or after that moment happens. And I think that if we normalize that ability to come forward immediately and say something and being accepted, and let me put forth out there to all women, you can actually go to a hospital. You don't even have to go to the cops. You can go straight to the hospital, say this happened to me, and you can choose if you want to talk to the cops or not, but they will take care of you full-fledged, give you the morning after and all these things. And they are very caregiving in that nature. I worked with a great trauma group that did all of that stuff. So yeah, anyways, I'll step off that high horse. But
well, I just wanted to add to that. I mean, that's a good point, especially at the end there. But I think one of the issues, again, to bring it into the real world consequences of these kind of policies, is that what happens in practicality is that women are going to be forced to go through legal channels to prove that they were raped to be able to access abortion with those standards.
Correct. That brings up a
She
whole.
just said she gives the exception.
But that's and I do bear to the exception for that. But I will also say that's why if you are afraid of not being believed, then that very moment just go straight to the hospital and like they don't ask questions. They give you everything you need. They give you like all sorts of
So is your position against
They would if it was illegal.
Why would you be against abortion? Like, why are you against abortion then? If you think that there's an exception for rape babies, then what you're saying is you're okay with, then you must not believe that a fetus is a human.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I acknowledge it sucks. In my
Okay,
perfect
so
world, if in my perfect world, like if this situation happened to me, right? If I was raped and I got pregnant because of it, I would 100% carry it through because I don't think that I should carry
That's
on.
not really answering my question.
Right.
Like
But what I'm saying is I allow the exception because she didn't choose that scenario.
Neither
Therefore,
did the baby.
I agree with you, but I think that in that
So
instance,
sometimes murdering innocents is okay.
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm not saying it's right.
Is it no longer
But for the
murder?
purpose,
I think
for the purpose of legality sake, right? Fine. Like give the exception for
Is it
medical.
still called murder, Sarah?
I would be agreeable to it. I still
That
think it's wrong.
no. My question is: it still called murder?
I don't
Even
think
though
you
she
can
was
agree with
raped,
that.
even
I
though
would
she
say
was
yes.
raped. All right.
Sarah's not saying that the fetus is no longer morally considerable. What she's saying is that she's pro-life causal, meaning that the mother has no causal obligation because she didn't consent to the act in which the fetus was conceived. So that's the difference between her
Exactly.
stance and people like me or Dusty's stance. So I actually agree with Dusty on something for once.
Yeah, I mean,
I also wouldn't.
What
Sorry,
if
I
it's
also wouldn't say that the baby's not morally considerable just because I'm pro-choice.
Yeah,
So
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying
primary
Sarah's specific
consideration here-
stance is not lessening the moral considerability of the
primary
fetus.
consideration
What
seems to
she's
not
doing
be
is
the life of an innocent victim so much as the responsibility of the perpetrator of that pregnancy.
well, what I'm saying. Okay, let's roll it into what if it was an 11-year-old girl?
Okay.
Did you want her to carry to term a baby?
Yeah, I don't think that murder is the good solution there.
What if it endangers the life of that 11-year-old girl?
Then that's
everyone
different.
gives the life of the mother exception.
Now we're losing a life either way, and so it's about choosing whose life to prioritize. I think in that case, then yeah.
I think I have the perfect analogy for this. And I'll give both the non-grape and the grape case for the analogy. So the non-grape case would be if you have a button in front of you and you know that there's like a certain percentage chance that another human will be attached to you if you press that button. You press the button and lo and behold, a person is attached to you. Should you be legally obligated to keep that person attached for 9 months? Because if you don't, they'll die.
Yeah.
Yeah, so long as you can do all of the same things a pregnant woman would be able to do for the duration of the pregnancy.
Exactly. Now, Sarah would agree with that, right?
It's a really
I'm
bad.
assuming. And now
It's a
the
really bad
grape.
analogy, though.
No. The grape case would be somebody else presses that button for you, and now some random person is attached to you for 9 months. Should they be legally obligated to keep that person attached to them for something they didn't choose?
Yeah, I'll die on that hill. Yes,
You don't have the right to kill that person because somebody else inconvenienced you. Yes,
that's like obvious.
Really?
Yeah, so this is just the
somebody could hold on. Somebody
this
could
is just the violinist reductio, dude.
Exactly.
This is
Somebody
just
could
the violinist reductio, but you can't
exactly.
even.
So
you can't
somebody
even give
hold on.
exactly.
So somebody could infinitely press
God.
that button and infinitely attach humans to you, right?
No.
And then when it posed a danger to your life.
Hold up. There's also a lot of other issues we haven't touched on. For instance, a lot of grapists will purposefully try to impregnate the woman and then utilize that as a tool in order to continue traumatizing the rest. They will go for like access to the child. Now that the woman can't necessarily get
crazy,
like
yeah.
Wait, but that's presupposing that you know that he's a grapist. So if you know that he's a grapist, and that's why he tried to impregnate her, is because he's trying to hold these things over her. Why wouldn't we just say unalive all grapists instead of like giving you your hypothetical?
I highly agree with that. But however, that's another big issue because it would do more harm than good in that essence because then she is tied to this person now.
My concern is
well then we would just strip the parental rights from the grapist father.
You can't. You can't.
Why not?
Just like the person that would be attached to you if the button gets pushed, that person then could be a victim if you murder them. Now, yes, I don't think that you get to murder people because they're inconvenient to you, although I would be open to that idea a lot of times. But yeah, I mean, there's consistency here. I think everybody would agree that the moral principle should be about protecting the victim, not about punishing the adult for having sex. Sarah.
I'm wondering.
Punishing the adult. What I'm saying is, if you go and engage in something that you consider fun and casual and whatever, and then you utilize abortion as a tool to rid yourself of responsibilities, I think that is a fucking joke, and I think it should be shit all over.
I wanted to go there with that. I was wondering
can I
what
ask
people
Sandra a
thought
question?
on the panel. I was really wanted to ask what Sarah just asked, what people thought on the panel thought. Well, we always go to these extreme. What if a Martian came down and got somebody pregnant on his third leg? I was wondering if we had established a middle ground on what people believe yet. I think
Do you
that guy
understand
who
the
was who had questions of insanity to see what kind of limb people would go off on, I think he abandoned that too quick. I'm wondering, at what age is it okay? How far into your pregnancy do people up here believe it's okay if you believe abortion is okay? What if I'm just a lousy motherfucker? I want to do it at 7 months old. I lost my job. I'm sorry, 7 months pregnant, lost my job. Is that okay?
No.
So, if I may kick into this real quickly, first question to the pro-lifers.
You just want to fucking fuck what I just said, but go ahead, man. Your shit's more important.
I think it's always a baby. It's always murder. Now, I mean, I guess my personal belief is that I think abortion is murder, and I think it should be legal because despite what basically all Christians and most non-Christians think, it's really not a clean-cut situation, right? Because having a whole bunch of young, mothers with unwanted kids, right? That's not a good solution either. So, but I think that by making it a political issue and having the big overt push against it, that creates an equal force backwards. And I think that actually the pro-life arguments backfire and tend to create more abortions because we're not treating it as a political issue instead of a deep personal one.
That was pretty wise. I agree.
Look, my position is simple. Abortion, the legality of abortion brings more problem than having it legal. Me as a person, the decision to abort is something personal of the woman, of the person who is going to be experiencing that pregnancy. On the case of rape, the first option, without doubt, without even hesitating, has to be abortion because rape is it's a violation of everything.
Let me ask you who's talking right now. You said the first part is abortion, and the woman should be able to get to choose. Is that what you said?
So simple as this: in constitutional democracies, in constitutional republics, having the abortion accessible in a legal sense.
You're not good at answering questions at all, bro.
Dude, can I'm answering it and you interrupted me. Give me a moment. So simple as this. Abortion, legal abortion, accessible for those who choose it, is the most logical thing to do in this type of systems that we live in.
All right, so you agree it should be legal up into a particular month, I assume?
Of course, we can put all the forms.
I want you to put one on there right now. I want you to tell me at what month should a woman no longer be allowed to get one.
We know by fact that the majority of abortions happen at the early stage of pregnancy. We know by a fact that most of those conditions respond to a medical problem. Midterm or late-term abortions are extremely rare. When they do happen, they happen because of a medical condition, of a medical complication that puts the woman's life at utter and complete risk.
This is me being patient.
Well, let me interrupt because a big 50 came in over on Flow State's side, and I want to pay homage to it. Mike 23 comes in with a big 50 and says, Joe, salute you. It's always a pleasure to have you with us, bro. I just wanted to say if our mothers would have aborted us, we wouldn't be here. I am fully against abortions. Thank you so kindly, Mike 23. I know Flo appreciates it. And let me
Mom-
read just a few more, and then I'm
okay.
going to hand it. I will hand it right over to you, Joe, to respond. Nate says with a big 5, has anyone ever heard of the causal my brain just fried.
Causal
Causal
obligation.
obligation stance. It's sort of an L take in my opinion, but it tends to create some common ground between pro-life and pro-choice. And
I
then
think
they
I can
say-
understand what it is by what it's called.
Yeah, they brought it up just a few minutes ago. That's why Nate said, never mind, somebody already said it. I was just sending it. And then sarcastic Warlock says there's a big difference between being attached to Alex and say Sydney Sweeney, I'd only flush one. Damn.
That's fair.
Shots fired. Okay, and Joe,
Thank you.
promised it.
My man was just answering. I asked his opinion on how long he think a woman should be allowed to have an abortion. I wasn't asking for the state facts, what people thought, and what it was like in the 70s. I was asking your opinion on what month should a woman be cut off from having an abortion.
Simple. Joe, that is irrelevant to the point.
Fucking
Joe,
prick.
can you please not interrupt me when I'm speaking? I kept quiet when you spoke. Could you have a little bit of decency and respect as I was having it?
Absolutely, I'll mute up.
Thank you. Joe, simple. That is the decision of the woman. If we want to put a regulation, then we guide ourselves by the data. Data is telling us that the majority of abortion happens in the early stages of pregnancy. That is a fact. So, to me, in that sense, what that dictates is that we enable the legal abortion, the legal access to abortion.
To when?
And then leave it to the decision of the medical practitioner and the woman who's experiencing that pregnancy.
So
and in the case of rape, just to conclude.
No, I'm not curious about that. I think that's all a deflection. You know what I'm asking you. You spend a long time getting it there. Because just follow my train for a minute. Then we could have went off on your 87 different tangents. If you think it's okay for a woman to have it, and now I think you just put it in the hands of the doctor and her. First you had it in terms of in her hands. And she may want to be irresponsible. And you knew I was going to ask you, what if she wants to get rid of 8 months? And you'd have been cornered. So you've been acting weird. And then you put it in the hands of the doctor. Is it ultimately in the hands of the doctor? If she says no, she don't get it? The short answer, please.
Joko, who are you to determine what and how a person decides their own self-determination?
I'll abandon
for you to decide that we can't kill somebody who's annoying.
Could I ask a question to
Yeah, I'll
Ditso?
abandon it. Go
Oh,
ahead.
you
I'll
can
even,
kill him,
I wanted to push
but
back.
then you'll face murder.
I
I
wanted
mean,
to push
you'll
back
be put
to-
in court. Sorry.
I wanted to push back to Flo from earlier because you said that, it's still a life, right? And I recognize that. And even if a woman was raped, right, you're not buying the concept of still going through with it. But we would recognize, you did acknowledge if their life is at risk, right, that you would acknowledge that's what's, but we do recognize trauma and mental illness as life altering, right? Okay, so in that event, like that woman could actually suffer more harm later in her life.
Mental illness. That's no.
Well, as a trauma, I
Are
think
you
that
saying
could
that
be
a
pretty
child with a mental
traumatizing.
illness?
As a trauma from a grape, I think it could be.
And if the guy was wearing, sleeveless shirts, then a sleeveless shirt could be the trauma and mental illness, right? So like that doesn't carry.
Dusty,
Well,
one
I
quick
think
question.
I think it's still could potentially. I mean, a
Just
trauma
face it,
does-
Sarah. You don't have any
trauma-
morals. It's fine.
No, I do. I didn't say. I'm not saying I think it's okay. Okay.
Just
Right, but what I'm saying
Well,
is
you're
from
offering it as a solution in this
from
context.
a legal concept, fine, allow them to make that choice. But I think the trauma would carry
Instead
over.
of just giving it up for adoption.
I would be more agreeable to that.
Okay, but what about legally? You think that legally they should be allowed to kill it so that they instead of give it up for adoption?
Okay,
I think allowing the shut up, Ditso. I think allowing the exception in that place for very particular instances, right? It has to be very, very, very specific. And I'm still not agreeable to it. I still don't think it's right.
One, why is that life less important then? And two, what about all the increased rape accusations that will obviously come if that's the situation legally?
Well, I think
Fuck them.
no, I think that's another problem is the increased accusations that are already out there, right?
Maybe
Well, I think Dusty's first one kind of falls through because she's not saying it's any less morally it's not given any less moral consideration, right?
I think it
But
is.
so that kind of falls. Well, she's not saying that it is, right? She's saying she still disagrees with it normatively.
Morally,
she's saying
do
the
you
pragmatics.
Hold on,
She's
let's
saying
ask.
the pragmatics, right?
Hold
She's
on,
saying the
let's ask
pragmatics
her.
of it. Bro, can I just finish?
No, well,
Can
why
I
don't we
finish?
ask her? Because you're ascribing a belief to
Well,
her.
no, I'm not actually. I'm saying why your first one falls flat, given what she already said, dude. Thank you. So the first one falls flat because she's saying it's not worth any less morally in regards to the consideration, but she's saying that given certain circumstances, pragmatically, she would allow it to be the case. Now, the second one still goes through. I agree with you on
Are
that.
they morally equivalent, or is this douchebag talking out of his ass?
I already said I don't think it's moral for.
I know that
us
you don't
to do
think
it.
it's moral, but do you think they are morally equivalent? Is it the same morally?
That's a good
Is the baby worth the same either way? Is the baby still worth the same as every other human life? That's what he's asking. And her answer would be
Yeah, I mean, no, I think all babies are babies, right? I
So you
still would
think
say I would still say it's murder. I would
Boom.
still agree
So-
it's murder. But
So the rape
what
victim
I'm
who chooses an abortion is just as culpable morally as the one who does it for food.
I still think it's a shitty decision, but that's not my decision to make because I wasn't the one that was traumatized.
I know it's not. I'm asking you your opinion, not the other straw man that you're answering. Is
she's
the
not
person
answering a
who
straw
was the
man,
rape
dog. You just can't
victim-
understand her position.
Will you
That's
shut
the
the
issue,
fuck up?
Dusty.
You shut the fuck up because
Dusty,
she's
you're not smart enough to understand someone else's position but your own. That's the issue.
and you're happy to pick up the
Ask her the second part because the second part actually applies.
I'll
her the
ask you.
second part.
I don't need your help formulating the question. I know what I'm curious about. Sarah,
Okay,
so you
dumbass.
tell me,
Go ahead.
is the rape victim just as morally guilty for their
What a fucking
AB
idiot.
as the person who does the AB because they're irresponsible?
Yes.
You're lying.
No, I.
What
I
a
totally
fucking
disagree.
idiot! What an idiot this guy.
Oh, that
No,
good.
that was idiot. I
That was
Brandon,
idiot.
I'm not going to debate your
Here's-
faggot
Here's
ass.
what
I'm not going to debate him.
Words.
You're F slur ass.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not gonna morally dignify any of your
The reason I'm not
dumbass comments.
Listen, I
you
still-
and Furby are the two people I'm not giving the dignity of debating.
Oh, why?
Okay. I still think if you got $5 on your Cash App, do you want to use it?
That was earlier. I did a drop, but I did it on my side, on my restream instead of on yours, and so that's what that was.
Oh, okay. Thank
Yeah.
you. I was gonna give you a credit. You shouldn't have said
I
anything.
know, I know, but
So-
I've got too much morals.
I
Yeah.
but you didn't say anything, did you? So I still think it's morally wrong, right? I still think it's wrong. I still think it's murder. I'm not agreeable to it. However, I do recognize a trauma scenario and like having to deal with a whole lot of shit all at once. I don't think it's beneficial for anybody for her to carry a pregnancy. It by any means. It's psychotic.
think it would be- Benefits the kid.
Yeah, look.
I'm pretty sure that it would be.
I agree that it is wrong. It is immoral. It's but in that instance, if I had to like force that whole force somebody who went through that scenario, and I'm telling them like, nope, you just got to deal with it. Shut the fuck up and get over it. At that point, that's where I'm just kind of
So
like,
which
eh.
one? Who's got Christian ethics here? You or Brandon?
I don't.
Well, certainly not you, right?
Hold on, Dusty.
No, yeah, I don't have them.
And I want to put it into this. Are you implementing personhood to conception.
Why don't you let people answer questions they were asked before you jumped in, bro?
The fuck is your problem then? I mean,
Dusty's cranky tonight.
You're
Did you
pretty much
eat yet?
cranky. So-
Hold on. Do you need a bowl of cereal?
I
Or a Snickers?
donut.
Or a
He's a grouchy
Snickers?
grouch.
What I want to know is
Hold
who's got Christian ethics because.
Hold on, Dusty.
Okay, sorry, you were interrupting.
It's just more important. I'm telling you, it's just more important.
No, I'm just gonna ask, Dusty. Can you clarify? Are you giving personhood to implementation or conception or both?
What that
giving personhood to?
Damn, is that a difficult question?
Yeah, it is.
It is.
He's asking when do you grant the zygote
Fuck.
consideration at implantation or at conception? That's what he's asking.
I guess I'll go through the translation of Brandon. I'll use my academic terms and ask Brandon to
Yeah,
translate.
you're so
it.
academic. That's what the difficulty was. You're too academic.
Okay, great.
I didn't designate when I do personhood.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, no, I don't know the answer to that.
You do not know the answer to that.
No.
But can you see that your point is in a way?
I mean, for the record, I think that abortion
hold on,
should be legal. I think it should be legal.
Right. So, second question. Now that that was my second
I
follow-up.
still don't know
question,
which one of them has the Christian ethics here.
Hold on. Before we go
can you
to that.
tell me which Brandon or Sarah has Christian ethics here?
So you do not know when to implement personhood in the process of pregnancy. So
It did, so I can give it for you. I can answer Dusty's question, and then I can answer yours as well for Dusty because he doesn't have an answer for you.
Let me make the line here. So, okay, Dusty,
Sure.
be clear. You do not know when to implement personhood to that process of pregnancy, correct? Did I understand it correctly? Yes. Second, you are in agreement that abortion needs to be legalized so it can be accessible for those who choose to go for abortion, correct? Yes. Okay. So, third question. In the case of the grape that we were talking about,
yes,
would you agree that grape is an aggression against an individual, and that individual?
No, this is where I draw the line. Yes, of course I do.
Yes, you do. You agree that grape is an aggression?
Yes.
Get there, bruh.
So, if you agree that grape is an aggression, do you agree then that the person has the right to decide whether that aggression
I shortcutted you and said I already believe that that abortion should be legal.
So what's your problem with Sarah?
I'm not talking fast. You're
Trying
listening
to-
slow.
So he's trying to do an internal critique and see if I'm consistent across the board. What he doesn't recognize is I don't enforce my moralities onto anybody else when it comes to, to me, I think that those decisions should be within the family, inside between the husband and wife, whatever, so on and so forth. And that person, essentially is going to have to make that decision on their own. However, I don't think abortion just for abortion should be legal. I don't think it should be okay. I that's where I kind of that's where I find that to be a limit. But in the event of rape, I think it's not. I
That's
just
not
don't.
a real person now.
I think.
I gotta run soon, but Dusty, I thought you said abortion was murder.
It is murder.
So then, but when you say it's legal, isn't murder
Should be
a legal
legal.
distinction?
Murder is a legal distinction. I consider it to be the voluntary taking of a human life. And I think that it should be allowed because I don't really think that we have a solution for the alternative as a society. And as such, I don't think that we have the right to say that you can't do that. It's a messy situation either way. Murder is a legal distinction, but here I was using it in an ethical sense. In an ethical sense, I think that you're killing another life. So, and really, since killing is sometimes okay, I think everybody agrees with that. And that's sort of where I leave that decision. Is this a justified killing to the one who's going to be doing it?
I dig it.
Because I think we could stretch that out to make like infanticide legal. Because it would, Yeah, I think that's dangerous. Because I was just gonna throw out. I was like, man, because I like Dusty. I like you, man. And I was like, all right, here's something we agree on. Maybe like we could do a 2v2. I was gonna throw it out there, but I don't know. Shit is illegal, dude.
But you can take the concept of murder and justified killing and stretch that anywhere, right? There's already a slippery slope that we're standing on once we just make the distinction between justified and unjustified killing.
In order for it to be murder, you have to consider the pregnancy personhood and implement that personhood and enforce it through the legal system. Therefore, the whole argument falls on its face because it is no longer murder if and when we construe the process of pregnancy not applicable for personhood.
There are some people that I don't give personhood to, even though they're fully awake, alive, and functioning in day-to-day life. Some of you fucks I just don't acknowledge as human.
Name them.
But
throw the names out there.
Like, what is personhood?
Petey
Like, what is-
Lee in with the big 5 and says Dusty needs some warm milk and a good night's sleep. He'll feel better in the morning.
I slept all day.
Maybe that's your problem. And the Single Dads Club in with the big 10. I love tomatoes. Thank you, Sarah. And then Mike sends a fun little smiley face over on Flow State side. Enjoy. Thank you. And I still have Animated Effigy backstage, Ryan the Radical Coder, Shade Master, Osvron, and Doc. Some other people are trying to get backstage. I'm going to go ahead and kick you for now because we still have a line, and I know it's going to be a while before you get up. So if you just want to remove yourself from backstage for now, that would be fine.
Why are you
Hey, Sarah, I can actually drop in a second for someone if you want. If I could just answer Dusty's question to me earlier and then ask Ditso something in response, and then I'll drop right after.
Sure, that sounds good.
All right, so yeah, Dusty, Christian ethics would say the position that I hold, which is that personhood begins at conception, and this is why innately, given that they're made in the image of God, it would be morally reprehensible for you to unalive it in the womb or kill it in the womb, right?
Does that mean Sarah's
So
not a
here, can I finish explaining why, Dusty, before you cut me off there? Thank you, appreciate it. So like I was saying, Dusty, this is the early church teaching, right? It's in the Didache as well. If you want to go look at what the Didache is, it's ranged between 45 and 75 AD or something like this.
Okay.
You can go look at the Didache.
But anyway,
well, that's Christian ethics. So anyway, now could I ask Ditso a question?
Is Sarah not a real Christian?
Who?
Is Sarah not a real Christian?
Why? Because she has a possibly false belief.
She disagrees with your view on abortion.
Opinion different from yours.
Okay, and I have plenty of differing views from other people that I wouldn't say are not Christian just because they have a wrong view.
You had no issues writing off everybody who's ever gotten in.
You pretty much just straw man me there, Dusty.
No,
what I said was Christians don't openly advocate for complete pro-choice bodily autonomy.
Not what you said.
Shit.
You're a straight
given the
liar.
context. Hey,
Dusty,
Dusty, would you shut the fuck up and let me speak? Given the context of what was being spoken about, did it not have to do with bodily autonomy and a sort of eviction stance? It was pure bodily autonomy all 9 months, which was what Ryan Radical Decoder or whatever the fuck his name was. It was in context, but okay, go back and watch it, dumbass. Could I ask Ditzy a question before I drop, please?
Yeah, go for it.
Ditzy, is bodily autonomy absolute?
Ditso, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here. Is bodily autonomy absolute? That depends on how you approach it. At the end, all rights, civil rights as well. No. Hold on. Can I answer before everybody interrupts? First, if we take into consideration the implementation of civil rights through the constitutional means, no rights is absolute. If we take the consideration of the superconstitutionality of human rights, then all the elements of civil rights as well as human rights are inalienable. They're not transferable. They are erga omnes applied for everybody, and therefore they do, in every sense of the word, have great limitations. If you look at, for example, free speech. So rights as an implementation modernly through the constitutional means or the super constitutional means
Are
in the
not
international
absolute. Thank you
sense
for speaking for
are
3
not.
minutes to answer such a simple fucking question, dude. Okay, great. So
Context.
if bodily autonomy is not absolute, right, then why is it that you would arbitrarily decide whether or not a mother has the full rights to her body, given, abortion situations, but a mother doesn't have the
Hey, can
full
you
rights
share
to
my
her body
screen?
to, like, let's say not go to jail? Yeah, I said
Before you
full
answer, hold
context,
on, Ditz.
Dusty, by the way.
Alex, are you trying to leave right now? You
Yeah,
just want to
I
say
just
goodbye?
wanted to say the only reason Sarah got me up here to begin with is because I was nice to her and I introduced myself at DebateCon. I don't deserve to be up here debating. I'm a nobody, but I really appreciate it. So you can tell me I'm wrong all you want mid-debate. That is perfectly fine. But no, seriously, thank you for having me again. I really appreciate it. I love being
Always,
here.
Alex.
And
Easy,
yeah,
man.
everybody. Thank you.
You are always welcome.
Later.
We appreciate you, Alex.
So
Have a
just
good
to
night.
quickly answer to have a good night, Alex. Thank you. Just to answer real quickly to Brandon.
Hold your horses.
Yeah, hold on. Dusty, go back and actually include the context.
Bro, why are you talking right in the middle of the clip?
Because I told you to include the context to begin with, you
Because you
dumb
don't
fuck.
want me
I'm
to
about to
play the
clip it out of
motherfucking clip,
context.
do you?
Go back 2 minutes to what the original
We're
stance
not
I was
trying to
replying to
rewatch
was,
the
you
whole
dumb
stream
fuck.
we're in.
I said 2 minutes. 2 minutes isn't enough context for you, you dumb fuck? I said, given the context of bodily autonomy and evictionist stance, which is what Ryan holds to. Okay, yeah, clip me out of context, you fucking.
Not a single Christian
that is.
Can you mute him, please, so we can get over this?
Yeah, just hold off, Brandon.
So I'm not gonna lump.
Not a single Christian that is actually a Christian would hold to.
Okay, that's a no
having an
tube
abortion.
case.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
That's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. I can
Nope,
literally.
nope.
Great. So 10 seconds out of a 5-minute long clip that could have been played. So anyway, Dusty, to respond to that, one, it's not a no true Scotsman. I never got to respond to it in the first place. Two, given the context of the conversation that was happening, which was Radical Coder was giving his reasoning as to why he made it seem as if it was like a bodily autonomy mixed with an evictionist stance because it's in
I
the woman's
didn't say
body. She
that.
can do what
I
she wants
didn't
with it.
say that.
But I'm giving you the fucking context of why I said what I said.
know
You
you're
fucking
trying. You're
retard.
still trying to lie. You're a liar, Prince of Lies.
Okay, okay, Dusty. I'm gonna clip you, and then I'm gonna put all your little words together in a little clip, and I'm gonna get you to say some really weird things about people.
Because that's what he just did right there.
Is that what just
Yeah,
happened?
yeah, out of context. It's called taking shit out of context, Dusty. Which is if I clip you out of context and then say you're saying something you're not. That's what that is, Dusty. That's what you just did. You fucking
Little
retard.
different, little different.
And you're still running from a 1v1 debate. It should be easy to cook me if I'm fucking stupid, right?
Did you hear why I won't debate you? Because
Anyway, have a good night, Sarah.
Because you and Melanie Cosmic Fox are two people I don't respect enough to even give the dignity of debating against me formally.
Oh, okay, no problem. Could you give me the 3 laws of logic? Because I remember last time we spoke, you couldn't name a fucking single one of them correctly.
Brandon, before you do that, I really want to grab
Okay.
the point you gave.
Dude, I
I'm gonna
couldn't
give
either,
this.
and I have a computer science degree.
Brother, my phone's
I can,
my
though.
phone's
I've-
on 3%, which is why
I did, tag a bunch of times. I know what the laws of logic are. I'm just not playing the game with this guy, and I'm not debating.
Oh, okay, no problem. I'll clip it from the last time I spoke to you.
All right, you go ahead and clip up.
Have a good night, guys. I told Sarah I would leave, so that's what I'm gonna do, Dusty.
Clip that neck beard while you're down there.
Okay. I really wanted to answer that point. But fine.
Varun.
If Brandon wants to ever debate rights and whether they originate in the modern era, he's gonna have a hard time with somebody from Latin America who it's completely different from the Anglo-American perspective, which I might have to add. The Anglo-American on rights is like trying to debate a baby on quantum physics. I'm sorry to say it like that, but
And Airborne came in with a big 10. If you are for unaliving the unborn, the elective termination of an unborn child, the most vulnerable humans, then you are for elective homicide. It just depends on time, development, or place. It is just
I'll bet that bullet.
depends on. Okay. And then following up says, without special pleading, any argument for justifying the unaliving the unborn can easily be leveraged towards living adults. That is why their arguments become, because it is legal, it is moral.
That's
I don't agree that it's special pleading to.
I just want to ask.
Fucking facts right there.
That's
And I'm
completely absurd.
I have Brenda Debates backstage. Of course, it's a full panel right now. So if you want Brenda Debates to be on panel, you got to boot someone else. So Otherwise, hang back there.
I can
Can I ask a question to the panel since we're sticking on this subject for so long? Does anyone think that what is happening to Brianna Smith in Georgia is moral? Does anyone think that that is moral? What is happening to Brianna Smith?
Oh, is that the one that
or
she's
Adriana
like,
Smith? I think it is.
Brain dead. Is she brain
She
dead?
died. Yeah, she's brain dead, and they're forcing her body to stay alive because when she died, she had a 9-week-old fetus inside of her,
dude,
and now
that's
her body's
horrifying.
basically.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, it's
That's dark.
Yeah,
do
to
the
me, it's
what
necessarily
do-
immoral. The
does
parents
her-
want her to die. They say
what
her wishes
about-
was to die.
What
The
about
state is keeping her alive.
father of the child?
I cannot remember if the father had an opinion on it.
That
Good
would
point.
be important.
Good question.
That would be
That makes
yeah.
it more interesting.
Are they
That would
married?
be
If they're not
the-
married, then
But-
why would his? I don't think his opinion really matters.
But to me, the dark side is that necessarily because the fetus is going to develop inside of a dead woman, it will at the absolute best be horribly.
That would suck. Well,
I
it ain't
thought
worth
she
it.
was just brain. I thought she was just brain dead.
Yeah, the body's still alive.
Well, no, no,
Yeah.
but it doesn't mean that the body functions the exact same, right?
That's pretty.
No.
But you're
That's
saying
no.
like
Just
you're saying,
FYI.
like,
saying that the
Pregnancy
baby is going to be
laying
born
down.
severely
Honey.
disabled. Like every
the
doctor is saying that it's
husband,
gonna
the husband was actually in a legal battle to take her off life support. He was agreeing on ending and terminating her life. So
backwards.
both the husband and the family surrounding Adrienne Smith said she's brain dead. There's nothing we can do. Yes, it's sad about the 9-week pregnancy, but let's end this because it's painful for us, for the rest of the family. But now the
What a
Georgia
piece of
law.
shit father. I'm serious. Your wife is dead. She's brain dead. And you have one life left that she had to contribute to this fucking world, and you want to kill it? What the fuck
Who are
is
you
wrong
to
with that?
impose?
Well,
Who
no,
are
this isn't
you
in
to
a
impose
vacuum.
that?
The doctors will
State-mandated
tell you that
incubation.
a child that goes through that will come out severely disabled if they
Exactly.
survive.
you're
No,
saying
how
like
the fuck
you're
do you know
really
that shit?
sure about that.
How the fuck do you know that?
The doctors know that.
The
They're the ones who
doctor-
told the
No,
baby
Medicine
that.
knows
Getting
that.
really angry. If you could cam up so that we know who's getting angry, that'd be helpful.
No, it's Shade Master. I'll tell you who I am.
But
Dude, no. The idea that this child will be disadvantaged one is complete bullshit.
I
There
mean,
are
we don't
perfectly
know.
healthy women who are told every day to abort their kids because they'll be autistic, they'll have this dysfunction, they'll have this heart failure, this one, and they come out perfectly normal.
That is
They
true.
come out fine.
That is true.
So fuck the doctors. This husband, this man, has his wife on life support
Do you
and knows
agree
that
that these
there's a life
situations are
inside of
different?
her. I don't give a shit. There's a life that could be his that he could nourish and remember his wife through and perpetuate his bloodline through, and he doesn't give a fuck. Fuck that dude.
Shade Master, I'm sorry, but your
Either
moralism.
that or you are
Hold
cruelly
on,
putting a fetus through a process that is necessarily harming it.
So
and
No,
giving it
I don't believe
moments
that.
of life to
I'm sorry,
We'll,
I
we'll
don't
see.
believe that.
Proof will
I
be in the
don't
pudding,
believe
man. It's
you.
going to happen pretty soon, and we'll definitely know who's right for sure.
It doesn't.
Yeah, let it happen. That's what I say. Take the risk.
No,
let
no,
it
no.
happen.
Look, I'll straight up admit I'm wrong. If that dead woman gives birth to a fully, completely fine child,
Her
sure,
body is
I'll
not
bite that
dead,
bullet and I'll
she's
say I
brain
was
dead.
completely wrong.
It's the same
But
thing
I
as
still
a
think it's
coma.
grotesque what they're
Forcing the
doing,
risk
using
is the
her as an
problem.
incubator.
Yeah.
Hold on, if
Yeah,
I
it's
may
disgusting.
come into this, Shade Master, I
ahead.
can understand where your moralism is coming from and where your outrage is coming from. I disagree completely with it because of very simple aspects. One, who carries the cost of having that woman brain dead while carrying on that pregnancy, knowing that there's a risk at the end that pregnancy may never be able to be fully
Baby
done.
gets the bill.
Completely whole custody. Second, your outrage is also an imposition of your belief towards the context of somebody else. And I find that appallingly grotesque in every sense of the word. Because
I'm sorry, come again?
Impose.
And he thinks he's virtuous too.
I mean, I think another question, because this came up in whether a pregnant woman getting murdered would be considered a double homicide, right? And so here you would look back to case law and see how they ruled that as whether it was and because a double homicide would carry another like additional sentencing and different categories and so on and so forth. So in
Well-
that same breath, you would utilize whatever that ruling would be to say whether taking her on life support is considered a homicide to the baby by doing so, right?
Well,
It's
Not
only
that,
a
not that she was,
homicide.
Sorry, real
but
quick.
what I'm saying
that-
is like the doctors would be considered as homicide if they removed life support,
I
right?
understand your point.
The problem
one
with
of
that
the-
argument, hold on real quickly. The problem with that
Yeah.
argument is that, again, the consideration of homicide, murder, involuntary homicide, whatever concept you want to go for the penal aspect, is that in order to consider that, the process of pregnancy would have to constitute personhood. And if it constitutes personhood, the question is, how do you police pregnancy?
But we can assume
where
7
does
weeks
the
is
law?
personhood.
But where does the U.S. where does the state law ever define personhood when determining whether it's a double homicide? Show me where
I
that
remember
happens.
there's a court. We studied it. I remember there was a court case where it was a pregnant woman, and I don't remember if the guy like stabbed her, or shot her, whatever it was, but killed her. And then as a result of that, the baby, of course, died as well. And I think it was the
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
question of whether they could charge for killing the baby too, and whether it was considered a
That
life.
happens every day.
Sarah, to this point though, the
Yeah.
issue or one of the issues is, at least, like when these cases come up, there are activists who work on, like, okay, there's two parts to it. Sorry. So one part is like most women who are pregnant, they obviously are intending to carry that pregnancy to term. So that's part of why it might make sense to label as a double homicide. But second of all, there's a lot of push to label it as a double homicide exactly for the precedent that you're talking about, because they want to use that case law to then later apply to other situations, like
I thought it was always
So,
considered a
well,
double
let
to use
me-
as an
homicide.
argument against abortion broadly.
Let me
so it's just
ask
kind of like
this
a legal.
then. Was
yeah.
the girl that is Adriana, I believe her name is, was she intending to carry that child to full term? Because I read
I
that
don't know
she
about
had a
this case.
5-year-old son, right? So I that's what I was doing. I was reading up on what this was. Like she has a
Probably didn't intend to be
5-year-old
brain
son.
dead, so maybe.
Right. So she didn't. Nobody. Yeah. It says that she had a blood clots in her head, and that's like it just kind of happened. Started with headaches, so on and so forth. But she had a 5-year-old son as well, is what I read. So I would presume that she was not intending of aborting this child or anything like that. So to me, I look at it, if the mother's intent, like maybe if they had proof that she had gone to Planned Parenthood, maybe she had an appointment for an abortion, she had expressed it, discontent with the idea of being pregnant again, maybe that would be kind of following the mother's wishes. But if there was none of that, she was excited she was pregnant, she had a big like, oh my God, I'm pregnant kind of thing. That to me leads to the intentions of the mother were, yes, I'm having a baby and I'm very excited. So therefore you would want to follow suit with what the mother is expressing in those initial stages, which is I'm having a baby and I'm excited. And would she essentially be willing to give up her body for this instance to continue so that that child could be born?
So
If I
again,
may
you're
real-
not prioritizing the
father-
baby's life.
What did the father?
I
think?
am.
What did the
I
father?
am based
what was
on
the father's position?
That's what I couldn't. I was looking for that. She had a boyfriend, and I
the
don't
father
know.
and the family.
I know the
did not want to keep them.
parents, but legally, it looks like the parents are the ones that are doing the pleading and have the right to plead because of.
With the double homicide thing, it looks like in America, anything, almost everywhere, anything after 8 weeks is a double homicide.
Probably.
So,
yeah, I
real
don't,
quickly,
I don't
in
think,
those-
the,
if-
I don't
if I
think
may-
the state has a. I don't think the state has a right to interfere.
So
it's
if
between
I
the
may-
family, the survivors, and the doctors.
If I may,
The
real
state is
quickly,
interfering here. That's the problem.
because
Yeah.
this is something that was revolving from the point I brought in. What does the panel understand by the term personhood?
It's you again.
Oh, okay.
Person is a
All right.
legal.
Here's,
Dropped him yet?
all right. Here's where I have to lay down the line. I don't give a shit about personhood and what. Here's where it comes down to. We
Really
put
quick, really
citizen?
quick, before we go down the personhood rabbit hole, and get away from the Adriana Smith thing, but no, seriously, does anyone see our point though? How like abortion laws necessarily make the state first look at a woman's body as an incubator first?
Like they don't even have the right to die.
Yeah.
Every miscarriage is
Okay,
I see
every
your point.
miscarriage is a crime
Additionally,
scene. Every
additionally, these laws specifically have been cited for the reason that this is happening right now. It's because of the
Absolutely.
specific changes in
Goes
abortion
back
laws.
goes back to the question: how do you police pregnancy?
Like it's fucked up
You
if you don't
don't.
have the right to die, right?
Are we going to sit here and actually pretend that the state does not have a vested interest in women producing children for the nation? Are we going to pretend that that's not actually
it's not
a real
it's not the state's
concern?
function.
And let
It's
me
not the
get
state's
through some
function.
super chats real fast, and then I'll hand it back to you guys. Sarcastic Warlock says half the people want to end abortion. I just want to abort the topic. I'm actually kind of glad we're having this conversation because we usually don't have this conversation here, and I'm actually I know it's kind of an overdone topic sometimes, but I know it's kind of hot on the news right now, and my heart kind of bleeds for it, so I'm okay with it.
Everybody was
He
like, secular
says-
humanism is boring.
right?
Yeah.
I tend to
Sarcastic
agree with
said-
sarcastic. I tend to agree with that.
It's an emotional virtue signal minefield.
Yes,
Y'all
yes.
I
like
agree with
with a
sarcastic too.
toddler. It's fair, but I think also I think it's especially I like this Adriana topic. I think it's a good one. The real Robert Flowers says Robert Flowers is sending a penny for every time Ryan said consent tonight. Dear God, go in the back, Robert
Before
Flowers.
I go to back, can I say one thing to that?
Sure.
I think I challenge Robert Flowers to count up the pennies. I think I'm glad that he's giving you a full $10, but I mean, I think I've said it like 5 times tonight total, and he can check the transcript before he donates again. I encourage him to.
Fair
So,
enough. All right.
In simple,
Let me get through two more, and then I'll hand it back. Q-Tard says, cool. So since a baby can't properly develop in the womb of a brain dead woman, we can 100% rule out artificial wombs for all time. Agreed. Actually, that's a really good point.
Nice. Good point.
He says since a baby can't develop, though, Google
Right.
says it looks like there's a great chance if the baby's a few weeks old that it'll be developed.
Yeah.
That's fair. I think if but then that takes you back to the idea of people who do the pre what is it?
Not diagnosis, bad.
But it is a diagnosis where they go in and they they take the fluid out and they test it and they're like, well, you're at a risk for this, your child could be Down syndrome, this, that, or another, and that's prevalent for like 35 and up, I think, geriatric pregnancies, where they do
Things
that.
are frequently wrong, though.
Yeah,
nobody-
I remember hearing, or I was reading like a story about a woman who, like, her and her husband, they were pregnant, and they said, like, you're at this risk, and we believe at this point that this is going to be this and that, and they're like, you know what, fuck it, we're going to do it, and they did it, and baby came out perfectly healthy.
100%.
I was on a panel once with 2, and both of the women had that happen to them, and both of them had, actually, one of them had twins too.
I'm sure all of them had functioning brains.
Has anybody considered the fact that if the
Well,
mom
I'm just saying
is
all the
brain-
examples we keep citing, like this, the woman in the main example, she does not have a functioning.
Yeah, no, I wasn't speaking to them. I don't care about. I'm not talking about the main example. I'm just speaking about those pregnancies. They I've never heard it the other way. I've never heard of anybody being like, they said it would be fine, and now look at this retard.
Oh my God. El Perro says a brain dead body no longer regulates hormones, and thus a fetus does not develop properly. I wonder if there's like medical intervention there with all the hormonal treatments that we have
Well,
available at this point. Like,
there's another problem, which is that obviously a brain dead mom will be a demon spawn from hell. I mean,
We overlooked that one. How dare us?
Yes, it will be a soulless. It will be a soulless soldier from Satan.
So, Ginger.
I do want to call something out that Shade Master said. Person who doesn't
come at me.
Shade Master, person who doesn't care that you don't care about it. You as a U.S. citizen and me as a Costa Rican citizen, we both, under our own constitution and territorial jurisdiction, are exercising our personhood. We are provided that personhood from the moment we're born.
Are endowed by whom?
By your constitution. Do you
No.
as a
That's
U.S.
what the
citizen?
Constitution says. It's not what the Constitution says.
Amendment 14. Every person born in the United States is a U.S. citizen.
No.
At the moment you become a U.S. citizen, you
Who
become
does
in
the
the jurisdiction
Constitution
of...
say
That
bestows
doesn't
you your
establish
rights?
Fine. If you don't care about your own constitution, if you don't care about your constitution,
No one said
that's your
that.
problem. That's your problem
on.
as U.S. citizen.
So everyone outside
I'm
the
only,
United States
I'm only,
who does not have the 14th Amendment right is not a person. Is that what I'm hearing?
No.
Personhood is a legal concept. It
hold
obviously
on.
exists within a
It
legal framework.
establishes citizenship, not personhood.
Okay, first.
Exactly.
Every
There is no
hold on.
standard legally for personhood. Period.
Shade.
Period.
Oh shit!
You're
That's evil.
a person
I
when
can
you're
prove
born.
it to you. I can prove it to you running down all the constitutions in the Western Hemisphere that have citizenship as a jus naturalis.
Oh my God! Citizenship is not personhood because it's subjected to each country. My
What
God,
does
are
it
you
even
really-
matter? I
No.
don't buy that personhood is
Shade
some
Master.
kind of like auto win for pro-life people. If we gave all fetuses personhood immediately, couldn't like a woman take a fetus to court and sue it for the ability to separate? Like,
See, this is the
there are all
problem.
kinds of. I'm serious. I'm serious.
You know, I'm on the pro-life
This
side, but that's fucking
freeloader
brilliant. I
has
love it.
been
I
living
love it.
rent free in my belly for the last 7 months. I charged for rent, and they didn't agree to it, or they didn't pay up. Now I would like them evicted immediately. Thank you.
This is the problem.
I seriously
Shade.
think it would be a huge backfire because if you actually read Roe versus Wade, you would know that the indetermination of Roe versus Wade was simply that a woman has a right to not be pregnant. Like that was it. Like not to like unalive a baby or anything. It was just to
The impetus
not
of
be
Roe v.
pregnant.
Wade was ultimately, if I understood correctly, the right to privacy.
Well, it was born in the right to privacy. That's the umbrella right where it is found. Basically, that's what they determined.
Hold on. Shade,
But
I'm
the
going
right
to approach
itself,
you.
like they were
Hold on,
making in that moment, was right
Could
to
I
not
have
be
a
pregnant.
moment? Because I really want to address this. Shade, I'm going to approach you with a very good faith. I studied law. This is my area of expertise. I've been doing this for the past 25 years. Conceded.
What subsection?
Hold on, can you please not interrupt me? I do take the time to elaborate, but I really want to make the point across. Please, I sincerely give me just a moment. I'm going to speak as fast as I can on my second language. Okay? Thank you. I appreciate you. So simple as this. Throughout the standardization of U.S. constitutions, citizenship equates to the presence of personhood. No matter if the system is common law or normative law, like what happens in Latin America, that is a standardization. Just like the standardization of how international accords are ratified in a country and become law in each of the countries that accord of that international law. That being said, in a very simple and straight out fashion, when you are, and I'm trying to be as good faith, I'm trying to approach this in a as educational as I can be on a second language that I do have occasional problems talking this technical issues. If it were in Spanish, I would be speaking much faster. But the point being is that there's a clear standardization. Citizenship is the gateway of personhood in the relation of the constitutional normativity of how people relate to the state, to the nation, to the jurisdiction.
We weren't asking about that though. This doesn't matter because obviously there are persons who are not citizens.
Yeah, you guys are equivocating on the term personhood.
Right.
I agree with Ditso on this. I think it's a nuanced conversation, but at least like more simply, and Ditso's gone, so I didn't agree with Ditso. No, I did. In reality, I think if you want to understand why political participation can be seen as essential, essentialness is sort of the easiest word to see why you know, whatever the political issue is, you know, you have to have that conversation on the level of constitutions. But that doesn't mean that that itself is sufficient to sort of satisfy the norm.
Yeah, buddy.
You sound crazy.
Yeah, you too, buddy.
That's my number one fan right there.
Hell yeah.
So have we dropped the abortion topic? Are we on?
I think we moved on to personhood, and I think we had two different definitions of it. One, I thought the standard definition is like someone who has morals and rights and that type of stuff. But then I think there's a second, more detailed one floating around when necessary.
Airborne says with the Big Ten, Roe v. Wade was overturned. The logic used is consistent with it is my right to unalive anyone on my property because I have the right to have no one on my property. An utterly ridiculous assertion.
Damn.
And of
No,
course,
that's actually kind of heavy, though.
I like it.
Actually not.
What do you
The logic used was they should have made a law. That was the logic used.
Dude, it really, effigy, it goes, I'm sorry, Sarah, it goes back to my body, my choice. Like, that was a good argument.
I'll kick you out. Someone called it that a little while ago. I'll kick you out.
I mean, I
If you want
recognize.
to start making analogies, we can make it a property analogy,
I
right?
do
someone can use your
recognize
property without your consent.
my body, my choice, but also my choice, my responsibility, right? I chose to
I like
respect-
it, Sarah.
Like I fucking chose to do something. I chose to kill someone. I chose to speed down the highway. I chose to throw rocks at my neighbor's house. Therefore, whatever comes after that, I am now responsible for, and that's where we
100%.
fuck shit up back here. We
Facts.
110%. We don't hold people accountable for the dumb fucking shit they do. So then you just get more fucking dumb shit being done because, well, I don't have to deal with it.
No, that's so real because it's like we've almost, Sarah, that's so real. Just to piggyback on that, we've almost created rights for dumb people.
Yes.
Pause.
Well, should
No,
we make?
No, not right.
we-
Actually, which is worse.
I like where your head's at. Take away dumb people's rights.
Should we?
We've
You
created.
guys would rather view
exit.
human beings as consequences, like that people have to be like imposed upon them, basically.
We've
Because that's what it
created-
sounds like. You're using them as like a punishment.
We give an inch, you take a fucking mile, right? You are accountable for you and all the dumb shit you do. Stop taking it out on everyone else. It's not anybody else's responsibility. It's not anybody else's job to help.
So
pick you
people
up by
shouldn't
your
get cancer
bootstrap.
treatments.
I blame Ryan.
Wait, what does
What does that have to do with it?
If I
What
smoke
does
cigarettes my
cancer
whole
have
life and I
anything
get
to do
cancer,
with
should I not
choice?
get a treatment for it because I made dumb decisions my whole life?
Wait, cancer is not dependent upon choice.
No,
Studies
we're
would
talking
show
about making
people who
choices, and then no. If some cancers are because of the things you do, I'm saying if we make choices and it leads to bad outcomes, can we not try to avoid those outcomes that we don't want?
Yeah, but effigy, that's a bad argument to start with. Cancer is not dependent on the user.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, you guys are the one couching this
you
as,
do
as a
not
human
wanna go
being
down
as a
this rabbit
consequence,
hole.
right?
You do not want to go down this rabbit hole because you're
I
giving
like the
them
argument.
The
personally. I like
consequence,
the
though,
argument.
the consequence is you
Hey,
get
I'm just making things
cancer,
spicy.
and that's bad, and you can die. The
just
consequence
obesity.
is death, right? Like
obesity.
Some people can get pregnant and literally die from it.
Yeah.
I already gave the exception on those.
I know, I agree. And
Everybody
I agree with your
acknowledged
exception.
that. But
Yeah, but
what I'm
again,
saying
Sarah,
though
the-
is getting cancer, if you smoke and you know the risks of getting cancer are slightly increased or majorly increased or whatever increased, then that is up, like that's a consequence you have to like you
We would
we
never
don't
ban treatment.
Yeah, but that's
Why
another
would we
bad
ban
argument.
treatment?
Dying while
Sarah, sorry.
skydiving is not a matter of
Chill,
choice.
King
You
Tomato.
but that's
see,
another bad
but
argument,
what I'm
FG,
saying- oh my
because
God,
dying while
stop.
skydiving is not a matter of choice.
God,
It's a matter of
God.
taking risk.
Dude, let me answer Sarah. Let me
Sure,
respond to Sarah
but-
before you scream
But
more.
if you fuck up while skydiving, you admit while you're falling that if someone could like swoop in with a parachute right at the end and give it to you and save you, you'd want that. You'd
You'd
want to
be
avoid the
thrilled.
consequence you feel is negative.
Yeah, but you also chose to jump off a fucking plane, FG.
And
Sure.
just for the record,
And you deal with what happens. It does just because there's a choice
Well,
you don't like.
the plane doesn't
For-
kill you. It's
hold
the
on.
stop at the end.
For the record, we are now at the almost 2 a.m. hour. If you want the DGen power hour, if you want to keep going, you got 15 minutes to do it. I just saw it. I apologize, but if you want to, and I will count Robert Flowers in because that came in right as I was.
Come on,
setting the-
guys. I barely get to hang out with Sarah and Flo anymore. They're getting too famous on me.
You got.
You guys are
15
getting
minutes.
too famous on me.
Make it happen, and I'll fuck. I actually would love to go for another 2 hours.
Have you thought, Sarah, of
Can I please have time with my celebrities?
Dude, this guy's fucking, oh my
Sarah,
god,
have you
you're
thought of
completely
doing the
so
Robert-
annoying, dude.
Hold
Sarah,
on.
have you-
Hold. I'll give it back to you, Brenda. Robert Flowers says with a big 5, why be accountable if you could just hit reset? Sarah's dropping elbows, and I love it. Back down, Ryan. You'll make some dude happy. Oh my god.
Look, this guy's mad because like his girlfriend or whatever. But
Sarah, have you
I want to respond before I go down. I want to respond to. So the reason I said we would never ban cancer treatment is because again, you are framing the pregnancy as someone going through that full pregnancy as that's the only way they can be accountable for their actions, right? But that's why if we're comparing that to people like smoking, sorry. If we're comparing that to people smoking cigarettes and then getting cancer, that them being accountable to that smoking cigarettes and causing that cancer would entail like the same kind of application would be blocking them from getting that procedure, right? That's the analogy. But the point is we would never do that.
Allow me to explain.
Hold on, was he done?
Not hold people accountable. Accountability is not the important thing.
Have you?
I think I need to explain the difference there.
Fuck you.
Hold on. I wanted to hand it back to Brenda because Brenda
Yeah,
was waiting
I
patiently.
just have a question.
All right.
Have you considered doing a show on the Peterson versus the atheist debate and discussing?
I don't cover. I host a debate and then we go into open panel.
I heard
but
that
I'm
debate
sure
sucked
Flo
anyway.
might do it. Flo might do it.
I don't know about that.
I was just curious.
Honestly, that was just like Jordan Peterson getting pressed by educated atheists. That's all that was. We deal with it on YouTube all the time, especially in the panelverse.
I was thinking a different
Fair
debate. The
Speaking
Peterson
of the
one,
panel verse, you only have 12 minutes left, folks. And so far you're only one in. So we can shut down and I can go to bed. But
All
I'd
it takes
really
is a
love-
few people doing fivers. It takes one hero, one absolute hero.
Duck
do a
is
50.
here.
Do
You
a
could
50.
boot him. You could boot.
Dude, we got 2 Indians on the panel. Let's go, Asvern.
Yeah.
You guys got this. I believe in you.
But the concept, like Ryan was saying, he was comparing having a baby to cancer. And I just can't see those as two comparable things. Like having a baby is bringing a life into the world. To me, it's not like you're not fucking dying. I mean, yes, there are exceptions. I know that some women can have a pregnancy and it can be complicated and bad things can happen. That is unfortunate. Okay. I'm not negating that fact. But overall, having a baby is supposed to be a good thing. You made a new life. You made another human. You made another
it's supposed
thing.
to be though. It's not necessarily. Like,
Yeah,
what if
but that's
what
you
if
being a pessimist.
No,
Most
what if
people
you
who
give
don't expect it
birth
are
to a
actually
psychopath? Like,
Dude, Effigy, how many parents have you talked to that were actually better for having kids as opposed to parents who hated their kids? Like, you're being a pessimist, bro. I love you, Effigy. You're a smart guy, but come on.
Oh, sure. I've definitely met more of one than the other. Absolutely. I have met those other side, though. I have met the people who have had kids who are just absolute nightmares. I've also met people who never, ever should have had kids because they did horrible things to the kids just through, like, the abusive nature of their relationship. But like there are not, it's not just a good thing to have kids. Like I as a parent think that because I love my kid, right?
You don't think we have enough land? Here's a liberal argument. Don't you think we have enough land in America for more repopulation?
At its heart, I believe that all people being born should be an active choice.
How the fuck do you
at the heart
choose
of
to
it.
be born? How the fuck does that
No,
even a
not the
thing?
kids choosing to be born, Joe. I think all
sorry.
parents should
Nature
actively
disagrees
choose to
with
bring
you.
kids into the world. I just think it would make a
Wait,
better
wait,
world.
wait.
I think
Hey,
it causes
whoa.
a greater misery to put people through situations where they are birthing children they don't want, even if you think that their mind is
Wow.
magically always going to change. I think
But
you
here's
cause
a
potential
gotcha.
greater
Here's a
misery
gotcha.
for
Here's a
people to raise
gotcha.
kids they don't want and treat them badly.
Here's a
I think it's a
gotcha,
simple thing that
FG.
makes the world better.
What about the 800 million people in India who are essentially in the untouchables caste, stricken by impoverished environments, and are just happy because they believe in the dharma, karmatic recyclation of, human being souls, right? Like,
Fuck them
you
too.
got to understand, why is it in America we're so depressed about shit that really isn't a problem, but
That's
then
a
there's
bad
people who
argument.
are starving that are still happy?
AJ,
And
that's
they're
a bad
having
argument.
babies every day.
AJ,
They're having babies every day.
you have
I
to be able to
think
imagine that people in the caste system are
Do
valued.
they want
I
to have
Valued
think
those
for
hold
things
on,
not
hold
about
on.
being in the caste system,
I think Jason
not
wants
about
me to
happiness.
time everyone out. Because he
for
sent
$5?
hold on. He sent all of them. So he said with this first one, all time out, but then he followed up with 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And so the 7 all together with this one. So I'm thinking he wants me to boot everyone. Jason, if you could just put a yes or no in chat, I think that's what you want. If
While we
that's
wait
what
to
you
hear
want.
back from him, I want to ask AJ what a big shot lawyer like you is doing with a tacky $5 light fixture above your head.
Dude, you know what? That's extremely disrespectful about my man cave. I'm working on it. I'm working on it, bro. I wish I was rich as you doing my flow state thing, but it is what it is.
Okay, he sent.
You're gonna need one more, Jason.
3,
Oh shit.
4, 5, 6, 7. He sent
Are we
7, so
there?
I booted 7.
Oh my god, this is scary. I'm gonna mute up.
I only came up to make sure he did the full deck.
And Airborne sends in 5 and says, with how these liberal men talk about pregnancy, there was no way our ancestors actually had children when they lived in caves.
Interesting.
What?
Yeah, I don't get it.
With how these liberal men talk about pregnancy, there was no way our ancestors actually had children when they lived in caves.
God, clue.
I guess maybe, I don't know.
That hey Flo, by the way, I got 2 TVs behind me now. Fuck you. Just kidding. That was my insecurity. That just doesn't make sense, because if our ancestors didn't repopulate to the point where we are today, and it's the whole argument for the earth is too overpopulated, because I don't know if you guys have gotten in a car and driven around the United States, but we have so many states where there is just unlimited amounts of real estate to build on. So I don't know. I don't know, guys.
I think the last half of that's sarcasm, and he's saying how people are talking about the dangers of pregnancy.
No, it's bullshit. I think what Sarah's trying to say is pregnancy by stupid decisions is going to end up in more stress and more problems, right? Because if you're not capable of being a proper parent and you don't know how to properly raise your children because of your life experience and making mistakes and learning, yada yada yada, the generational curse will continue. But if you're able to do it properly, then you can teach your children to not follow the mistakes your parents made and grow and continue that legacy. I just think it's extremely obnoxious to say, if you're a smart person who's in love with somebody, you shouldn't reproduce because we're just there now. No, our generation shouldn't be cut short from having a
Christian
family.
ethics.
Fuck that. No, it's not Christian. I'm a Sikh, bro. I went to Catholic school, but I'm a Sikh. But it's bro,
is the best way to
it's
go.
not. Dude, it has nothing to do with Christian ethics. It has everything to do with survivalism. We all want to survive, and at the end of the day, no matter how many friends you make, no matter how many people you meet on YouTube, it's the kids you have and the wife or husband you have and the family you have that actually gets you going. When you wake up in the morning, it's not about this YouTube shit. It's about your fucking kids, your family.
So
am I wrong here, guys?
You
Am I
think in
crazy?
the last 100 years,
fucking
going
got-
from
you fucking
2 billion to
kids here?
6 billion
Yeah.
means we have to worry about survival? With billions
Surely
of
are
people on the
crazy.
planet, we have to treat having children as a survival aspect at this point? When
Read
most
my
of human
mind.
history, we had a fraction of this many people on the planet?
No. The way we should look at it is the fact that you lived on this earth, you've experienced all of the pleasure, all of the sex, all of the sensory, all of the art, all of the smells, and you're telling me that this life wasn't good enough to pass the fuck on to the next generation? What the fuck is wrong with you? You're not even human at that point. Pass it on, fucker.
No one's
Wait. Are you
arguing
saying
about
you're
procreating at
obligated
all.
to have a
We're
kid?
arguing having the choice to procreate when you want.
Yeah, or are you
No.
saying you're obligated?
Look, most children are
Should be
unwed.
obligated.
That's a fact. And it shouldn't be that fucking complicated. We have been reproducing longer than an
I don't
hourly
even know what
wage
he's saying, but I bet he's not answering the question.
and all that
I
shit.
don't even know. Almighty Nate sent a big 40 to revive everyone. And Jason, are you saying you're just sending in another 10 just to kick off the goal? I believe.
What a sweetheart. What a sweetheart.
Congratulations to the
what a king.
panelists and to the viewers and chatters. You now have the DGen Power Hour going forward. Thank you to all of our kind super chatters for getting that out there for us and making sure that happened.
Yeah, it was all the panelists.
Well, I mean, you guys bring the entertainment for them to want to keep watching. So that's why I say thank you to you guys. Airborne says, not the direction my comment was intending to try to shift the conversation. LOL. I will take it though. 5 more for the channel. Thank you, Airborne. We appreciate you. All right. You guys have your
You Americans,
and I just want to say thank you guys so much. You guys, I really think the Raging Tomato has the greatest panels, even though they're chaotic most of the time. But it's really like in this internet world. No, this is special. So thank you guys. Like, you guys are awesome. I wish I was rich enough to just send everybody $100 every day. Like, that's what I would really want to do.
No. Just
So
start with me.
everybody that sends
outreach
anything,
your
like, I
potential.
really respect you guys. You guys are fucking dope. Like, no, real shit. Putting your own resources. Nah,
Well,
hey, you know what? Fuck
realistically
you. I'm
speaking,
glazing.
though,
I'm glazing right now.
You're
glazing right now. He's glazing.
He's feeling lovey-dovey. Realistically
glazing.
speaking, though, AJ, like
Glazing.
you do your contributions by showing up on panel and adding something, into the panel and things like that. So you help us get the donations from other people. So you are contributing something that's even more worthy than just $5.
Right on.
You're awesome. No, you're awesome for saying that. But I love you guys. This community lets me know that, like, you don't have to go work for corporate America to, like, make it. Like, we have our own thing here. It's
that's
powerful.
cool.
It really is
That's
powerful.
cool.
Like, it
I'll
just
ask you a
gives me
question.
it gives me the
Genuine
butterflies.
tomato.
Corporate America.
Can I ask
Are
a
you the
question?
genuine tomato?
What are you talking about, Sarah? We all make 6 figures
know.
from YouTube here.
Yeah, of course. Everyone's a
Hey,
millionaire. on
hey,
YouTube.
anything works, bro. Most people are getting paid like $9 an hour. Let's be real.
Like $9 an hour.
I could switch over to OnlyFans and make $12.50 a month.
Oh
Can I ask a
no!
question?
$12
No!
That's what this whole channel is about, guys. Surprising.
You know what? I'm gonna say that would start a lot of divorce proceedings.
What?
Oh, it would? A lot of divorce proceedings? Really?
Yeah, dude. What do you think? You think if Sarah
a lot of divorce proceedings?
You think if Sarah wasn't in everybody's DMs that were married, that wouldn't be a problem?
No
That would be
girlfriend.
fine.
No girlfriend. No.
Are you trying to say Sarah would be so sneaky it would just slide
Yeah,
by?
I'm
and
trying
know
to
what
say
it is?
that. Actually, yeah, I am.
Wow. Fuck you, dude.
Wow. Yes.
Fuck you, dude.
Yes.
I think ultimately it would be the men's fault. I'm just gonna put it on the men.
So we're not on topic anymore, and this is just
Yeah,
AJ
even
blowing
Sarah's
people.
uncomfortable at
DGen
this
Power.
point. Yeah.
It's DGen Power Hour, you guys.
Can we make it about India since we have Asvern on here?
You say
Well, you can
AJ
let me ask a question that's
Yeah.
going to piss Flow State off.
Okay, wait. Before you piss Flow State off, Asvern,
Oh,
why
yeah.
are so many people in India having children, Mirabai, and knowing that they don't have money? Why do they keep having children? Is it because they're stupid, or is it because it makes them happy?
Their greed, I'll answer that question. Their greed has blinded them to many aspects of reality. The people in India are still old-fashioned because their lives are intertwined with religion, right? So they think that if they have more children, they're doing God's work, and it's also beneficial for them because they treat children like an investment over here. What they do is they'll have many children, and if the children grow up and start earning, the father thinks that he'll be well off. So over here, that old mentality still persists, that children are a form of assets. They're like property for the parents. So having more benefits them. But in the West, because of the way the life has become so expensive, children are seen as a burden. Human beings are very complicated creatures. So birth and death is something that's very supernatural, actually. We are just given the illusion that we have control over life and death. But luckily, life and death is in the hands of God, and human beings being such complicated creatures, it's God given. I think God ultimately has the right as to see who dies and who is born. So it's never in our hands.
Yo, Vern, I love you, bro. God bless you, bro. Nah, Vern is a G, bro. God bless you, bro.
No, that was legit. And by the way, your Indian people who work off that way, treating your children as investments and as human beings who are going to who are going to represent the future, that's fucking reality. It's the West that's disease. It's the West that's
Dude, it's
wrong.
hard though. Dude, I'll tell you right now, Shade Master, like growing up with a dad who told me you could either be a lawyer, doctor, engineer, or a failure was hard. Like, it's hard. It's hard, dude. You know what I mean? It's fucking hard, dude.
You are
All right, let's
talking
talk
men.
about your.
Not
Let's
just
talk
that.
about
Not
your.
just that. See, not just
hold
that.
on, AJ. Let's talk about your daddy issues a little more.
Well, my dad died. My dad died less than 2 years ago, but he
Oh,
was
never
like a
mind.
really.
Stop. I'm not
No,
so
no,
now.
it's fine.
Good
No, it's
job,
fine.
Sarah.
It's fine. My dad. No, it's fine, guys. We got to talk about this,
On to
right?
the trauma dump.
No, I want to talk about this actually. Let me make it about AJ
Does
hour.
anyone want to hear about it?
My dad, okay, check it out. My dad didn't even know English when he came to America, right? This is why I have such a hard time dealing with these
This is
American civil
much
issues.
better, bro. This is much better. Start. Yeah, go ahead.
But listen though, right? Pops came through. I was born in New York City in Queens in '93, right? So Pops came through. He didn't know English, but like America was set up in a way. Even if you couldn't speak fucking English and like somebody could use sign language to tell you what your fucking job is, you could get it done. So like that was the time he came to the country. And this was like early 50s, 60s era shit, right? From the Mayflower all the way to post World War II. So like Pops, he like drove a taxi, he drove limo cabs like John Gotti
Why he
era.
get
He was
off
Hold up, let me
making
finish.
you
Let me
be a
finish. I'll
doctor
land
and a
it quick.
lawyer? He's a limo
Joe, I'll
driver.
land it quick.
Story. Hold on.
I'll
Joe.
land it quick. I promise, guys. I promise. I'll land it quick. Pops would drive these short cab, like after having yellow cabs, he would drive these short cab limos and like take lawyers from Baltimore or Maryland or Maine or wherever the fuck, like to New York City on Fifth Ave on these courthouses. And like he watched that whole John Gotti, like Rudy Giuliani, Rico era, like all that shit. And then he got into like 9/11 happened. It was crazy. I've told you guys about that multiple times. That's why my family moved to the West. And then he started driving trucks, and then he got into like owning C-stores and gas stations and restaurants and shit. Typical stereotypical stuff. But like that guy, his whole life was spent checking my mom in regards to like, you don't have to worry about what I'm doing in the real world. Let me step outside this door and handle that shit. You take care of the kids, right? And like my dad never fucking played ball with me or whatever, but there was never a time I didn't have to worry about having the nicest clothes, going to private school, like whatever. Like my life is blessed now because of that fucking man, and he worked his ass off for me. No, hold up. We were talking about repopulation. We were talking about
thought, Joe.
we were talking. Thank you, Sarah. I'm just saying we were talking about repopulation and all this shit. And what I'm saying, sometimes it doesn't necessarily have to be morally correct to have children, because it's ultimately a responsibility for you. And I think like people like my parents are just like unicorns now, because I see people and they're just fucking like expecting so much out of each other. Everyone's expecting so much out of each other, and it's never good enough. But what about the idea of like just existing and doing the best you can, even if you don't get a fair shake? Like, what happened to that shit? Wow, she's playing the emotional sad music.
Did it take you this long to figure that out?
Yeah, but Sarah, like, am I wrong to be so sentimental? This is why I love you guys so much. Like, I don't know, dude. I think us humans are special, bro. Like, I feel like we spend too much time on the bullshit. You know what I mean? Am I wrong for saying? You guys, come on.
Everybody just be quiet. Nobody say anything.
I know, what the
like we left him here by himself.
I'm buying you
I do think there's, something to say for like hard work and stuff like that. And I also believe that holding people to a higher expectation, that you believe that they, like push the envelope. Tell somebody to push the envelope. If we just like settle for less than or whatever, or I did it, whatever. Like if we settle for that, and I think that there's a lot of that, then I think that that's where we run into these circumstances of, like abortion being accepted as the norm, and things like that. And I think that is a
Only
telltale
if it's
sign.
accompanied with the grape accusation is.
Oh,
Yeah, but you guys, you're not understanding. Like
Hey, Terry, you
Asveron,
were-
my brother Asveron, he just said it.
Yeah.
All these people, even though they're in poverty-stricken areas, their children are assets. But here in the Western world, they become burdens. Like we should just put
Liabilities.
aside,
They become
yeah,
a
liabilities.
liability. And there is something to say between how you consider things to be an asset or a liability. I view certain people as an asset, and I also view other people as a liability. Like if you can't, like if you're not accountable for yourself, then other people have to pick up the pace to keep
Which
you,
one is Rude Mud?
if they so choose. I don't know, Rude Mud Crab. Are you an asset or a liability?
It depends who's asking, honestly.
Well, he's in fucking Australia. Any child born is a fucking asset at that point. They got all those crazy kangaroos trying to
You're a
steal their
fucking asset.
dogs.
AJ,
Yeah.
I was wondering when you were talking, you were saying that your old man never played with you or anything like that. I wonder if there isn't a trade-off, some yin and yang going on here. Would you give up some of your comforts for a
Dude,
few
I have
baseball
two
sessions
babies.
with your old man?
I have two babies, one boy, one girl. I cannot wait till they're old enough. Well, like with the girl, I want to like be the dad who's like doing all that Barbie shit, and with the boy, I want to be like the dad who's like throwing the ball. Hey son, this is the baseball mitt. Hey son, this is the football. Have you ever heard of Tom Brady? Whatever, Like I want to do all that because I never had that with my pops. But that's like the first generation experience. That's like think about the Irish people that came off the Mayflower or the Sicilians or the Italians. Like they had to become American. Their culture wasn't American. They had to learn to, so we're all just in this little fucking rut, man. And that's why we
And-
always talk about it.
Doc, are you planning on raging over at Flo States later if Flo has an after party?
I read that the wrong way already. No.
Well, how did you read it?
I
I'm
want
sorry.
to know how you read it.
I thought you thought I was gonna yell at you, dude. I've got people sleeping at my house and stuff. No, yeah, I might pop over to.
Why do you
Flo
look like
States
a
if you want.
Simpson?
Yeah, you're like yellow.
Don't have a cow, man. Don't have a.
You
cow,
jaundiced? You look jaundiced.
Duck is getting so creative lately. Duck, I love you, bro. Your persistence is legendary.
Hey,
And Airborne
all I have
sends
to say
another
is this
10.
is one filter, AJ. One filter is all it takes.
Oh
Let's
boy. Airborne sends another 10 to say children are the future and will inherit the planet. People who choose not to have children will be long gone. Children are the only way that you, your parents, and your ancestors live on.
It's pretty
Nice.
statistic perspective.
At Flo, everyone gets on my ass all the time, right? They're always like,
I
AJ,
don't.
why are you doing this? Why are you doing
That's
that?
what I heard.
But I've always said philosophical evolution is why so many of my white brothers and sisters are at the stage they're at. And everyone's like, why are you being racist? Why are you saying that? But like let's be real. Like, if you guys think about the colonial era to now, Western European people, Anglo people, Germanic people have had an edge on technology, on society. Thus, our countries, or excuse me, I'm being kind of, a little obnoxious. The countries that we all migrate to are the best countries in the world, the countries that we all want to live at. And so, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a certain level of evolution that's occurring. And I think those of us that are kind of outdated, like living 100 years behind our white brothers and sisters, are watching this going like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all are crazy. But you guys are at this point where it's like, well, what is a gender? Like, what is our physical, form after all? Like, it's just where we're at. And as a student, I'm trying to observe it all and respect it, whether it's conservative or liberal. You know what I
know
mean?
that you're brown, but you
My
understand that you're an
first
American
thought would be,
Western.
at what cost
Yeah,
were all
right.
these things achieved that you're talking about?
Wait, hold up, Joe. I'll answer that real quick. What'd you say, Flo?
I said you realize that you're an American too, and always have been.
And
Yeah, but, like-
before
Yeah,
you
go ahead,
go
Sam.
back and forth, Flo, I'm just gonna step away for a couple minutes. Flo's in charge, okay?
Yeah,
God bless you, Sarah. I don't know how Sarah does this shit. Sarah's a legend, bro. Sarah and Flo gang all day, bro. Flo, I'll tell you this, bro. This is the thing. My American fucking embodiment of what it is to be American is keeping up with the Joneses. So it's really flawed by definition because when I talk to like hippie people from Northwest Washington or Oregon, or I talk to like conservative fucking people from Alabama or Texas, Like everyone's got their different experiences, but my thing is like I want to be that 70s, 80s like nuclear family. That's my perspective of America, which is why it butts heads with so many people in 2025 who might be third, fourth generational Americans.
Flow state.
Yes, that's not the American dream anymore.
Just tell Sarah for thanks for having me on a show. I need to go urgently right now.
right,
Bye everyone.
Have a good one.
It was a great show.
Peace out.
Take it easy, bro. I hope Modi's not fucking doing some fucked up shit to you, bro. That guy's fucked. Oh, he's gone.
All right, let me try to bring it back to the original prompt, which even though we talked about abortion all the time, I think that the reason that Christian ethics don't work or any religion-based ethics is because it outsources the person's individual moral agency.
One of you Christians rebut that.
I went to Catholic school. I went to Catholic school, but I'm a Sikh. But I'll say this right now. There is nothing about Christian ethics, truly Christian ethics, if you follow the words of Yeshua ben Yosef, Jesus Christ, as you all know. If you follow those words, there's nothing about Christian ethics that would negate you from being a bad person, outside of being a broke person. Like, if you want to be rich, you're going to have to argue those Christian ethics. But if you're following Christian ethics, you might be poor, but you're still a good person.
Did that answer the question? What was the question again?
No.
Not
really. What are you talking about? Secular humanism. No, fuck you guys. Secular humanism, right, is the concept that we are all one. What's an ant to a boot?
Humanism.
He was saying you abdicate your morals or something like that.
Yeah,
where's the morals in secular humanism?
I was only dealing with one side of the equation. I'm not a secular humanist. I'm not advocating secular humanism. I'm saying that there's a secular humanism, though, does have a benefit. It seems that religious morality doesn't. When your morals are based on religion and what you're told God wants from you, you don't actually know or for yourself why you're doing a thing or value it for yourself.
At least the possibility
I agree with you. I agree with you. Yeah.
I'm actually going to push against that, not because you're necessarily wrong, but what I'm going to say is that if we're going to approach this from an Enlightenment perspective, which the West is in the Enlightenment paradigm, saying that Christianity or any Christian moralism is incompatible with Enlightenment views is like saying to a fish that it doesn't like. It is like a fish saying, "I don't know where the water is." Like you are
that's a terrible argument, dude. That's a terrible argument. So here's the real concept, Flo. Here's the real concept. If you're a real, like, you're putting people into a box, dude. You're
okay. That's fine.
Sorry. You're putting people into a box because if you're gonna sit here and say people that are fundamentalists in religion in 2025 are the majority of religious people, this is the same thing as like Ben.
Nobody said that.
That's kind of what you said. That's kind of what you said.
Religious people put themselves in that box too. Secularism.
That is not what I said.
I'm not talking to you, Shade Master. What the fuck, you icon using weirdo? I'm talking to my big bro Flo. Sorry, love you.
Well, hey, hang on. All right, my mistake.
But yeah, Flo, that's what you're saying. You're saying people who are religiously involved, they must be fundamentalists. So that's why their lives are like flawed by nature. But most of us aren't.
You just listen to the words that people say.
I did. I'm saying that most religious people are casual. If you're a Christian or a Sikh or a Muslim and you're moderate, you're not going to sit here and go, I hate this person because they don't believe what I believe.
Okay. You know what? You're having a different conversation entirely, AJ.
Okay, can you re-explain it to me? Because I'm not trying to disrespect
the Shade Master picked it up. Just listen to the conversation and then get on to it.
Good night, love you. Sorry,
you're saying
go
the
ahead.
all in the everything, dude. AJ,
Wait,
you're saying the all in the everything. You're talking about people having this sort of experience and then failing.
You're gonna make it more confusing.
People in the all, and then there's just the everything of like the stuff we're bumping into, dude. I cannot stick with you, man. I'm losing my mind about this.
Okay. What I'm respectfully saying to Big Bro Flo and the panel is that if you're a secularist, you're easily prone to assume that an ant and you are equivalent in relevance and importance.
Your dad never
But
played
if you believe it, okay, I'm sorry, Flo. I'm just saying if you believe in any kind of religious, compound, you're then going to take your life way more seriously and treat it as such.
The fuck?
That's the part I disagree with. Why? Because
That's a
in
load of
both
shit.
cases, why do you have to triangulate what matters through your imaginary, through another entity?
Okay.
I don't think that's what it is. I think it's the entity, whether it's fear or love, that's placed into people to behave better. So, like, is it a more of a therapy state
So
or is it more of a
seculars
real
don't
state?
have fear and love.
I mean, let's be real. Have we heard of maps? I don't even want to get it. Okay, what about all these liberal ideologies? Where are they coming from? Are they coming from religious people? No, let me generalize it. Let me generalize it and keep it TOS. Let me generalize it and keep it TOS. What about all these
AJ, you need
ideologies
to
that
take
are
turns.
Sorry.
Take 10 minutes, bro.
Okay. Here's the
And
question.
you
Now, mute up.
ask a lot of.
What,
Go ahead.
where are all these liberal ideologies coming from? And when I say liberal apolitically, I mean like new thought, out of the box thinking. Are they coming from religious
Consensus
people
of
or seculars?
individuals.
They're coming from a time period when, for the last 1,000 years, the biggest religion on the world has been Christianity. It continues to be. I don't think it's fair to say that it's an atheist or a non-religious perspective. I don't agree with that shit, and I actually think that that's part of the problem. Is people either have to be religious, or the non-religious perspective is treated like this as a complete absence and a detachment from reality. In reality, if people understood what morality is and what the point of it is, aside from just making God happy so he doesn't torture you, people might be a little more able to look at something that's objectively wrong and go, this is objectively wrong.
I agree with that, but I just don't think most people in religious infrastructures believe God's going to torture them if they behave badly. I think it's more so just like a
Most Christians
indication. Joe Cool, it's a look. You might not be Christian, but when you do something shitty, you feel it. You feel the guilt.
AJ, you have to admit there's a
Do
difference.
you have
between
dancing shoes for all the dancing and dodging you do? I wonder. Do you practice at the,
brother,
3 p.m. or
brother,
something?
I've always said you're the greatest auditor in the history of the panel. Fucking fuck the police, right? Shout out to the underground. Now, what I'm saying is, most
Do
people
you
who
breathe,
have
AJ? Do you breathe?
maybe not. Most people who
AJ,
have a
listen to me.
benevolent.
AJ,
Yeah.
listen. This,
Yeah.
I think, the problem is. When we do propose something to you, you respond with what you're saying. Meaning, I don't feel like, at least you pay the questions offered to you no fucking credence. You rephrase them and say what you want to say, in my opinion.
Okay, that may be true. That may be true, but I've always been a defender of anyone who believes in God. And I don't know what you guys think of that word, but I consider God a creative intelligence that's designed this coincidence that we have the privilege to experience. And so I will always stand for that.
I'm
And
a
I'm
fan
sorry
of
if I
God
come
as
off as
well.
obnoxious, Joe Cool. I love you, brother.
I love you as well. You can always come off as a fan of God. I am a fan of God, but still hear the arguments genuinely and don't be so reflexive. Right. Flo was going with the just because you're a secularist, it doesn't mean you evil. God don't have a monopoly on morals. And there's some argument there that you can even fine tune it if something occurred, you'd have
I
more
don't
time.
think it. I don't think it means if you're a secularist you're evil.
This
and
is
I don't
what-
think it means, and I don't think it means you don't have some kind of moral grounding. However, the morality is subjective to yourself and how you feel. Right? That's what I was saying.
But it's always subjective.
Hold on. When the debate ended,
it is.
When the debate ended, I had said specifically that it was nice to kind of be able to pull this out of the debate of what they were saying. And Christianity is not necessarily like individual based. It's to a higher power, right? Whereas secularism, it's all about the individual and that's it.
Right, but this is what I've like. I literally just really quick, guys. This is what I've said about that bald gentleman. No, just really quick. That bald gentleman. Guys, come on. That's a good point. I swear.
No, it's all about what you said. It won't be about what Sarah said. It'll be about you and your ideas.
No, it was to piggyback on her point. Like the gentleman who's
no, it won't be. It'll just
you
be an
haven't even
excuse
heard
for you to say how you
now
feel.
we're just wasting time talking over each other. Let me get it out. The gentleman who's bald, I've always said.
Fuck up, AJ.
I've always said he's a really smart person and he makes great points. And Flo, call me out if I'm wrong. I've always said, as a religious person, I have the greatest conversations with atheists. But the reality is, if you're talking about secularism, people can get led astray more than people in religious fundamentalism. Like, that's just what I believe. Call me crazy.
You're crazy.
Okay, we'd rather just have some facts and shit anyway. You know, thanks for chiming in with your beliefs, but give us some arguments.
Thank you, Joe.
That's the
AJ, I'm
argument.
not
That's the
calling you
argument. How many people that are secularist are led astray and regret their life decisions as opposed to religious people?
He's still here
Probably.
Hold on.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't know if
feeling
there's
it.
stats to that, but I assume it's just as many as religious people regretting. I imagine they have just as much diversity as in what they think is right is wrong as the secular people do. You get 10 religious people on here, they'll have 10 different beliefs on abortion. Is pretty much is really even, I think.
Led astray, the phrase itself means there.
Flo,
It
what was
implies
that
that there's
5 for?
a predetermined good path.
It was an accident. Send it back.
He butt down.
Was it for a boot?
Yeah.
Okay. That's for AJ then, I'm assuming.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey, buddy.
What up?
Okay, so let me ask our flow state a question's going to piss him off.
Ooh.
Like, why do Americans care
Why would you
so
wanna do
much?
that on purpose?
Because I'll fuck with flow state. Why do Americans care so much about saving the life of a zygote, but when it comes to like they'll infringe on a woman's rights of autonomy and shit like that, they don't care. Zygote, fucking, that matters. But when it comes to like gun rights and children in schools, that's like, no, fuck you. This is my right. How come those two things just they're not cohesive?
Because
they lose their mind over
I
children.
care more.
Hold
on, let me answer the fucking question, Joe. You and AJ. You know what? Use that $5. Drop Joe. The issue is that gun rights. When you restrict gun rights, you directly restrict my ability to protect my kids with them if I need to. I give way more fucks about my kid than every other kid on earth.
Yeah, but like if she is not willing to have a child, she's not the sort of person who probably should have a child, and you're forcing her to have a child, then she's not adequately protecting that child at some point.
I think abortion should be legal. You're confusing me with someone else.
No, I'm talking about Americans in general. I was saying it's going to piss you off because I'm bringing up guns.
Americans are fucked-hearted.
Definitely.
We are?
Inconsistent,
That doesn't
at
mean
least.
Americans deserve to have laws against them, Dusty.
True.
I think Americans should be allowed to have abortions and to have their guns.
I think they should have to use their guns for the abortions.
You guys just kicked the only person.
So
who
you
explained
believe
it
in
to.
murder and gun rights?
You don't need to understand the
No.
law to
Hell yeah,
have the
brother.
law protect you.
Welcome
You guys
to
understand
America.
that? You guys don't understand that point?
We need an AJ and Duck discussion. I just really want to see where the fuck that goes.
You know what?
You don't need to be able to
I
articulate.
agree.
Reasonable.
Everybody go take a piss break or something. We're going to let Duck and AJ.
Wait, what?
God damn it. Why did I say that?
Oh shit! I was trying to get a snack, bro. Goddamn. What's up, brother
No worries,
Duck?
dude. It's all chill. How you doing, man?
You know, bro, just trying to fit in. It's been a struggle since I was born.
Oh, word. Cool. Give me 1 second. Let me just while the audience is captivated to us, I'm just gonna take off this filter so we can have an authentic conversation.
Okay. Are you playing hillbilly music?
It's one of Sarah's favorites.
Look,
so, AJ,
dude.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Already
So
done.
how do you feel about? Oh, Sarah just wanted
Fight, you clowns!
I mean, you guys suck.
What the hell?
So I was
God,
going to
dude.
ask, I'll ask the panel this, where exactly, when we think about jurisprudence and the nature of reality, the nature of the law intercepting with human beliefs and passions, the way we go out and we tackle and approach the world, and we somehow find some future point of norms and cognition that the laws have to protect, somehow this justifies a minimum conception of freedom. I'm wondering when we think about these really drastic questions, what's sort of the smallest stepping stone or the smallest lily pad that we're able to find for important topics like having an accurate conception of what rule of law must be like.
Why the fuck don't you know how to talk?
I
Duck, I can
know.
almost see in your face when you lose the plot mid-sentence.
He
Like when
had
you've just
me.
like lost the thought. I could just see
We
it in
And
were
your
I love you,
fine.
Duck, but I lost it too. I was trying to
We
follow
were
so hard.
we were fine with like jurisprudence and interfering with human rights or whatever. Like, and then after that, I was like, where the fuck did that go? Like the first two sentences were okay, and then I don't know where it went.
Okay, my critique is just use less words and you'll get to the end faster.
Yeah, that was the right number of words. So, and another point is
Oh my
that
God.
law and
He doesn't
morality
even
and
know. Like,
ethics only
Doc,
loosely
okay, let's
intercept.
point something out here. The
Yeah.
entire panel just concurred that nobody understood what you just said.
I don't agree.
Okay.
I have a friend named
because,
Keisha who dropped
I
that.
don't.
Sorry, real quick, Sarah.
Keisha is not here. No, hold on. Raw Dog, did you understand what Duck said?
Not a fucking clue.
Flow State, did you understand what Duck said?
I had some questions. I wanted to go
No, I
down
didn't understand it.
Hold on.
internal curry.
Okay. Shade Master, did you understand what Duck was saying?
Yes, but the best I can say is I think I know where he's getting at, but I'm not 100% on it.
Okay, still not clear. Rude Mud Crab, did you understand what Duck said? You're muted, Krabby.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. Effigy, how about you?
No, I was following along and then I saw him start to lose the plot and it just kind of walked me
And
into
Ryan, did you understand what Duck said?
So this is my interpretation. I think that he was asking, and I could be wrong about this. I think he was asking about like at what's like the smallest what are incremental like steps that we take towards establishing like laws and like what are like how do we engage with like real world challenges and establish them into legislation, and like what are like the smallest like bits of that, like how do we do that at like a is that kind of like approaching what you were getting to, Duck?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like if we want to say the same statement, this is like a practical challenge. I want to say the same statement
fucking watch
for
Schoolhouse
something
Rock, then.
in a Supreme Court case, as I would say on a Monday or Tuesday grabbing a coffee. Those are both important ideas.
Well, that clarified it. Jesus.
Well, Supreme Court
that was
hears a
the
bunch
main
of
point of
lawyers
what I was
talk, and when those lawyers talk, then the justices decide. They ask a bunch of questions, and then they decide whether it's constitutional or not. Does that answer your
Doug,
question?
can you maybe bring it to like a practical example to help me, because I'm also not sure like where to start that. I think it's an interesting question, like abstractly, but I'm not sure like what yeah, like can you walk us through like actually putting it in putting that question into practice? Like what's like a situation where we have to apply this? Because I think I follow you, but I want to make sure that's like what
On
what
how
we're on
we
the same
make
page.
laws?
Yes, essentially what I think he's asking is what is the prima facie determination factor? Is it freedom? Is it optimization? Is it free speech? Is it individual rights? Like what is the prime consideration for lawmaking?
Well, it has to pass so many tests, right? Because you have to be able to uphold it to every. Now, I mean, regulations are one thing, right? But like an actual law, like it has to pass so many tests. If it fails and like negates against, like your Bill of Rights, for instance, so on and so forth, like it fails, it won't go through. I mean, but you still have like your whole veto and all that shit. But like,
well, the thing about laws, so a law goes through either the House or the Senate. And then once it passes either the Senate or the House, it goes to the other one. And then they either add or subtract. If they subtract or add to it, then it goes back to the other whatever. So in other words, like if the House adds to the Senate's bill, it goes back to the Senate to see if it gets approved. Then it would go to the president's desk. If the president approves it, then it would take a judicial
Is this fucking current events, dude? What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Yeah,
Get
a
to
law.
the fucking point. bro.
A law. I'm going through a
I'm
law.
answering your question.
This
Let
is
me
how a
ask,
said
law.
Schoolhouse Rock.
This is how a
yeah,
law gets passed.
hold on.
No,
I
it
really want to
isn't.
know, is that what you're asking? Like the logistics of how a law gets passed?
No, he was being philosophical.
Is this even on topic? You lost me.
Sarah, so here's my point: is if I want to reference force doctrine as a reason for pushing back against feminism or something, right? I can also, in that same bucket, ask the question as to why Congress couldn't pass a law for minimum basic income or for universal housing rights, right? That is a crazy idea. Even most progressives think that going that far right now would be a crazy idea. But however, if both of those concepts, taking away rights from women or enforcing universal human standards of living in the United States through law, if both of those are coherent, we should believe that there is a common principle that is governing what laws are reasonable, both through the process known as proceduralism, as well as sort of more concisely, why do people hold these weird, odd beliefs and ideas and opinions about what the law could be? Why have an
Dude, you
opinion
sound
about
like
law
a
at all?
sovereign citizen, bro. It's a system and people help each other who are in trouble. That's just how it fucking works, Duck. Okay, stop trying to idealize what the fuck's going on. It's not fair.
No,
It's never been fair. Better get the fuck
wait.
up out of it
Yeah.
while you
Entirely
can.
true, dude.
Yeah,
You don't live
I
off a
actually,
light rail. You don't
you
live
mentioned
off where public
force
transport is
doctrine,
built.
and it's not like it's a concept, right? It's
Yeah,
not.
but Sarah, the idea that people use force doctrine, they use it as like justification for why laws should be a certain way. And what Duck is saying is like you could use that same the structure of argument, like, oh well, I think, or I think force doctrine is true, and therefore this. Then you could say, I think this is true that all people should have this basic standard of living, and so everyone should have this. And so he's like, I think we're asking like for some
No.
We use force doctrine.
Force doctrine only comes into play when a majority or a high percentage, we'll just say, of since force doctrine plays to men.
Force doctrine's stupid anyway, but yeah.
Well, you can say it's
most men are going to
stupid,
fight
but it's
against Andrew
true.
and his loser army. Like we're going to stop him from taking away women's rights so he can eat shit. But yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't
Force
think
doctrine
everybody
come
should
into
have the
play
right
with
to
some
vote anyway.
lobbyists.
So you
Of
can
some
say
big
whatever you want.
organizations, some big companies, some lobbyists comes
But
in and writes a law, gets the senator to pass it.
Force doctrine only
comes in
really
from
comes into play if
Force doctrine
force-
comes in like this. This is the force doctrine. I just have a power move and I could just do shit like this. That's like I just can.
Nicely played.
Well done.
And therefore, I make the rules of this show. So if you don't follow the rules of the show, then I utilize force doctrine in order to express why you should follow the rules of the show. Why you
Man,
should.
fuck Uncle Sam. It's all about Uncle Sarah right now.
So force doctrine
Sarah.
is not
I don't
always
have a
followed.
dick.
That'd be
Thank you.
Sarah.
Thank
Force
you.
doctrine does not always follow the consent of most men.
Like that?
God, what do you guys not understand? What do you guys not understand about the fact that there's the mafia and then there's the government? Like, this is just how this shit works. Why is it so hard for you guys to understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Flo. Thank you.
But what did Flo say? Say it again, man.
They're the same thing. The mafia and the government are in the same business. You do what I say, and I'll protect you. You pay me.
They use the same power. The same power. I will agree with. I will agree with that.
All right. Now that we've sufficiently jerked off over force doctrine, I will once again have to bring up John Locke, social contract theory. Mutual agreement trumps every single thing you're saying because none of you can project force without some kind of mutual agreement of a group of people.
Of course I can. It's called health and safety. Hold on. Let me argue this. Let me argue this from the legislation standpoint. It's called It's called FG. It's called.
You've never seen the show Lost,
AJ.
You guys aren't going to say anything.
You've already shown you don't understand it, AJ.
No, you're from Australia, bro. You're a British colonial empire that got away. Shut up.
You've already shown that you don't understand what he said in your first 5 words.
Effigy. If you
You
don't
never
have
seen
health and
John Locke?
safety, effigy. If you don't have health and safety over power and choice, then where is your rule of law?
Yeah, effigy.
Yeah,
Okay.
effigy.
But doesn't John Locke essentially confirm the Force doctrine when he says that it requires consent of the group? It's just the smaller group, not the majority. It's a smaller group saying, yeah, we're going to use more force than the majority of people.
I think so.
John Locke was in charge of the island. What the hell are y'all talking
A group
about?
can always project more
What he
force
ju-
than a single person.
What he just said, even a small group is still force.
I didn't say single person. I said a smaller group who's willing to use more force than the majority group can enforce more change, more power over society than the majority who will do nothing.
See the part where you said more force?
That group still has a mutual agreement, though.
Yeah, it's like the kangaroos in Australia. They got way too much force right now.
Exactly. The smaller force willing to
That's
use
why the
more
emus kick the Australians' ass.
does have a
Willing and
consensus.
Dude, it's just stupid. It's a stupid argument. It's a stupid argument. We can talk about the incompetence of the government, but we can't just sit here and deny the fact that the government has more authority than any decent citizen. That's just how this
I'm
shit
not
works,
sure.
man.
Someone just said mutual agreement. There's a contract.
Yeah, but Joe, that's why we need auditors.
If there's a contract
that's
of
why
mutual, excuse me, if there's a
we pay
contract of
them.
mutual agreement, then you can withdraw at any time.
Right, but Joe, that's why we need auditors like you to go out and call these people out.
Can you
No,
withdraw?
I'm saying like you need to keep
can
doing
you
what
wait
you're
till I'm
doing.
done, then say what you said?
Yes, sir.
Fuck.
It's not
Can
what
you
you're saying, JJ,
withdraw
it's
if it is truly a contract? I withdraw from it?
No, because you're going to end up in the same thing that the southern
gonna
states
appeal.
ended up in with the Confederate or the Civil War with the Confederates.
Well,
and
Then
the
they
Union.
can't really
Not
call
only
it a
that,
contract.
you would
Well,
have
the
to
problem you
appeal.
have though is
You would have to appeal to somebody else with a bigger force.
30%.
Right, which is the Supreme Court. It goes from municipal to federal in your local jurisdiction to the state supreme and then the federal supreme. That's what I'm saying.
right.
Like it's all the same club. You're just not in it. It's like George Carlin said. It's a big club and you ain't in it.
Where do you
If
think they get that force?
30% of the men, 30% of the men of this country decided to overthrow the government due to the fact of whatever, something being unconstitutional, whatever the case is. 30% of the men. Now, obviously, you're going to have a collective agreement amongst those 30%. I got that. What I'm getting at, though, is 30% of the men in this country could overthrow this government and take control of the government to rewrite the Constitution or do whatever they want. The thing about it is,
That's
though,
bullshit. That's bullshit, dude.
No,
You
it's
have enough
not.
ammunition and armories in every county and jurisdiction, and the minority of the departments of sheriff, police, or highway patrol, vice versa, would be able to outman anybody. Like,
No,
is
they
this
couldn't.
idea?
We're still
This
eating
idea
soup. We're
that
still the men
Americans,
and the
this idea that
90% of the
Americans can
women.
outgun the government is
No,
crazy.
they can't. If you
Wait,
had
what do you mean?
30% of the veterans in this country decide that they're taking this country over because of some unconstitutional bullshit in this country,
They mutually
30%.
agreed to do it.
So you think 30% could overwhelm the National Guard?
Does
Yeah.
that 30% include
Yeah.
the National Guard?
I'm a retired veteran. Trust me. 30% of us can overwhelm the National Guard pretty fucking easily due to the
Hey,
fact
man,
I was
thank you
active
for
duty,
your service,
and
sir. I
can
respect
tell
your
you right
opinion,
now,
and hey, man,
I
that's
can
neat.
tell you
That's
right
neat.
now, the National Guard in this fucking country are, well, you don't want me to get into it, but anyways, they're a bunch of nasty girls. But anyways, just saying.
So
You
you're
cannot
really
believe me all you
willing
want.
to say that a fraction, essentially, of veterans in this country could overwhelm the active duty military personnel?
Yes.
Yes. Let me explain why. Let me explain why. Because it has nothing to do with manpower. It's nothing to do with resources. It has to do with will. The people who are willing to enforce the violence to the utmost level will be the victors. And if 30% say,
Assuming
I
that
want this change, they're going to take it.
assuming this
Nothing
cause
to
is
stop.
so big that 30% of the people are getting involved in it, we can assume that some of the people in the active military and all of those things will also be involved in that 30% of the cause too. It won't
Okay.
be like
Also,
all of
you
us
have to
stand alone.
remember though, if 30% of us, and I'm talking veterans, okay, we also know how the military is structured. We know how the military operates. We know
that
all their
helps.
weaknesses. We know how to disable everything.
Know how to use all the weapons and all of that, and
Yes.
can teach
Dude,
other people.
this
And
sounds
once we
like this sounds like
I'm
one of
going
those
to tell you
Patriot
right
Act
now.
situations.
No, I'm going to tell you right
Sounds
now.
like
If I
mental
take over,
masturbation.
if I take
Yeah.
over a tank, if I take over a tank and I can get a crew, I can do a lot of, and I'm telling you right now,
Until a cruise
I
missile
was taught,
flies in and
no,
kills you all.
It take
really?
about
I was
15
taught
minutes.
how
That's
to
definitely
take
on
a
a watch
tank.
list.
Yeah, but
I
bro, let's say hypothetically
you
you
don't wanna
even did
listen,
that.
though.
What
What
would
does a
you
tank-
achieve? What would you
Well-
achieve outside of anarchy?
This is officially
Where-
too retarded for me. You have a good night,
Where
Sarah.
did the precious 2A
All right, bro.
listen, a tank, one
Okay.
tank. We are taught how to take out a whole platoon of tanks by ourselves. That is how we are trained.
Listen,
Okay.
I respect your ambition, but I don't think you have any idea of what you're talking about.
Yeah, and in today's drone
Really?
society, man, they can take out tanks at the push of a button. You know, tanks ain't so fucking scary
It's
for the
not about
military.
tanks. That's part of the point. Is it's not about the tanks. It's not about the Air Force. It's not about whatever weapons we have. The real crux of the matter is the veterans, those who are in the military, even just random white men in flyover America, have already thought of ways of bringing what could be a high-tech conflict into a ground war in literally no time. Whether it's building a personalized EMP wave, whether it's building an automated laser turret to flash pilots in their cockpits with laser pointers, the technology and the amount of manpower is not an issue. It's just not. It's whether or not you have the will to inflict violence. That's it.
I
Dude,
think you're
we're
right. I was
literally
really
having
getting
an
the same
argument in this
argument.
country right now about gun
Sir.
rights and taking
Sir,
guns
this
away
is
from
a
people.
Wendy's.
What? Effigy,
Who's
are we
arguing
not
about picking
sitting
guns
here
away from
arguing about how much ammunition citizens should have and what kind of gun they should have? Like this idea that active military personnel doesn't have access and authority to all of the most dangerous weapons that citizens are having a hard time to purchase or get
I'm
ammunition
not
for.
sure
Like
no
you
one
guys are
argued
tripping.
that. I'm not sure
You
no
guys are
one said
tripping,
that.
man. There's no scenario
Look,
where the civilian army can take out the military.
You
So
do
here's-
understand I
after
can
today-
purchase a
You
tank,
understand.
right?
After today, I'll admit I don't know anything anymore because Ukraine today spent $20,000 and took out $3 billion worth of bombers. So
You do
Yeah, but
understand
like
I can
Russia
knows
is
what works
super
anymore, right?
outdated.
Yeah,
You
who
know,
knows
but
what
like
works
effigy,
anymore?
that argument goes for like
the will.
you know, like the USA doesn't go to war to win. The USA goes to war to fight because there's profit. Like you look at every USA war recently, whether it's Vietnam or Iraq or Afghanistan, it's been a shit show. Like we never won. We fucking recently just evacuated. So it's just like
Yeah, I
I don't
agree with
know.
you
I don't
there,
know if
so-
Yeah,
war
and
is
that
really
was a
about
shit
winning
show.
anymore, or more so it's
Yeah,
just
now
being a
Trump wants to take
profitable
Greenland,
business.
He wants to take Canada, and now we're like, no, we're going to invade those countries, I guess.
You do
What?
understand I can purchase a tank, right?
What? Has Trump not said that he was not ruled out invading Canada or Greenland?
Ryan, do you really think Donald J. Trump is actually going to annex Iceland and Canada?
How
Are
many
you
I'm telling
living
you the
in
things
that
he
kind of
said.
world
I'm
right
telling
now?
you the things
right
he
before
said.
Trump did something crazy.
Y'all
If you
are
agree that
crazy.
he's a liar,
Are you
then
telling me
we
that I
can
should
we can agree with
not
that.
assume that the
It's
president of the
called
United States is speaking truly?
it's called
lying.
negotiation, bro. He's
Negotiation by
super.
talking about invasion?
Well, what he's doing, Ryan, is he's playing what is it called? A blind hand, right? He's being a bluffer.
Playing imperialism.
It's called a bluff.
Yeah, but that's his game, Ryan. That doesn't mean he's going to take over Iceland and Canada.
He's not taking over. He's not annexing Canada.
Sarah.
I want to expand my
You
territory.
don't think that Trump would use? You don't think that Trump would use leverage, like to the point that like most Americans would not want him to override the consent of a separate sovereign nation?
Ryan, most of Canada is covered in ice, and Iceland is about the population of an MLB
That's not what I
stadium.
asked you. I didn't ask
No,
you.
no,
I was gonna say, I
telling you.
smell a
I'm
dodge,
telling you,
bro. I
you're
knew it
pretending
was
like
coming.
that's actually going to happen, Ryan. It's not. I respect your
I think
question.
if Trump could,
No,
if
you
Trump
don't
could, then he
respect
would
it, or
try
you
to.
would have answered it.
Okay,
think Trump
Joe,
would
do
try
you
to,
think
yeah.
Iceland is going to become annexed? Is that what you think, Joe?
No, I just wanted you to answer his
I have a
question.
follow-up,
I
though.
wasn't even listening really to what
Well,
you
in
was
in
arguing
regards to answering Ryan's question, yes, but it's not effective, so it's mute. Like
All
the
right, so
guy
I'd
is
like to ask AJ something.
the guy is trying to shift the narrative of the trade economy, and he's doing it in radical ways. Hate it or love it.
Radical dangerous ways.
Okay, I don't think the danger. I don't think the danger is imminent, bro. I think it's all McDonald's, get your Big Mac and go home type shit.
So, AJ, does it have any importance at all that when the president of the United States says things, we should assume that they're true?
Oh, like when Dick Cheney literally took over the administration and invaded the Middle East in the name of weapons of mass destruction? Like, this is what I mean, guys. Like, how are you going to blame Trump for the debauchery he's doing when it's been happening before him? Like, it's just insane, guys.
I'll blame
If
everyone.
any of these politicians that you guys want to defend did their job, Donald Trump wouldn't have had any momentum, not even
How dare you
an
even
inkling.
imply that I would defy Dick,
criticizing him.
Dick Cheney? Come on, that I would defend that guy.
Yeah,
Come
you
on.
like Dick Cheney?
I need to
It's
wash
just
my
like to
mouth
me
out
when
now.
I look at people who hate Trump, I look at ignorance to the corruption in politics in our country. Like Trump wouldn't have been a fucking topic.
Before you go on to that,
Am I lying, Joe? Am I lying, Joe?
Nigga, he's the king of warfare, lawfare, and all of that shit. He's the
Yeah, but Bill
worst.
Clinton was getting a blowjob and Dick Cheney genocided a bunch of Muslims. Yeah, I get you.
Listen, I'm not.
Has a lot of
I'm
hyperbolic
going to
talk.
let this go for about another 10 more minutes, then I'm off to bed, gentlemen. But
God
keep
bless
on
you,
going.
sir.
You're fine.
God bless you, sir.
Listen,
clear,
I'm not
AJ, do you
arguing
support-
that Democrats are or Bill Clinton or whoever you brought up as a deflection. I wasn't arguing that. I was saying that Trump and the Republicans, but I was just talking about Trump, is just as guilty as with coming up with his political games as everybody else. Do you acknowledge that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do. But my argument is, like you said, you're deflecting. I don't know who you were talking about. Listen, bro, I'm telling you, Dick Cheney, who was a Republican, and Bill Clinton, who was a Democrat, all these people were corrupt as shit. Like, you talk about the Bushes, you talk about the Clintons, they're all corrupt as hell, man. So when
Trump
this
too?
redhead ginger motherfucker from The Apprentice shows up, everybody now wants to blame him in less than 8 years on
Trump
all of
more corrupt than any
America's
of those.
problems.
We could
Wait,
Like,
is
come
he
on,
the only one
Ryan.
that's
Ryan, it's disingenuous, Ryan. It really is.
No, you just don't know what you're talking about. You're victim to a bunch of right-wing propaganda that tells you that every single government entity is as corrupt as the things that Donald Trump is doing right now.
Wait, you mean the guys who are tapping my phones?
I'm sorry, I wasn't done actually. Name another president in our lifetime that's defied a Supreme Court ruling.
Yeah, you've asked me that multiple times on multiple panels.
And you
What
don't
I'm
have an
asking
answer
you
to it,
is,
do you?
wait, but you're saying I have a right-wing
You're asking me a different
propaganda
question. It has nothing to
brainwashing
do with the
situation.
question I asked you, right?
Did your phone get tapped, Ryan?
Why don't you
Did your
ask
phone
this
get tapped?
question?
Dude, Ryan, I guarantee you this. After 9/11, you were not looked at as terrorists. My people were. So how is it that we're sitting here going, hey, you know what? Give Trump his brownies, but you fucking can't. How is that?
If you have
We're
problem
the
with the Patriot Act and
terrorists,
stuff, then
bro,
you should
not
use-
you, Ryan. You look like the dude who's gonna sell me a burrito. No offense.
That's cool. That's cool. If you have problems with the Patriot Act and all this stuff, then you should be more concerned when Trump is expanding all of those powers.
Yeah, all you're doing is arguing that
And
Republicans
I agree.
do this
I
shit.
agree with you. I agree with you and Effigy.
not.
What I'm saying is, it's disingenuous for you guys to sit here and blame this redhead for all of the problems that allowed him to even have the momentum he gained. Like, you guys are just being disingenuous. Trump should have
You
never
coming
been in
up
the
with a dumb
picture.
argument.
Trump
Argue
should have
something
never been.
exactly
Hold up,
that
guys. Hold
someone
up. Hey,
said.
Joe, hold up. Trump should have never been in the
No,
picture.
I haven't
If
heard
all
no
these
one argue.
politicians-
I haven't heard no one argue that everything Trump has said has ever happened is Trump's fault. You're
Yeah, you
blaming
keep
it on
talking
some-
about
and-
Trump.
And want us
What
to
I'm
argue
talking
it.
about is, why
No
did
one's
Trump
saying
even
that
get into
shit.
office? Okay, Joe, answer
Who
my question. Why
cares?
did Trump
That
get into
was
office?
not the.
This is
You can't
this is
answer
Oh,
the
who
question.
cares?
Never.
argument.
Who cares? It's about
Yes, I'd rather talk
listen.
about
I
the
don't know
shit
if you
where
guys have shitty YouTube channels and you jump on other panels to get clout. But listen, if you do your job
I don't even
correctly,
know what that
listen, if you do your job
Listen,
correctly,
you
if
haven't
you do your
answered the question
Joe,
for
we don't
10
gotta talk
minutes.
over
I
each
don't
other.
need you to tell me about. Sure,
Oh my
apparently we
God,
do, because
brother
you
Joe,
won't
we
give.
don't gotta do this.
Apparently
Joe, just
we
hear me
do.
out.
You
Hear me
won't
out,
yield.
Joe.
Apparently,
Hear me
no.
out.
Hear me out. Is that
Okay,
what you
I'll
were
let
gonna
you go.
do?
Then you let me go.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
thank you. Thank you.
All
And
right.
do me this courtesy of answering my question.
Of course,
Were you
brother, I love
saying,
you.
my man, appreciate that. You were saying that all politicians are corrupt, and I was asking you, does that include Trump? I was waiting on that answer.
Yes, sir. But what you guys are ignoring to understand is this guy Trump should have never been accused of corruption if these people were doing their jobs. If you're incompetent at your job and you let a more incompetent person show up, how dare you blame that guy as opposed to the people who didn't do their job to begin with? That's all I'm saying, brother Joe.
I think you're saying that that the Democrats deserve more blame and people blame Trump for too much. Is that your only argument here?
I think the Republicans dropped the ball years ago, which is why Trump took over the party. And I think the Democrats, yes, have been doing a terrible fucking job for years. And this is why where we are now, brother.
So you think Trump's doing a pretty good job now?
I think Trump is a symptom of the disease that is corruption in the United States government. I think if anyone, look, listen,
good job, right?
Look, listen, I wake up every day, Joe. I go do my job. I take care of my family. Shit is expensive. It is what it is. Every 4 years, it might go this way. It might go that way. What I'm saying is I'm not that indifferent to this guy Trump as I was to all the politicians before him. Because when I was growing up, the Bush administration was committing genocides. Before that, the Clinton administration was doing all kinds of shit. So it's like, come on, what are we talking about? Now this guy's here and he's the enemy? No, the enemy has been DC. And now this guy's
trying to have it both ways, man. You keep saying that, yeah, I think Trump's a piece of shit. And now you keep flipping it around. Y'all think he's the enemy, he's not the enemy. I think you're trying to have
Joe, have you ever heard the term "the enemy of my enemy is a friend"?
I've heard it once or twice, and I don't want you to
there
use
you go,
it as a
brother.
reflection.
There you go, brother. If you got one good cop and 30 bad cops, as an auditor, you gonna talk to the good cop, right, Joe?
So you're saying Trump is the lesser of two evils? This is
Maybe
what your
so.
argument is?
Maybe so, and I will concede to the fact that I'm wrong, Joe. We'll see how it plays out.
No. That's a fair assessment if you think he's the lesser of two evils. But I'm getting the feeling that you think he's not to blame for none of this shit, and you're not saying that. That's what I'm getting the feeling.
I think he's to blame for putting fuel on the fire, but I think he would have never showed up if people did their job to begin with.
I don't even know what that means, bro.
That means that if the administrations before Donald Trump actually were competent and the United States populace was satisfied, Donald J. Trump wouldn't even been in the primary.
Can't you
That's
say
what
that
I mean.
for-
You
can't you
got
say
a guy like Bernie
Can't
Sanders.
you say that
You
for
got a
every
guy. Hold
politician
up,
throughout
Joe.
time?
Let me cook
Well,
now.
you are so
Let me cook
afraid
now,
of
brother
you're
Joe.
not cooking shit. Can't you
Okay.
say that for every politician throughout time that he wouldn't have showed up unless they were dissatisfied with
No,
the person
I was just
before
trying
him?
to explain to you, brother Joe. I was trying to cook. No, I can't, because there's a man named Bernard Sanders who's essentially a socialist, and he has been the most popular incumbent of the Democratic Party for the last arguably 50 years. And what does the Democratic National Convention do? Tell his ass to sit the fuck down, and that's why he's never been in the primary. You don't think Bernie Sanders would have been the president by now if this shit wasn't rigged every time? This is what I'm saying, bro. This shit is fucked. Now y'all mad at fucking the guy who said you're fired on NBC TV
Who was
for the
y'all?
last
I don't
20
take
years?
other niggas' weight. Who was y'all? I see one nigga up here. Who was y'all?
I'm talking to you saying Trump is
Well,
worse
say
than the
that.
politicians.
Say me. Don't say y'all. I can't carry other
I'm
niggas'
talking
weight.
to you, brother Joe. I'm talking to you saying Trump is worse than the politicians before him. How dare you? How dare you?
I'm saying I would have went there. I'm just saying he is not special. He's just as fucked up as everybody before him is where I was going. And if you gave me time, I would have gave you a ton of reasons to believe he's absolutely worse than most. Just spending the money that he spent, that putting motherfuckers on lockdown, that Operation Warp Speed bullshit, all the money he's given, more money than any fucking president, plus what he gave the farmer. I got a million things. The way he's just tearing up the shredding the Constitution, going against judge. He ain't read the Constitution. I had a million complaints against that nigga.
I agree. But why is he there fucking this shit up, bro?
Excuse me?
What I'm saying, big bro, is I agree. Why is he there fucking up the whole shit right now? Is it because maybe the people before him were incompetent?
I think that happens for every politician except the outliers that you just named. Generally speaking, that's how you get in, because they're unappreciative of the guy in front of them. That's just a fact. We shouldn't even argue that. Generally speaking, Trump's no exception. The people before him fucked up, so they were unpleased, so they brought in someone else. Ain't that what they always do?
Yeah, no, you're right about that. But I think unlike all the patterns we saw before Trump is very different. The whole MAGA movement, this whole fucking, Trump derangement syndrome, Trump worship syndrome, whatever you got going on, is unlike anything we've seen before, Brother Joe. And I blame the people who were in charge before. That's just my opinion, bro.
Wait, you say you ain't seen nothing like it. That Obama shit is reminiscent to me, man. Them
Obama wasn't this
gone.
incompetent, bro.
No.
Obama did some fucked up shit. But when we look at
Joe, I was talking about, so we understand each other before we.
Yeah, but Joe, here's the thing.
All I was talking about was the wave of popularity that Trump had. You could compare it to the wave of popularity.
Yeah, but Joe, here's the thing, bro. You got to hear me out. When we think about Obama, it's like, yeah, back in the day, he looked good. He made our country look smart. He was clever. He had swag. He was shaking white people's hand, and then he was doing the brother shake with the black people. I get that. But now it's like, at the end of the day, he had the most drone strikes. In fact, he deported more people than Trump
I
has.
wouldn't argue that.
To date. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I have a hard time stamping Obama. I feel like he was another sellout, bro. Real shit.
I just want to inform the both of you. We've lost like 30 viewers since both of you started talking.
You just citizens take your own responsibility. You put us up there.
That's fucking embarrassing, Sarah. That's embarrassing.
Just saying.
Yeah.
They rolled out real fast.
That's good. They didn't want to be dumbed down, but that's.
If I wasn't here, I would have rolled out too.
It's kind of like it's a DGen power hour, so I don't mind it. But I just wanted to bring that attention to the both of you, that sometimes we can sit and talk, and the question is it intentional, and is there a purpose, and does anybody care?
Yes, it's intentional. The devil owns the world. Read the Bible. I love you all so much. Good night, Sarah. God bless you, girl. I don't know how you do this shit.
Yeah, you the man.
You of all people would ask that.
Jesus.
I came up here because of the whole Christianity secularism title.
Ryan, you got any more opinions before I leave, Ryan? Anything that you want to say, man? Because I'm cutting out Shirley, and you muted if you're talking.
Appreciate it. I guess I actually agree. I was going to bring it back earlier to the actual prompt of the night, which was and like I had a few questions to kind of engage with there. But does everyone agree here that like a good moral system should be open to challenge and revision?
No.
No. I want to hear why. Who said no? I want to hear why.
Because the wisdom of the ancients is better than any fucking shit we can come up with in the future.
What? What did he say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I said the wisdom of the ancients is far better than anything we could have come up with in the future.
He said superstition is superior to moral.
You know what? I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, most superstition is not actually superstition. It's just a lesson you fucking forgot to be worried about.
That's what
I have questions. I wanted to run down a rabbit hole, but I didn't. I don't know how long Sarah's got.
You got about 5 minutes. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
Sweet.
I just made that while those two ding dongs were arguing. Oh, you're not kicked. You're not kicked, Ryan. It's just I was just testing out my see, I could make it like this.
You just needed symmetry.
You're still here. You're still here, Ryan.
Did you kick me out?
I just wanted to test this out. That's all.
You can swap it up for Raw. Oh, there he is. There's
you kicked me out.
Well, I just want to show my wiener.
Really quickly, can we just admit how dumb of an argument it was to say because things happen the way they happened in the past, you can't argue about things in the present?
No.
If you can actually show me something in the present that's demonstrably
it's ridiculous. It's dumb.
No. Effigy. Can I ask you a couple questions?
Sure.
Good night, everybody. I'm done.
All right.
Whatever that was.
You guys have exactly 5 minutes.
Do you believe murder should be illegal?
Sure.
Do you believe stealing should be illegal?
Sure.
Do you believe degeneracy, in other words, coveting somebody else's wife or house, should be illegal?
Yeah, there were some compilations in there, but no, I don't believe in degeneracy as Christian Right likes to use it.
I got removed again.
No,
Am I
you're
still here?
No, you're
All
good.
right.
You're still here.
All right. On my screen, I disappeared.
No, you're still on.
All right. So you think degeneracy as in like being able to covenant somebody else's wife or something like that should be good?
Do you think if a neighbor like has the hots for someone else's wife and never does anything about it, like that they've done something wrong?
No.
It should be illegal.
As in the neighbor proactively seeks to take that thing because it belongs to that neighbor. That's what coveting is. I want it because you have it.
Right.
Wanting and taking action are two different things.
Well, coveting means
you're
taking
conflating
action.
again. So when it says you shouldn't covet your neighbor's house, they're like, you shouldn't steal their house?
Correct.
Do you guys see why I make them prepay for the Degen Power Hour? Like, we all understand this, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure. Sorry, Effigy. Go ahead.
Yeah, coveting isn't coveting your neighbor's house doesn't mean you shouldn't want it. It also means you should understand why you don't
It's
take
a
your neighbor's
yearning
house.
to possess it. Yeah, it's not like actively trying to take it. It's like wanting it. Like that's what covet means.
I would have thought.
Coveting means that you want it and you want to take it over.
But not that you actually
Doesn't matter.
If I covet my time,
impulse, bro.
do I want to take
It can
over
be an
my
impulse.
time? I covet my time because I like to play video games. Am I trying to?
All right, it's getting
Okay,
late
here.
now. I'm leaving.
Here, how about this? How about
Bye,
this?
Joe.
Envy. Do you think envy will drive somebody to do something that they shouldn't do? Or maybe
Sure. Real quick, can also make you do good things, right? If I am envious of someone else's lifestyle, then I could work really hard and make my lifestyle match it, right?
No.
I could.
Well,
that's not how envy works.
Enviable usually means a desire that's like normative, right? So it means that like, you know, this isn't like a cup of coffee. If I say something's enviable, I
Why
would
do you
usually
look
mean
like you just had like a nuclear bomb explode around you and you're like glowing from radiation?
don't say that word. That word's so scary. I don't know. I think something's weird with my computer today, Sarah. I don't know.
I think
man.
it's just
I'm
you.
Sensing I need.
Wait, can
I'm
I?
sensing
can
I need to
ask
build some
Shade?
bombs soon, dude.
I think it was Shade who was asking the question about like whether about coveting your neighbor's wife and stuff. That was you, Shade, right?
No, that was Raw Dog.
Oh, that was Raw Dog. Okay, Raw Dog. So Raw Dog, you think that it should be illegal for your wife to leave you to come fuck me?
Illegal as in what?
Yeah. As in, like, do you think that you should be able to call the police because your wife wants to fuck me?
It's in opposition. The way you're directing it is she is leaving you to go, or leaving him to go fuck you.
Yeah, she's leaving me because she wants to fuck me, and I'm asking if he thinks that should be illegal. For like if I'm a criminal or she's a criminal.
Yeah, and imagining you know that Ryan has a massive dick too. Like
But
you have all the possible facts
Shut
about
up,
Ryan.
Doc. But,
Very girthy.
but Ryan, like, he's speaking of like your want to infiltrate their marriage, not.
Yeah, I
her
want to infiltrate. I want to
leaving.
infiltrate his marriage and his wife, and she wants me to be infiltrated by me. You think that should be illegal?
Illegal?
Yeah.
Mm.
Because the first two questions you asked were about murder and like stealing or whatever.
Right,
and then you asked about coveting wives and stuff. And if your wife wants to leave you to come fuck me and I want to covet her, then I mean, like, that doesn't follow from the rest of them, right? Because you don't think that should be illegal.
See, technically, I believe that the answer would be. Go ahead, sir.
It is kind of illegal because it can be used as grounds for a divorce, right? Because it is breaking of a contract, a marital contract.
That's fine. You can use it to get it. You can get a divorce. I'm still gonna fuck your wife.
Right, but it's not viewed necessarily as illegal, but it is like a contract legality. So it would just be the same as if I fucked you over on a deal that we had, like a contract. It would be the same. So there's legal
ramifications.
Yes, thank you. There's legal ramifications that I can utilize because you broke a contract or you infiltrated a contract, right? Yeah. You could sue for harm if like maybe she's like really dumb or something and you like made her believe that like if you coerced her, like there's still legal ramifications for that too.
No, I didn't.
It would be hard.
She was fully willing. She's a grown adult. She's fully mentally capable, and she just doesn't like him. And she decided she wants to.
But then,
cheat
yeah,
on him
it
with
is.
me.
It is illegal. It is illegal, and I mean that by way of marital for a contract. Yes,
It's not a crime,
it is
though.
illegal.
It's not a crime.
It's not criminal, no, but it's a legal.
But like
contract
murder
that
and
you're
stealing
breaking.
would still be crimes, which is why I'm pointing out the distinction between that third one that we got to between the first two examples.
But theft is really different, right? Theft is a clear-cut case. So
I think he's walking me one by one through the Code of Hammurabi. Yeah, definitely the Code of Hammurabi.
Okay, I've only got one thing to say. Ryan, I don't think you've ever fucked in your life. I think you've had sex, but I don't think you've ever fucked, dude. So you might want to watch that terminology because it
I don't
just doesn't
agree.
fit with what you do in the bedroom, dude.
I think that's taking
really
it one
cute.
step too far.
I think you're
Sorry, not to
projecting.
jump in for radical coder, but I think Ryan has laid down multiple pipes and pipelines in his lifetime.
I don't
knows
think
about
so.
that stuff.
He's probably never
He's an
even
expert.
managed to
I
get the
think
headboard to hit
that
the wall.
it's weird that any of you are trying to imagine whether Ryan did dick a girl down or not.
I think it's
Oh,
normal.
I'm not trying to
Wait a
imagine
minute.
it.
He didn't say
I
a
can just
girl.
tell by the type of person he is.
I love my fans.
He didn't
said
say a
wife.
girl.
He said wife. He's
I
in
said
the
raw dog's
context.
wife. I'm gonna raw dog's wife.
Yeah.
You know what raw dogging means, Ryan?
I'll show you.
Yeah, I don't think that.
Do you know what it means? Like,
I don't think he does.
tell me.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Tell me. What does it mean?
What does raw dogging someone mean?
Yeah.
It means I'm going to fuck you without protection,
Oh, okay. So
Really?
you kind of do know.
or with lube, or no lube. Also, yeah.
Do you
Did you Google
understand
that?
how I got that
You
name?
don't get to wear
You
your
did
hockey
cause-
pads this time, Trippy.
No,
That's
he
my context there. But
he literally answered slow because he was typing it into Google.
yeah.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong, boy.
Are we ready?
I didn't
Are
get
we
that
ready?
name because of that, but you know.
I mean, hey, whatever, man. It's all good.
It's all
Still,
good.
Ryan, I don't think you've ever fucked. I'm just saying that's my own personal thought there. I'm just saying it's a hypothesis, you know. I mean, you could have, but not recently.
Okay.
Probably
Or it
not
could have
within
been
the
a
last
dude.
like 10 years.
You don't know.
I
Could
mean,
have been a dude. Who knows?
I don't care what it was.
Could have been several dudes.
It could have been a
your dad.
sock. I don't think you know how to get rough.
Hmm.
Okay.
I think you know how to go. Are you mad at me? Are you mad at me? I think that's kind of how you do it when you have sex. You continuously ask if they're mad at you and if they're okay. But I'm
think
sorry,
You
buddy.
think it's weird to like fantasize about how I have sex?
I'm not fantasizing about anything, but the fact that you say
Sounds
it like
like it.
that is just
No,
a
you're
defense
simulating.
mechanism, and you got that from when Sarah
You're
said it.
imagining
And
it?
when she said it, it was funny, but when you're repeating it, it's not funny anymore, and it just sounds like you're reaching.
I didn't hear Ryan say
Reaching for
anything
what?
like that. I didn't hear Ryan say a single thing like that, Trippy. I don't mean to jump
He
down
said
your
you're
throat, but
fantasizing.
I didn't hear, bro. I didn't
You
hear
just
Trippy.
did
think
2
you are.
seconds ago.
Oh
I
yeah.
didn't
Okay.
hear
I didn't
that.
know. I actually didn't
See?
realize Sarah said the same thing. But yeah, that seems to be
Something
like
similar.
what you're doing.
It wasn't a direct repeating, but you know, I mean, I guess you got like to argue
Sorry.
semantics, right?
Yeah, my
All
bad.
Don't waste
right,
time. I mean,
gentlemen,
that's fun.
we're going to
Alright,
bed.
fun.
Everybody say fuck off.
Damn
Fuck
it.
off.
Everybody say
I was
learn to-
almost.
Oh, by the way, we're rating Nightish. If everybody could just do me a solid,
Oh.
you don't have to stay, but at least go throw tomatoes at Nightish. We're gonna give him a nice little raid, give him some love, throw tomatoes, and now fuck off.
Captain's log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Heavy boobies, 6+, low orbit, over grid 15-2. No joy, Yashatman. Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid. Copy, Yashatman. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid. Come on, track yourself right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flow. Wait one, Yashatman. We don't have one.